Test. I can't hear anything. Ink.
No, I don't hear on the big speakers.
These are our...
I'm Matt, by the way. We're Matt.
Oh, hey. Good. I'm Max.
Sorry?
Max.
Max. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Where are you from, Max?
Mic test.
We're working on getting that.
We're just doing... Okay, everyone, welcome to the 2024 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup 1 here in Plattling. We're about to send the first competitor off for the men's K1 heats. So, we have Theo Baker from Ireland dropping into the feature, looking for that entry. And here, going huge for a loop. It's beautiful technique. Surfing about, looking for a setup. And just catching a flush there. The feature is attainable, so we'll be looking to paddle back up. And he has managed to paddle back up onto the feature. Still some time left. Looking for that spacey. Looked very good. Again, trying to get set up away from the green. Looking for that back loop going absolutely massive. Beautiful. Stuck in that back stuff. Probably looking for a McNasty. Just can't quite get the bow to bite.
a lot of mic feedback on this mic. It's this mic that's getting feedback. As soon as I turn it on, I get tons of feedback.
So that's Theo Baker from Ireland, just finishing on the feature. Competing in K1M just this day. His favourite spot is from his home spot, Tuam in Ireland. So I imagine he's pretty happy with that ride, but he'll be looking to improve on that in his next ride later.
All right, Matt Hamilton here, joining Max. We're going to bringing you the first World Cup. We've got men's K1 heats on the water with Zach Swanenberg throwing a nice loop into some left cartwheels, throwing another loop, and around, look, a Space Godzilla to the right.
Beautiful.
Nice and high, flushes off the back of the feature. He's going to charge into the eddy and try and make his way back upstream.
So interesting thing about Zach, this is his first time competing in K1 since 2014. He's usually a C1 and OC1 paddler. Looking for that McNasty, and I think he's got it. Couple of spins, just racking up those points. Some cartwheels to the left. Oh, and the Luna. Up, up, up. Got to retain the feature. And down to the bottom of the eddy. That's a strong first ride for Zach, especially given how long it's been since he's competed in K1. Some very nice moves.
Zach, a very solid Canadian paddler, putting on a great show for us here in Plattling.
So we have our next paddlers lining up now, just waiting for the all clear. They'll be dropping into the feature, looking for some kind of entry move. So with entry moves, how does the scoring on that work, Matt?
Well, you got an entry 1, 2, or 3. And
Right.
they go up by difficulty and also as in score. So let's see what the paddlers have for us. Our judges are getting ready. We've got Charlie giving the thumbs up when it's time to go. So make sure athletes can see our head judge before they head down to the beautiful feature here in Plattling.
And there we go. That's a thumbs up for the next paddler.
A big thumbs up from Charlie.
Here we go. So he's choosing to enter from the eddy rather than going for an entry move, which means his timer will start as soon as he enters the feature from the eddy.
All right, dropping in right, trying for a loop, unfortunately flushing off the feature. He's going to roll up and charge back into the eddy.
Plenty of time left to make it back up that eddy towards the feature. The challenge here is not tiring yourself out when you've still got the rest of your ride to do.
All right, he's coming back up, entering the feature. Let's see what he's got for us. Drops in, looks like he's going for that loop again. There it is. Retaining the feature this time, going for a cartwheel to the right. Hearing that buzzer as he makes his way off the feature.
So when you hear a buzzer on the wave, there will be one buzzer signaling 10 seconds to the end of the ride, and then a second buzzer short to signify the end of the ride, after which you can't score any more points. So here comes our next athlete. He's looking for an entry 2. Beautiful.
Yeah, definitely getting that wing over, getting the boat right up out of the water as he drops in, throwing a nice snappy loop, maybe getting some air there as he goes into left cartwheel, right cartwheel, split wheel. Solid start to the ride here, getting some points on the board right away as he sets up back onto the top of the feature, looking maybe for a Space Godzilla, still retaining the feature as he sets back up again. Let's see what he's got for us. Maybe going for a McNasty there, pulling it around nice and tall. These athletes need to be landing within 20 degrees of upstream for our judges to score some of those loop moves.
Just looking for that phonics to the left, but possibly not quite hitting it, so he's going for it again.
And that's one of the better rides we've seen so far this morning here in Plattling.
Yeah, one of the really important things is to start linking moves together. That's the way to score the real big points.
Absolutely. We're going to be keeping the action going all day here today. We've got first up the men's K1, which are on the water now. And then we're going to have our women's K1 and then OC1, followed by this evening, going right till 9 o'clock tonight, we have men's and women's squirt boat on the water.
I'm really looking forward to watching the OC1 especially. It's always a great competition to watch.
Yeah, it's entertaining to see those guys throw those big boats. Of course, they fill up with water as they toss around. But right now, we got men's K1 on the water as we're getting our first few athletes going here this morning. Beautiful day here in Plattling. We've got a little bit of fog that's burning off now. It's supposed to go up into the mid-20s today. Not as sunny and warm as yesterday. They've been having some rain all week, which has brought the water levels back up to a more favorable water level, is what the athletes are telling me.
Yeah, so you'll see a lot of the athletes paddling today in carbon boats. Earlier in the week, they'll have been training in plastic boats because when the waters are lower, the feature gets a little bit shallow. There's a chance of hitting the bottom. And in the carbon boats, that can be a big deal. Now the water's back up. They're breaking up the carbon boats again, which are better for going bigger, huge. They're light, they're fast, they're snappy. Again, waiting for that thumbs up from our head judge before we can start the next ride. We have Ola Wagenplaner about to drop in. You'll have to excuse my German pronunciation. It's been a while since high school German.
Well, I think you're doing better than I would on that. As Olaf drops into the feature here, paddling that beautiful Rockstar 5.
Yeah. And that was a big entry move, maybe even scoring a bonus on that.
As he throws a nice loop, maybe getting his boat out of the water to get that air bonus. Sets up again. Looks like he knows how to use the feature. Going for a McNasty, not quite getting the finish there and getting it up and over top of his body as he tries to get a little bit of air. Set up nicely on the top of the feature, dropping in, going for the Space Godzilla to the right.
Possibly trying to link it to a loop there, but not quite hitting it. So he'll be setting up again, looking for something new.
Space Godzilla to the left. And you're right, he looked like he was trying to finish off by dropping his nose again. Again, another move. Looking maybe for some link bonuses. Trying for that McNasty again. Not quite getting it as he finishes up his ride.
Very solid performance there from our German paddler.
All right, just getting some technology here to help us out here in the judges' stand. It's our first day. We're working through a few things. As next up, looks like it's Zachary Zwanenberg of Canada. I think Zach's paddling in every single class that he can paddle in here. So he'll be tired by the end of the event. He's a longtime Canadian athlete, been to many Worlds and World Cups. And we've got the big thumbs up from Charlie from Great Britain, who's going to be our head judge here for World Cups 1 and 2 in Plattling.
So just a quick correction, we've got Nico Lattermann from Germany dropping in first. Another German paddler, so he'll be quite familiar with the feature. As
he tries for that wing over, not quite getting it up and out of the water, falling over a bit there, getting a bit of a flush. He's going to charge back into the eddy. If you're here in Plattling, cheer him on up the eddy as they work hard to get up to the top of the eddy. It's pretty early here in the morning here, just after 7 o'clock. We've got long days. We're going right till 9 p.m. here tonight with the Squirt boat. As we've got Nato Mori back on the feature. Oh, unfortunately, flushing again. Probably call it for this ride and save his energy for his next ride.
No, the guidance. So just taking up a few extra points there at the end for Nico Lattermann from Germany.
Yeah.
It looks like it's Tato Baker again about to drop in from Ireland. Again, fantastic paddler, been around on the competition circuit for a good few years. Oh no, we've got Zachary Zwanenberg from Canada again, according to our screen.
All right, looks like we've got Zach Zonnenberg of Canada on deck next here in Plattling as he's going to make his way over to the eddy once he gets the thumbs up from...
Hold up.
Oh, my correction, looks like we've got...
Theo Baker of Germany.
Theo Baker of Germany.
Not Germany, Ireland. Sorry, that's my bad.
All right. The Flying Irish are making their way out onto the wave here in Germany, going for a wing over, unfortunately catching his tail and flushing off the feature. He's going to charge into the eddy and make his way up. We do have an attainable feature here in Plattling where they'll be able to make their way up to the wave again in their 45-second ride. Lots of time left as he reattains the feature. He's going to drop in, looking for that lunar orbit, catch it nicely, going for a back loop, pulling it right around. See what he's got for us now, going for a nice big McNasty, maybe getting an air bonus on that one as he get his boat right up out of the water. Nice loop there as he's trying to go for the crossbow there for a Phonics monkey, unfortunately flushing off the wave.
So that was a very solid ride from Theo, looking very good, and this is why we see this is the skills have placed him fairly high in previous international competitions. At the last whole Worlds in Nottingham, he was 33rd. I know he's been competing quite a lot in Nottingham and back in his native Ireland as well. So we've just heard that the next paddler may be entering from the eddy rather than from up above. So keep your eyes on the eddy, looking for our next paddler.
I believe it should be Nato Mori from Japan. Actually, my bad again. It is Zach Zonnenberg dropping in right away. Big loop. Really trying to get that pop into a bit of a left cartwheel.
You see him trying to keep his hands.
He's trying to do a Space Godzilla to the left.
Beautiful.
As he drops in, going for the other Space Godzilla and getting a bit of pop there, maybe trying for an air bonus. Solid start to Zach's ride here, but paddling that brand new Vita Freestyle boat as he goes for a McNasty, trying to spin into it to get a little bit of momentum. Going for a left cartwheel, trying to clean it up a little bit as Zach flushes off the wave.
Very solid ride there. Looking good, in fact. I think we saw two left Space Godzillas, so it may be that he wasn't quite sure that he scored the first one. I decided to go for a second one to make sure he ticked it off. So in freestyle, you can't score the same move twice.
Zach was trying to charge back up the eddy there, just getting a little fitness in here this morning. Trying to wake up here in Plattling, Germany. Definitely got a very early start. We had paddlers on the water at 0700 hours, which is one of the earliest starts I've seen for one of our freestyle competitions, but that's okay. A long day here. We've got great water levels, lots of people hanging out and in the crowds. Lots of paddlers here camping on site. We got Jonas in charge here as he hands us some paperwork here, so hopefully now we'll be a little bit more on time. Just getting a word that our next paddler will start from the top, and I see Theo Baker of Ireland on our list next. Looks like we've got our thumbs up from our head judge.
And this is Naoto Mori from Japan dropping in. Coming in from the eddy rather than from above, so not looking for that entry move, going for a safe attempt at a loop to start. And then looking to set up for that next trick after that loop. Again looking for a loop, trying to score a little bit more air this time. So difficult with the loop is that you do have to land it straight, and just catching another flush there. Going to try and attain the feature again, working the way back up the eddy to tick off a few more moves, a few more points for this first men's K1 heat.
Yeah, definitely having a solid ride there with a loop. Oh, unfortunately not quite getting up and onto the feature as he flushes back down in there. He's still got a little bit of time on the board. Looks like he's going to charge up the eddy to try and get back on. And I hear that buzzer to finish his ride here in Plattling.
It's always very easy to misjudge where the boil line on the feature is, the line that separates where you can catch the feature and where you can't, will flush off the back. I know in competition I've messed that up before. I'm pretty sure every freestyle paddler here today has misjudged that. Sometimes it's worse to do it in training when you've spent a while queuing up the eddy, you've got to the top, and immediately you flush off the back of the feature.
Yeah. You can see our great grandstand in the background there. For those tuning in on the live stream, check out the campground. This is where a lot of the athletes are staying, which is one of the beautiful things about hosting events here in Plattling is you can camp. We're really close to the town. The town's been putting on some great dinners and stuff. There's ice cream. There's all kinds of pizza places in town. It's just a short walk from the train station as we have our next paddler dropping in, doing a nice wing over to get things started. As he sets up, looking for the McNasty, spinning into it to get a little bit more momentum, to get a good pop, pulling it over nice and straight.
And a McNasty the other side, beautiful.
Looking very good here as he gets his ends nice and tall, going for a phonics monkey, pulling around the finish. We'll see what the judges have to say about the rotation, whether he got his boat high enough during the rotation. As he tries for a loop, unfortunately over a little bit on the flushy green side and flushing off as he makes his way into the eddy.
So McNasty's, like we saw from both directions, going to be a staple of a lot of the high-scoring rides out here. Phonicsers, we'll see less of those. And looking for another loop.
Right at the buzzer, going in. Nice ride from Lucienne from France.
So that last move was just after the buzzer, so we won't be scoring that.
So yeah, these moves need to be initiated before the buzzer for them to be able to make it up onto the scoreboard. We've got a great setup here in Plattling. Big shout out to our host organizing committee, Thomas and Ann. We've got Dank Outdoors, making sure that everything's here. We've got Conassist with our scoreboards and also setting up this live stream for us. So we'll be bringing the show to you all week. We've got World Cup #1 here Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Then we've got a training day on Wednesday, and World Cup #2 will be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. As well, we've got Volkfest going on in town here at the same time. So a great beer festival in town for some post-event shenanigans.
And here's a thumbs up from head judge Charlie. So our next paddler will be starting in just a second. It's Ola Wagenbrenner from Germany.
All right, as Ole drops into the feature, going for a wing over right off the bat, pulling it around, still on the feature, drops his nose in with a nice loop, maybe holding his paddle nice and high, looking for a clean bonus. I think he also got his boat out of the water, so he might get air bonus as he goes for a McNasty. Sets up, pulls itself to the top of the feature, looking again for a loop move, going for a Space Godzilla to the right, into maybe a bit of a cartwheel as he sets back up over on the surfer's right shoulder, drops his nose again, going for the Space Godzilla to the left. And a little bit of pop. He's going to set up again, looking for that phonics, pulling it over nice and tall. Ole having a great ride here in Plattling, right at the buzzer, going for that McNasty in the other direction. very solid ride from Ollie.
Yeah. And this time that McNasty was initiated just before the buzzer, so we'll probably see the judges give it to him, assuming that he lands it straight and scores all the other requirements of the McNasty.
That's right. Any of these vertical moves that finish kind of the finish of a loop, they all need to land within 20 degrees left or right of directly upstream to score. So you're going to see a lot of people do some big moves and not quite land in those angles. So unfortunately, that move would not score. But we're also seeing a lot of moves that are scoring. We've got a great judges panel of international judges, or ITOs as they're officially called.
Yeah.
All right.
So we have, I think it's 3 judges, right? And they each decide whether or not to score a move. So if you see a round number for a move, that usually means all judges have given it to the paddler. If there's a fraction, it means that a couple of the judges have disagreed on whether a move counts or not.
Yeah, it looks like Ollie's score coming in at about 340 points. Currently, our leader is Lucien from France with 1,166 points. Ollie from Germany, 966. Theo from Ireland with 623 points, rounding off our top 3. As we got our next paddler on the water.
And our next paddler must be our other German paddler, Nico Latterman. Again, looking for that McNasty, just catching an edge and flushing, so he'll be looking to attain the feature again. Paddling up, he's still got quite a while left on the clock, so he should be able to take off a few more points before the end of the ride. So his 10-second buzzer is just about to go.
All right, as he drops in there, trying to get one last move, going for that McNasty. Not quite getting around the angles as we hear that double buzzer to finish off his ride here in Plattling.
Yeah, so I think that's 2 rides for all our athletes now.
Awesome.
Some really solid performances for our very first heat. It's been exciting watching here from the commentators booth.
Yeah, we're off to a good start here in Plattling. We've got the action all week long here. You can see some in the shot there, some great shoreline work that was done by our host organizing committee to get things ready here in Plattling. We're going to be here for the 2 World Cups, and then we're back here in 2025 for our World Championships.
So we can see that sun coming out now here in Plattling as well. Day should be warming up very shortly. And another thumbs up from head judge, so looks like we're ready to start the next ride.
All right, looks like we've got Valentine from France dropping in. Beautiful carbon boat. Oh, trying to pull that around. Unfortunately, jamming it in a little bit deep above the feature there, catching the green water underneath the wave and flushing out, but he's really quickly back into the eddy as he charges back up, back on the feature right away as he sets up nice and high, spinning around, looking for the McNasty. There it is. Going for a Space Godzilla to the right, getting his boat nice and high up out of the water, doing a few spins, maybe low angle cartwheels, catching a little bit of an edge there and flipping over, setting up, going for a McNasty. I think he's got both of those on the scoreboard now as he's setting up. He's going to drop in for, looked like a loop, not quite getting it around. And that'll be it for Valentine's first ride here in our second heat of men's K1. On deck should be Philip from Austria, bib number 164. Got paddlers warming up over on the other side. It's a great wave. You're going to see some surfers in the background on the wave on the other side. We've been seeing them out here all week, enjoying the wave with the kayakers after training, as well as kayakers playing on the other side of the wave to get warmed up and ready to go, which is allowed. This is a great venue for freestyle. We have both the wave feature or wave hole feature as well as for the squirt boat. It's right in the same arena. You don't even have to move the judges or announcing screens to another venue. They're right there in the eddy ready to go. As we move on to our next paddler who should be on deck here from Austria, bib 164, Philip.
So this is Philip Windischbacher coming up. He's written his current relationship status is king. If you want to ask him what that means, please go ahead because we don't know. He's sponsored by his parents, and his favorite move is a muck Sunday. Or his favorite.
It looks like he's dropping in right away for a wing over, getting it nice and tall. Actually, that might have been looking for that entry McNasty as he goes into a nice tall lunar orbit. Getting good rotation on that as he sets back up onto the feature. Looking for a McNasty. Not quite pulling it around within 20 degrees. We'll see what the judges have to say on that. Nice big loop, getting his boat up and out of the water, looking for that air bonus. Going for a phonics monkey to the right. Sets back up. He looks like he's looking for a McNasty. Having a good ride here. Very strong paddler, pulling these moves around. Going for a Space Godzilla to the right. Going to try the crossbow into the phonics. Unfortunately, flushing off right at the end of the wave. Solid start to his competition here in Plattling.
I would have been very happy with that ride. Some beautiful moves in there, especially that loop, which, like you said, looks like he might be getting that huge bonus for. We also saw him trying to keep his hands clear of the water, so also looking for that clean bonus as well.
All right, on deck we should have Fabian Lenz of Germany wearing bib number 100 here in Plattling. As we get ready to go, our judges tabulating the last score. I see Charlie from Great Britain putting the thumbs up there, and I'm hearing, 810 points for our last competitor, Philip of Austria, as Fabian from Germany is making his way out to the feature.
So Fabian has not submitted an athlete bio for us, but he's a super solid paddler and a super nice guy.
All right, right away looking for that entry McNasty maybe?
Which I believe is usually scored as an entry 3, so high scoring, but may not have quite landed it.
Yeah, as he goes for another McNasty there, trying to get set up. Looking for, pulls it around, maybe getting those angles. Wasn't as clean as I think he would have liked as he goes for a nice lunar orbit. Bringing his nose back around, maybe trying to link it into a cartwheel. Going for another loop move. Looks like actually a Space Godzilla as he gives it that rotation in the middle of the flip. And going into that phonics with a nice big crossbow. Unfortunately, flushing it off. These athletes need to retain the feature after their move for that move to score.
Phonics is a really hard move to score on this feature as well, so that's why I think they're not going to be one of the most common moves we'll see athletes going for. We'll see much more of the loops, much more of the spacies, much more of the McNasties.
Awesome. On deck, we should have Remar from Germany. We're in bib 147. We've got a big German contingent here. The World Cups are open events, so anybody can enter as long as their national federation will allow them to. So we got a big German contingent here in our host nation, which is great to see. 180 starts at this event, over 20 nations.
I think this might be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, World Cup event we've had so far in freestyle. So it's great to see this huge participation.
Absolutely. The last World Cups in Columbus, Georgia, saw just under 100 paddlers. So it is great to see this large contingent of paddlers out here in Plattling, Germany.
And a thumbs up from head judge again. So we'll have our next paddler beginning very shortly. That's still, we're on bib number 147. So this is Reimer Stauffenburg from Germany dropping into the feature. Looking for that entry, but just flushing off the back. Again, plenty of time left on the clock, so we'll be charging back up the eddy, trying to score a few more points.
As he charges back up here, cheer him on, as we're going to see him just getting back onto the feature now. Let's see what he's got for us. Right away, looking for a loop, pulls it over nice and straight. Not getting huge pop there, boat just slightly out of the water, so he may or may not get his air bonus on that. Looking for a Space Godzilla to the right, getting some pretty good pop on that. We'll see what the judges have to say about the rotation. It wasn't quite all the way around as he's going for that McNasty. Pulling it around, setting up again. Let's see what else he's got going. Going for a Felix in the hole there. We haven't seen one of those yet. Surprised to see that here, but he almost looked like he probably pulled it around. Let's see what the judges have to say about that when his score comes up here on the scoreboard.
I've heard, well, from me and my friends at least, we think Felixes are often a bit of a controversial move in hole boating. Anything to say about that, Matt?
Well, it's on the score sheet, and there is points beside it, so if you do it and you score it, good for you, because, well, points are points at the end of the day.
So we've got our next paddler dropping in. This should be Friedrich Hack, also from Germany. Looking for an entry one, but not quite getting it, so needed a little bit faster on that roll to get up on the feature before flushing all the way through.
Yeah, we've seen a few flushes here on the entry moves. The really retentive part of the hole isn't very wide, and if you're not accurate on it, you can definitely flush off. As we see him back up here on the feature, some great camera angles from our camera crew here. As he sets up, oh, getting it, unfortunately catching his tail there, rolling up. Another flush. I think he's going to save his energy for his second run as we hear that 10-second buzzer going off in the background.
So for our first heats, everyone is getting 2 runs, and it's the sum of their scores that counts. And at the end of the day, we'll be totaling up all of those scores, and whoever ends up with the highest total score from their 2 runs should be going through to the next round.
Absolutely. Currently in third place at the moment is Theo from Ireland with 623 points, Ole from Germany with 956 points, and Lucien from France with 1,166 points, being our current leader.
Matt Stevenson now dropping in. Again, super solid competitor, lovely guy. Entry move there. Oh, going for a big loop, love to see it. Setting up for that Luna, maybe even trying to link it into some cartwheels and a split wheel. Throwing a few more ends, cartwheels on the other side, back paddling to try and retain.
Well, solid ride here. Definitely almost flushed there, but a strong back paddle as he's going for a tricky woo. First one of those we've seen this morning, into some more cartwheels. Definitely keeping his boat moving and staying on the feature. Really strong paddler here. The Brits are all very strong in the holes. Training a lot in Nottingham, where we had our Worlds in 2022. As he's throwing it around here, nice McNasty right at the buzzer. He's going to go for a Phonics after the buzzer to just show off a little bit. That was a great first ride from Matthew Stevenson.
So something you may not realize from watching that ride, but Matt is primarily a C1 paddler. This is his first time competing in K1 in, I think, about 6 years.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive that he's out there doing both, showing that he's got a lot of skill here in whitewater.
So we'll be back up to the top of the start list again. So it should be Valentin from France coming next. Have we got anything in his athlete bio? So Valentin Parasma, aka Josh, coming up.
Valentin wearing bib 123, representing France. All right. Looks like the judges are collaborating about the last ride, seeing what's going on, checking their watches to make sure we're running on time, as our next paddler is ready in the eddy, ready to go.
So that was a huge ride from Matthew Stevenson, scoring 803 points there, putting him in second place just behind Philip and just ahead of Valentin, who scored 540 his first time round. He'll be looking to improve on that for his next ride.
All right, our next paddler is dropping in, Valentin of France. He makes his way right into a nice McNasty. Setting up, trying to do some rockababies to get high on there. Nice big Space Godzilla into a cartwheel to the left. Trying to spin around, looking for that McNasty. Pulling it around, getting a bit of pop there, getting his boat up and out of the water. See a little bit of air under him there as he goes into a nice snappy loop. As he sets up high on the foam pile here. Drops his nose in, going for a Space Godzilla. Definitely getting some pop here. Nice light paddler getting some air under his boat into some cartwheels. And just flushing off right at the end there, using most of his time on the wave.
Some incredibly stylish moves there. Real textbook executions of those moves. And some nice big amplitude for some of those air moves as well. Again, one of our favorite things to see. So Valentin's favorite kayaker apparently is Dane Jackson and James Bevington. So Pringle, for those of you guys who know him. I don't think he's here this year, but
I saw one of Pringle's boats walking around. It said Pringle on the bottom. So, you know, he's here in spirit for sure. Dane Jackson's here in spirit as well. He is over here in Europe. I bumped into him yesterday in the Munich airport. He said to send his best. He's our current reigning world champion, but unfortunately isn't able to join us here in Plattling. As next up, we've got Philip of Austria on deck, 164, getting ready to go. All right, our next paddler, Philip of Austria on deck, getting ready to go. There he is. Ready to go, bib 164. He's going to drop it in from above as we wait for Valentin's score to come in from the last ride there. Sorry. Yeah, and bib 164, Philip on deck.
Rocking that kind of Avatar The Last Airbender looking helmet. Love to see it. Apparently his favorite food is Wiener Schnitzel, and his favorite music is techno. So kind of living up to a lot of Austrian stereotypes.
I can remember going to Austria back in 2002, 2003 for World Cups and World Championships in Graz. As Philip drops in to the feature, trying to get his entry move on the board, get some points right away as he goes for a lunar orbit. Paddling strong back into the feature. Gets set up, looking for the McNasty. Maybe not quite getting it around within 20 degrees of upstream as he's trying to set up for the McNasty in the other direction. A lot of people you'll see using a spin to get the momentum going into the McNasty like he just did there, pulling it around. As he sets up high on the foam pile now, he's going to go for a loop, getting nice
Absolutely
pop on
huge.
that. Getting some amplitude, maybe a huge bonus. We'll see what the judges have to say. Unfortunately, catching a bit of an edge there and flushing off just a little bit before the end of his ride. All right, we're waiting for Philip's score to come up as he makes his way into the eddy here in Plattling. Looks like we're going to have a lovely day. It's starting to warm up a little bit of fog and a cool start to the morning. But looks like it's going to be a great day. Hopefully the showers hold off in the afternoon.
So total of 1,256 points for Philip there.
All right. Next up, we've got Remar of Germany.
Sorry, I think it's Fabian Lenz coming up first, actually.
Oh,
And
thanks,
he's-
Max. You are correct. 100, bib 100. Fabian Lenz dropping into the feature with a nice big McNasty to get things started. He drops in. Oh, getting a nice loop. Carves over, sets back up. Going for another McNasty move as he sets up. He's going to try and do it again. I love all the German paddling gear with the yellow and red colors.
Yeah, I'm going to say I absolutely love the graphics on the bottom of his boat too. Get to see them when he does these lovely high amplitude moves like that lunar orbit we just saw there. And a Phonics.
Definitely having a solid ride here. Going for the Phonics in the other direction. Just maybe retaining the feature as he flushes off the back. We'll have to see. He did stabilize himself on the top of the wave there, so the judges may give him that last move before he found it.
Fabian there should be very happy with that ride though. A lot of moves and a lot of them scored with, well, likely to be scored with air. We'll have to see what the judges give him, but I'm impressed certainly.
As Max said, it's up to the judges, not what we have to say in here. The judges make the final call. Yeah, so that was a great ride by Fabian from Germany. Here in Germany now, in Plattling. We've got lots of German paddlers out here. Open event here at World Cup #1. So lots of German registrants trying to throw their hat in the ring here. And next up we have bib 147, Remar from Germany.
Also known as Nemo according to his athlete bio.
All right, there he is. Getting ready to go here as he's going to make his way down into the feature.
So apparently Plattling is Reimar's favorite spot, so I'm hoping to see some good moves from him for this ride.
Drops in right into a wing over, looking maybe for that entry 2 on the scoreboard as he's trying to set up, surfs over to the surfer's right shoulder to get high on the foam pile. Maybe a little too high as he's working his way back in. Some strong paddling there into a nice big loop, getting a good amplitude on of it.
We saw him keeping his hands clear of the water, so we've been looking for that clean bonus.
As over into a Space Godzilla. As he sets back up, maybe trying to spin into a McNasty there, but not quite getting around as his nose catches a bit of water. Splashes up, unfortunately, getting a bit of a flush. And let's see if he's still got enough time. No, that'll be it for Remar's second ride here in the men's heats. This is heat number 2 of the men's K1 here in Plattling, Germany. On deck should be bib number 70, Frederick, also from Germany.
So our next paddler coming up is Frederick Hack from Germany. Again, no athlete bio, and I will say to all the athletes out there, if you don't fill in your bio, that gives us license to make stuff up about you. So Frederick's favorite food is Hawaiian pizza. Absolutely loves pineapple on pizza.
As he's dropping into the feature here, we're in bib number 70, looking for a bit of a wing over, but not quite getting it, getting a flush right through the feature. He's going to charge back into the eddy. Of course, because he flushed off right away, he's got a ton of time left as he's charging his way up the eddy. And drops in, going right into a loop.
And
Big cheering contingent over there in the grandstands for Frederick. We can hear lots of cheering in the background, which is great to hear. As unfortunately he flushes off, he's in the wave. He gives a big paddle fist pump to the sky, as that'll be it for his second ride.
Looks
here.
like Frederick here is a real crowd favorite. So I have to say that loop was very nicely executed. We'll have to see if the judges give it to him because of that flush at the end. But the angle was nice, the air was nice. He should be very happy with that.
That's right. On deck from Great Britain, we have Matthew Stevenson wearing bib 148. From what I hear, this guy's paddling K1 and C1 and is quite good at both, making the British team, very strong British team here in Plattling. The Brits always seem to have a very, very strong team and are medal contenders. All right, there's Matt Stevenson just making his way over towards the feature. As he's dropping in from above, you can see the train here in Plattling making its way across the river as Matt's in with a beautiful wing over right into a loop. Not
Possibly
wasting any time. Maybe getting air bonus on that as he goes trying to set up into a orbit, linking it right into a cartwheel. Into cartwheels to the left, doing a nice split wheel, and cartwheels back to the right as he sets up nice and high on the feature, going into a tricky woo. Interesting rotation on that last end of the tricky woo there as he sets back up, trying for that McNasty, but not quite pulling it around. Looking good as he catches a bit of an edge there. Working his way back into the top, going for that Phonics monkey to the other direction, right on the buzzer. Not quite getting it, but getting an interesting little bow sink there for a pop.
So pretty much whatever Matthew scores here, it's going to be high, and it's going to put him high up on the board. His first ride was 803 points, and our leader for this round was Valentin with 1,433. So we'll see if Matt's second ride was enough to displace him.
That's right. So that was our last paddler here in heat number 2.
While we still got Matt on the camera, I want to say he's against a bit no athlete bio, but I will say for him, I was talking about this with my friend Amy recently, and we have decided he's the person you would most likely to see randomly turn up in your house. You can have more details on that later.
That's right. So we should be moving on soon to heat number 3 of the men's K1 surface boat. And we've got Robert from Ireland, Finn from Germany, Luke from Canada, Takaru from Japan, and Ben from Great Britain.
So our last score has just come in. That was 420 points for Matt. So that means the second heat as results were as follows. We have Frederick in last place, Aymar in second to last. In fourth, it's Matt Stevenson. Third, Fabian Lenz from Germany. Second, Philipp Windisbacher from Austria. And first, Valentin Preismer from France. Fantastic performances all around, and our next heat is just starting.
And looks like that's Robert Greery of Ireland. As he sets up, nice big, looking for an entry McNasty, but pulled it maybe around into a cartwheel there as he sets up for a Space Godzilla. Carving over to the surfer's right side, dropping his nose in, going for a loop. Having a nice dynamic ride to get things started here as he drops in again. Big Space Godzilla, getting lots of air on that. But unfortunately catching a bit of an edge and flushing off as he's pushed fairly far down in the eddy. I'm not sure if he'll have enough time to get back up. It looks like he's going to give it a try as he's charging into the eddy. Solid start here for Robert of Ireland.
So Robbie's another one of our all-star all-round paddlers, paddling in K1 and C1. Just initiated that McNasty on the buzzer, so there's a chance he may be able to score some points for that.
All right, great run from the Irishman here in Plattling, Germany. Next up, we've got one of the German countrymen, Finn Krossek, up next. We're in bib number 96. We'll see him on the water in just a moment. As we wait for Robert's score to come in. The Irish definitely have a strong team here in Plattling, and the last couple of Worlds have definitely shown some improvement over the last couple of years. Looks like Finn's making his way down in the lower eddy. He's going to start from the lower eddy. And as he makes his way onto the feature, dropping in with his first move, going for a loop right off the bat. Definitely getting some good pop, maybe a bit of air as well. As he sets up here, dropping in into some cartwheels. Maybe lifting his paddle there, looking for a bit of clean as he gets some spins. Getting some lower scoring moves on the board, but still points as he goes for a Space Godzilla to the left. Sets up again onto the surfer's right shoulder. Dropping in. Trying to get his nose down, trying to get it going. Clean cartwheel into a split wheel.
So, Finn wrote as one of his favorite moves was the super clean split wheel. So I would love to see that in one of his rides. One of the challenges we see for these cartwheels is that they have to be scored with the boat at over 45 degrees angle to the horizontal. If they don't have enough angle, they won't score. So Finn here, his favorite food is apparently pancakes, which is very convenient for me because my friend bet me if I mentioned the word pancakes 3 times on air, he'd buy me a beer. So for that, pancakes.
They're usually good for breakfast. Just getting asked here from the host organizing committee in the ICF that if we can get men's K1's heats 4 and 5 up to the boat check-in. Men's heats 4 and 5 to boat check-in. Awesome. Next on deck, we should have from Canada, Luc Martin, one of the French Canadians. He's a longtime Canadian paddler. Over here with a few other Canadians having a good time. This guy's built a feature right in his own backyard, which is pretty cool, out on the St. Lawrence River, just outside of Montreal, Quebec. As Luc makes his way down into the feature, he's pulling into the left eddy. He's going to start beside the feature.
Handling that sparkly purple Rockstar. What a beautiful boat.
Yeah.
I think it's got some graphics on the bottom as well that we'll love to see if he gives us some loops.
Yeah, that boat built by Ed and Mariola at Murky Waters. As Luc's showing off what he can do in it, he's going to make his way over on it as he comes back in. Going for a big Space Godzilla to the left. Solid start to Luc's ride, getting some spins to the left. See what else he's got for us. He starts going for a cartwheel to the left. Definitely off to a good start for the Canadian paddler, Luc Martin, as he drops in looking for that split wheel. Looks like he's going to go for a phonics. Awesome to see those big moves being tried by some of these paddlers out here. Unfortunately, getting to a flush. I don't think he has enough time to make it back up, but he's going to save his energy for a second ride. Nice to see that ride from the Canadian Luc Martin.
I happened to catch a few of his training rides actually in practice, and I know he will be very happy with that performance. Something we've seen from a few of the Canadian paddlers early in the week at different water levels is a few attempts at wave moves, which is classic Canadian. I would love to see some of those in competition, but I don't know if the water level will give it to us.
I think there's the ability to throw maybe some blunts or roundhouses on the shoulders of the wave. Definitely the right one. Next up, looks like we've got Takaru of Japan as he makes his way in, looking for an entry move, going for that entry 1 wing over. Not quite getting it. We'll see what the judges have to say, as he did a bit of a roll into the feature there. Going for a phonics monkey off the bat. Let's see what else he's got here as he's trying to get set up. He's a bit of a side surf, working his way over to the shoulder, getting up high on the foam pile. Back up to the top of the foam. Maybe looking to get spin into that McNasty. There it is, not quite pulling it up and over to get the angles that he would need to make it score as he sets up into a loop.
Beautiful loop there.
And he's going to try and move his way in. And that'll be it.
So that's Takeru Endo, a.k.a. Tak, from Japan. Something our athletes have been contending with this week is changing water levels during the practice. So a couple of the storms over the last few days have brought the river up quite a lot. it's changed some of the characteristics of the feature for them. So that's why you'll see maybe a few of them struggling with their setup, struggling to get away from that green and get some separation so they can start to prepare themselves for their next move and get some momentum. 126 points for Takeru, so he'll be happy with that. And this is Ben Hickson dropping in. Very, very good paddler. It's going to be a big ride.
All right, Ben Hickson from Great Britain on the wave. Dropping in, getting spun around a little bit there. High on the foam pile, resets up, still in the feature. Going for that orbit, trying to do, or sorry, the lunar loop there, trying to get some of those link bonuses going. Huge amplitude and holding his paddle, trying to get that clean bonus. Going into the McNasty, into a lunar. Unfortunately, flushing off. 10 seconds left on the clock. I think he's going to try and get back up to the feature. Let's see if he's got enough time to get one more move in. Not quite, as he just makes his way back onto the feature. Solid start for Ben Hickson of Great Britain, as he's going to give us a few bonus moves here just after his ride.
Pretty solid first ride. I was a little bit worried for him there on that first lunar where it looked like he was about to get rejected, but he retained it. So spatial awareness is a key skill to these athletes. When they get upset by a move, something doesn't quite go the way they want, they have to roll up, keep themselves on the feature, exactly instantly where they are, and paddle in the right direction. We'll be back up to the top of the start list with Robbie from Ireland.
All right, Robbie from Ireland up next here. We're in bib number 64 here in Plattling, Germany. The sun is shining. The wave is at a great level. Some good flows. We've got a surfer over on the far side of the wave enjoying a morning surf. Great to see this spot here in Germany getting so much use from both the paddlers and the surfers. Our judges are ready to go. You can see Robbie up there in front of the sponsors board. All right, here comes 64 down towards the eddy.
So after our first set of rides for this heat, Robbie is currently in second place behind Ben. He'll be looking to improve on his first ride of 340 points.
There he is. He drops in, looking for that wing over into a loop. Nice snappy loop there. He's a very quick paddler here, able to throw that boat around as he's trying to get set up for that McNasty. Spinning around, he's trying to do that switch McNasty. Spinning into it, not quite getting the angles around. We'll see what the judges have to say as he's still looking to set up. Looking maybe for that McNasty in the other direction. Boom, pulling it over there. Much better angles on that one as he sets back up to the top of the feature. Going for a loop, unfortunately catching a bit of a flush as he rolls up.
And that's probably going to be it for Robbie's second ride.
We heard the 10-second buzzer just as he was flushing off. So he's making it away. There's the two buzzers saying that'll be it for Robbie's second ride here in Plattling. Hopefully we'll see him in the next round.
Some pretty impressive moves in that. I especially like I want to say it was the right McNasty.
Yeah.
He should be happy with that ride. Up next is Finn Krossig from Germany.
Yeah, one of the local boys. Also doing some squirt boating later in the day. As Finn is now on the wave, dropping in. Nice big loop. Definitely looks familiar with this wave here. Being one of the German countrymen, getting out here a fair bit, doing a split wheel into some left cartwheels. Going for the split wheel in the other direction. Getting nice tall ends in his cartwheel and split wheel ends. Looking for those ends to be above 45 degrees as he looks like he's trying to spin into a McNasty. He's pretty far out on the feature, still retaining it as he brings it back over here to the surfer's right side to set up into some more cartwheels, maybe trying for a clean cartwheel right there at the buzzer. Solid ride from Finn of Germany.
Almost looked to me like he went for a bit of a roundhouse at one point, actually.
It did. I saw that and wasn't quite sure, but yeah, maybe we're going to start seeing some of those wave moves on the shoulders.
So something
Looking
we've heard
pretty
from the
good.
judges is that wave moves will only be scored if at one point during the trick, the boat ends up completely clear of the foam pile. So we've got Luc Martin from Canada back on the wave now.
Yeah, definitely one of the flying Frenchmen here, French-Canadian, all the way from Montreal, Quebec. Paddling that great Murky Waters Rockstar V, or 5, as unfortunately catches a bit of a flush. His first ride was really solid from Luke as he's charging back up. I can hear some of the other Canadians cheering him on as he makes his way back up the eddy.
230 points in that first heat for Luke, so first ride for Luke. So we'll be looking to improve on that, but that's already a very good score.
And that'll be it for Luke as we see the multiple beeps signaling that's it for his second ride here in Heat 3 of the men's K1. On deck, we've got bib 59, Takeru Endo of Japan. He's wearing bib 59, going to be making his way down. Luke's waiting for his score down there in the lower eddy. Pretty happy to be here in Plattling, Germany. They've been here training for a few weeks. As we wait for Takeru to come up next, Luc Martin getting 106 points in his second ride for a total of 336.67 points.
So here comes Takeru from Japan now. We'll see him back paddling, so just trying to lose some speed so he can retain that entry.
Bib 59, Takeru from Japan, dropping in, looking for that wing over. Getting a nice and high and flipping over, not quite getting his boat out of the water. We'll see what the judges have to say as he's carving around, trying to get set up, looking maybe for a loop there as he drove his nose into the green water just upstream of the foam pile. Coming back around, trying to get a cartwheel going here. Looking to get set up again. Going maybe for a phonics monkey there. There was a bit of a crossbow that happened there. Kind of a neat move. Interesting style as he gets things coming and sets up backwards there. I think he's trying to look for that McNasty. And there it is. Nice pop on the finish. And that'll be it for Takeru's second ride.
Looks like he tried to initiate a phonics on the buzzer there, but perhaps a little bit late to be counted by our judges.
Yeah, solid second ride there. He gives a fist pump in the eddy. He's happy
He's
with
stoked
that.
to be here, and we all are.
Absolutely. Germany's beautiful. The host nation here. We're in Bavaria. Definitely had some breakfast sausages this morning to get us ready for a beautiful day. Lots of pretzels and beer to be had as we wait for Takeru's score to come in.
So we've
here
got our
in
last
Germany.
paddler coming up. That's Ben Higson from the UK. He's actually already in first place for this heat after only his first ride, whereas everyone else has had 2 rides to go. So I'm looking for a solid ride here. We're just about to see him drop into the feature. Can't quite see him out of our window yet. There he goes.
All right, Ben Higson making his way into the wave here, the River Azar in Plattling, Germany, right away into a solid McNasty. Massive loop. I definitely think that's going to get him a huge bonus. As he sets up again, going for the McNasty. Let's see what he's got for us here. He goes for a lunar, pulling it around into some cartwheels to the right. Sets up nice and high on the foam pile. Going for a lunar, linking it into the loop. Unfortunately, right off the top of the foam pile, not quite finishing off that loop there. Really looking for those loop or link bonuses which really multiply the scores to get those high scores that you're going to see. The top guys that'll be on the top of the podium will definitely have lots of links as he tries for that link bonus right at the end there. Solid finish to Ben Higson's ride.
And a back loop just to celebrate. Back loop to a pop out.
Yeah, Ben just showing off a little bit at the end there. Great to see the sportsmanship from some of these guys out there having a good time. And that's what freestyle is all about.
Ben will be happy with that ride. He knows he's on the board. He knows he's got it. Hopefully we'll be seeing him later in the competition as well.
All right, we're moving on now to heat number 4 in the men's K1 surface boats. First up will be Christopher from Germany. Second, Michael from Great Britain. Then Thomas from Germany, Michael from Germany, and Roman from Germany. Lots of Germans out there on the water. 4 out of the 5 in the next heat. Great to see the Germans coming out here at the World Cups, which is an open event, and that's why we can have so many people from one country out there. This is heat 4 of 9 in the men's K1. We're keeping the action going all day long, right till 9 o'clock this evening here in Germany, as we finish up with the men's and women's squirt boat classes in the evening. And in between the kayaking and squirt boating, we're also going to have the WC1 boaters on the water.
So our results for the second heat have just been finalized. In last place we have Tekeru with 273, which is a super solid score. Above that, Finn Krossig from Germany, Luc Matant from Canada, Robbie from Ireland, and Ben from Great Britain in first place with a staggering 1,520 points across his both rides. I think, off the top of my head, that puts him in first place for the whole day.
All right, so there's our next heat list up there with Christopher, Michael, Thomas, Michael, and Roman on deck here for heat 4 of 9 of the men's K1.
So Christoph Merkel from Germany dropping in.
I think that paddle he has is homemade, looks pretty cool, as he does beautiful wing over, getting his boat up and over his body. Sets up nice and high on the foam pile. Not quite able to get the move he wants, so he sets up again, dropping in for a nice loop, getting his boat up and out of the water, looking for that air bonus. Sets up again, going for Space Godzilla to the left. And back into the center of the foam pile, dropping nice and low, working his way back up to the top, looking for that McNasty. Not quite pulling it around as he makes his way back to the top of the foam pile, looking for a Phonics Monkey. Definitely getting the finish there, nice and tall, as he goes for a McNasty. Not quite getting the angles on that and using most of his time on the wave. And as he makes his way off, he looks kind of happy, gives a shoulder shrug to some friends in the eddy there.
Looks like that's getting towards the 300-point mark there from our judges. So a very solid first ride for Christoph. So according to Athlete Bio, his favorite trick is the cartwheel, but we didn't see any in that ride. So perhaps that's something we're going to see later.
Now, I'm glad to see some cartwheels making their way back into some of these freestyle rides. I used to do a lot of these competitions. The cartwheels were definitely one of my favorite moves back in the day when every end was worth points, so you do a ton of cartwheels to add up the points. We've definitely evolved since then. We've got a much more robust trick list, seeing some really dynamic moves, and we've seen a few of them so far today, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of them as we move through our men's heats and then into our women's heats after that today.
That said, I have seen a Wave Sport Triple X somewhere about on the water this weekend. I'm hoping to see it in the competition. Great to see some cartwheels in one of those old longboats. There is Mike Shaw from GB lining up, ready to go in his carbon Gigi.
Yeah, and we got Mike Shaw there in front of our sponsors board, getting ready to go. You can see the sun shining here in Plattling. You'll see the trains going by on the train bridge there, just upstream of the feature. Plattling has been a great host to us here. The whole town inviting the paddlers, lots of people camping.
Mike smiling and laughing as he's dropping in. We just love to see the vibes. Giving a salute to the crowd.
There you go. I think that was to us here in the announcing booth. As we make things.
Unfortunately, catching a flush on that entry. It looked like he was going for an entry 3, which I absolutely love to see, those bigger entry moves, getting points on the board early. But catching that flush, he's having to paddle up the wave. He's lost a little of time, but I think he can still pull this round. He's a super solid paddler. I've seen a lot of amazing moves from him in the past, and good.
There you go. That was a good Space Godzilla. Now a loop. Getting some air maybe on those as he drops in again. Going to go for another loop. Maybe trying for the Space Godzilla, but not quite getting any rotation. I like the... I'm not sure what's on the bottom of his boat, but yeah, looking for that lunar. But great graphics on some of these Gigi boats. Definitely an artist on what he puts on some of the boats. And it puts a little bit of that custom flair that the paddlers like on their boats here in the freestyle competitions.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different boats we've been seeing out here today. Like, I think a lot of the paddlers here are in those carbon Gigis with those custom graphics. We've also got some carbon boats from a couple of different builders for Jackson Kayaks. And up next we have our German paddler, Thomas Dimke from Germany.
That's right, you've got Hobson and Murky Waters making the carbon boats for Jackson, as we see another Jackson Rockstar on the wave there. Looking for a Space Godzilla. Sets up high on the foam pile again, dropping in. Looking for maybe another loop or Space Godzilla. Sets up again, high in the foam pile, dropping in. Nice loop, pulling it right over the top as he sets up on the foam pile again, looking for a Space Godzilla. As he makes his way back to the center of the feature. We got a great feature here. It is mostly a whole feature. You might see as he getting a couple of cartwheels into it, looking for a split wheel. Cartwheels back to the left, looking for a lunar right at the buzzer. Unfortunately, not quite pulling it around. And that was a solid ride for the German.
Some big points on the board already for this round. We've got 280 points for Christoph's first ride and 160-ish for Thomas. Mike's in third place with 150, so it's quite tight so far.
And on deck, we've got another German paddler, bib number 82, Michael Herman. Looks like he's heading out there right now. As he drops in, I'm not sure he got the thumbs up from the judges, but I think they're going to roll with it anyway. As he goes into a beautiful McNasty spin to the left. Going for a nice McNasty, pulling it right around. Solid start to this ride here. As he's going for a lunar, also pulling that right around. Really good ride here. Going for the lunar in the other direction. Into a Space Godzilla to the left.
Just holding on that brace for a second, but pulling it back and managing to, well, probably managing to score. Again, it's all up to the judges.
All right, here we go. Nice. Going for a big loop, holding his paddle up. That was a solid ride. He looks pretty happy with it as he finishes off with a little bit of a paddle twirl there for the crowd.
So Michael Hermann there, definitely a very, very technical paddler. Some really nice style on each of those moves, and you could see that he was really trying to exaggerate holding the paddle clean for those clean bonuses, making sure he got a lot of air and landed straight.
All right, it's definitely a solid ride. As we move next on deck, we should have Roman from Glassman from Germany.
Again, Roman's a paddler who's been around on the comp scene for a little while. I remember seeing him at 2022 Worlds pulling out some nice rides, so I'm hoping for a similar today.
All right, bib.
Hang on.
We got Christopher Merkel up next, bib number 110.
So just a correction to that, our last paddler was Roman, not Michael, we think.
And next up, we've got Christopher Merkel, bib 110, on deck, also from Germany. Lots of Germans here in this fourth heat of the men's K1. As we're getting things ready to go here in Germany, the judges are deliberating over the last ride.
Be quite a tense experience waiting in that last staging eddy. Just you get to spend there looking at the feature, waiting for that thumbs up from the judges. You can be waiting there for quite a while sometimes, and as an athlete, it's pretty nerve-wracking.
Absolutely. Being an athlete is always difficult. There's the head game, there's the physical aspect of it, there's the training, making sure your gear is ready to go, your paddles are good, your boat's good, your dry top's not leaking, everything, just making sure you're ready to go, get out there on the water, and most important, have fun. We're seeing some great rides so far here in our men's K1, many more to go. We've got our ladies following that. Then our OC1 will get out, which is a unisex class, and then we have our men's and ladies squirt boat to round off the day. As we're waiting for our next paddlers, we move up to the top of the order here in heat number 4 of 9 in the men's K1. And next up is Christopher Merkel of Germany.
So our judges seem to be still deliberating about that last ride. Could be because of the bib mix-up we had there. So the last ride being Roman rather than Michael, who was next on the start list. Could also be because there's a couple of moves they haven't quite decided on.
All right, Charlie's tabulating with the last judge there. Charlie Brackpool of Great Britain is our head judge here.
Putting that GCSE in maths to good use.
Definitely a stacked group of international technical officials, or judges as we like to call them, here from the ICF. And then at the end of this event, there's also a judging seminar so we can train some potential new judges for next year here and moving on into the future. The ICF working hard to make sure that things keep moving forward in freestyle. It's an exciting news with a new freestyle hub potentially happening over in Columbus, Georgia, where our last Worlds were last year.
And there's a thumbs up from Charlie, so we are ready to go again.
As we get the action started back here in Plattling, Germany, with the German paddler Christoph Merkel dropping into the feature right into a wing over, getting the boat up and over his body. Looking for that entry 2 on the scoreboard as he sets himself back over on the right side, dropping in. Nice loop. Getting pretty good pop on there, maybe getting a bit of air. We'll have to see what the judges say as he throws another loop. These moves can only score once, so he might have been trying for a Space Godzilla there as he tries again. Looking, maybe that was another loop. He's trying to set up again, looking for that McNasty, maybe not quite getting his nose to catch the water so that he can get it up and over.
Just catching an edge and flushing there. Probably not enough time to retain the feature, so he'll have to be happy with that. But it was a solid ride, I think.
Yeah, looking like maybe 180 points on his board before the score disappeared off the screen there.
So we'll have Mike Shaw from GB lining up next. So he caught a flush on his entry earlier on, so he may be looking to either repeat that entry or go for something a little bit safer, depending on how he feels.
Well, there is a little bit of tactics there for sure. If you don't have the best first ride here, when 2 rides and they both add together in our preliminary rounds, you might want to take it a little bit safer here on your second ride to get things, or, well, you might have the other mentality where you're going to throw it all on the line and go for it. So let's see what Michael Shaw of Great Britain has for us next. We're in bib 142.
Pumping himself up on the way down.
Yeah, so look, I think he's going to go high energy, throw it all out on the line here. He's got 150 points on the board, looking to better that as he drops in, getting that wing over right off the bat, retaining the feature this time into a nice loop. Sets up again. Let's see what he's got for us this time. Going for a Space Godzilla to the left.
Going
with
huge.
definitely getting big amplitude, looking for that huge bonus. Going for the Space Godzilla to the right. Retaining all his moves on the feature. Getting lots of scores going. Going for the McNasty, not quite pulling it around. And getting that pop that he was looking for at the end. As he's trying to maybe get some cartwheels going here. As he gets a cartwheel to the right. Going, looking maybe for a split wheel there. Setting up into a lunar. Back into a cartwheel. Well, almost a little bit of a face surf there. Not what he was hoping for, but having a little bit of fun with it. Double buzzer using his whole time. Solid ride from Michael Shaw of Great Britain.
Fantastic second ride. He'll be much more pleased with that. After the early flush in his first ride, his second ride looks like he was looking to just tick moves off the board, just going through the scorebook, move after move. Beautiful. Up next is should be Thomas Dimke from Germany again. Handling that blue Jackson Rockstar.
All right, as he's dropping in here, all the way from Germany, Thomas.
You say all the way from Germany. It's not that far, actually.
I know, I was trying to make some fun there as he throws a nice loop, trying to pull it up. One of the local paddlers here in Plattling is going for a Space Godzilla to the right. Dropping in, getting some good pop, looking maybe Space Godzilla to the left there. Dropping in again, looking for a split wheel to cartwheel to split wheel. Going for a back loop, not quite getting the pop on it, spinning out of it. As he sets up, looking for a Phonics. Kind of throwing his head under the water there. There's an interesting little spin. Gives a fist pump. He's happy with that ride. Bid 51, Thomas Dinke of Germany.
And throwing the paddle as well. Just about catching it too, which we do like to see. He's stoked on that, and he should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a great time here. Showing off what he has for us as we make our way into the next heats. Max and myself, Matt, will be bringing you the men's heats this morning. Looks like we've got bib 66, Roman Glassman of Germany. Solid first ride with 986 points. He has the potential, if he has another ride like this, to take the lead here.
I think that 986 point ride is possibly the highest scoring ride we've seen today.
And let's see what he's got for us now as he drops in. Huge entry loop, McNasty there.
Entry 3, beautiful.
Yeah, definitely getting huge bonus on it as well. Right away into another move.
McNasty.
Yeah, getting some spins going there. Up into the McNasty in the other direction. As he sets up again here. Let's see what he's got going for the Phonics. Pulling it around. Beautiful moves here from Roman.
Absolutely textbook execution.
As he goes
Phonics
for the Phonics in the other direction. Maybe dropping a little low in the rotation. We'll see what the judges have. Nice big loop. Holding his paddle up to show that it was clean. See what else he's got for us here. Going for a crossbow cartwheel.
Possibly would have been looking for that Phonics on the initiation.
Yeah, for sure.
And a spacey to the right to finish the ride.
Definitely solid ride from Roman. He's got to be happy with that. There's a big smile coming out from underneath that mustache.
Absolutely fantastic paddler with that beautiful technical execution of all of those moves. And if that's another 900 point ride, that will put him very, very high.
Definitely.
Probably in our first place.
All right, we should be moving on to Heat 5 now of 9 with Fabian of Germany, Sam from Great Britain, Matteo from Germany, Valentin from Austria, and Leon from Germany. should be on deck, in the water, ready to go here. Solid ride from Roman Glassman of Germany there. In our last heat, we're in bib 66.
So some absolutely incredible paddling there, but I do wonder if being from Germany has a little bit of a home turf advantage.
It definitely does. This is your home feature, but that also can put a lot of pressure on you to perform here at home in front of your home crowd, your family, your friends, all of that here. But that pressure didn't make Roman crack. He definitely put on a performance for us, as well as a lot of the other Germans are having great shows here in Plattling. It's great to see so many paddlers coming out, signing up, throwing their hat in the ring, and having a good time here on the wave.
Still waiting for the final scores from that round to be decided. They're just totaling up Roman's final score. I mean, there's a lot of addition to do. Those were a lot of moves, some big numbers. I struggle with big numbers.
Yeah, it looks like we're running on time here this morning, which is good to see. We see some of the judges maybe running to use the facilities before we get our next heat going, which will be the 5th heat of 9 in the men's K1. We will be seeing Fabian of Germany, Sam of Great Britain, Matteo of Germany, Valentin of Austria, and Leon of Germany.
You can see Roman there celebrating his high scores. As we've got the final total coming in, he has 1,790 points, and that puts him as today's leader. Mike Shaw coming in at 493, just behind him. 426 for Christoph and 406 for Thomas Dimke. So some good scores all around. Pretty high scoring heat.
Yeah, we're just passing the halfway mark here in the men's K1. The judges are going to take a 5-minute break here. All right, our judges are taking a slight break here in Plattling, but the action's going to keep going. We've got the men's K1 on the go now. We're moving into heat 5 of 9 in just a few minutes. We are running perfectly on time, maybe a few minutes ahead, which is great to see. Beautiful weather here in Plattling as we keep things moving along throughout the day. A bit of a long day because we've got 180 starts, which is a massive group of paddlers here for us in Plattling, Germany. They've done a great job here of organizing, getting the event going. Lots of great sponsors. The town of Plattling has always been a great host. The Volk Fest, Beer Fest is going on, so make sure you go check that out while you're here in Plattling. And don't forget, next year, 2025, we're going to be hosting the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships here in the exact same spot. This is a bit of a test event for that, as we have World Cup 1 here underway now, World Cup 2 later in the week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And that'll be our World Cup final, where we'll be crowning the World Cup champions of 2024. So just a few more minutes And we'll be getting going with men's K1 Surface Heat number 5. So keep tuning in, checking out the action. If you're here in the grandstands, make sure you're cheering the paddlers on as they put on their best efforts here on the wave in Plattling, the Rivière Isère.
So we've just had Jonas coming over to introduce us to some of the local German specialties. I've not had this cola mix before, but it's good. Spezi. That's how you say it like the locals. How it's called. Right.
I had one last night with dinner. Excellent. A little bit of a sugar boost after I did a red-eye flight over here from Canada to help out with the announcing and making sure the show goes on here. We've got some great announcers coming in and out throughout the week. So you may hear me, Max. You're going to hear Zach. Jonas is a little bit under the weather, but hopefully we'll get him up here announcing here again soon. But great day. Lots of paddlers. Big shout out to Thomas Henkel, our host organizing committee, here with Dank Outdoors, making sure that we're here. He just dropped in to say hello. As we keep things moving here, if you're tuning in from town, from around the world, we just have a few minutes pause here while the judges use the facilities, maybe get a beverage, and keep things going. Our head judge, Charlie, keeping everybody in line and making sure things move forward. I'm just being asked if I can have a coffee. I'm good for now. I've got some of this fizzy water is keeping my voice from disappearing as we announce here. I'm going to be bringing you the men's K1 for the rest of the morning. We'll switch up to a few different people talking for the women's K1, which will follow the men's. And then we've got the OC1 after that. And then moving on to, you'll probably hear me again for the women's Squirt and men's Squirt boat. I believe Zach Zwanenberg will be joining me for that here in the announcing booth. We've got a great view just upstream of from the judges here in Plattling. And it's a beautiful spot. The surfers using the other side of the wave. And a lot of fun. The campground just downstream where all the athletes are hanging out. So should be getting things going here in just a few minutes. I think Charlie's looking at his watch. Alex from the ICF making sure that things are going to get going here. And I'm hearing 3 minutes from Alex. Thank you, Alex. We'll be getting going in just 3 more minutes. You can see our grandstand there. A few people cheering things on early here in the morning. We got started about an hour and a half ago at 7 o'clock in the morning, which is a very early start for the freestyle paddlers. But that's okay. We've got a record number of entrants here for a World Cup, which is great to see so much participation. I think the new hashtag is going to be Freestyle's Not Dead.
Definitely. It's a real resurgence in participation for freestyle lately, since the pandemic actually, which obviously during the pandemic, everything was pretty chill for a few years. Couldn't run any events, and now we're back in full force.
2 more minutes until we get going. 2 more minutes till our paddlers are on deck. Our first paddler will be bib 153, Fabian Tosh of Germany. Second after that will be bib 169, Sam Wilson of Great Britain, followed by Matteo Neubauer of Germany, Valentin Bergel of Austria, and Leon Jorel Stormer of Germany to round off our 5 in the next heat. We should be getting going in about a minute and a half here. We'll have our next paddler on the water, bringing you the action of the men's K1 surface boats here from Plattling, Germany. We've got a lovely day going on. Hopefully the showers that are forecasted for this afternoon hold off so that we can keep things going.
Well, it's a freestyle event, and freestyle paddlers barely know the meaning of the word shower.
Well, there you go. It's been raining on and off all week is what the athletes have been telling me, which is good and bad. It brought the feature back up to a much preferred level from what I'm told. We have 1 minute until we're back on the water. So I think the athletes are happy that we have the water, but they weren't happy that it was raining on them if they were camping.
100%, and especially if you need to dry your kit. If you haven't brought enough sets of thermals to have a dry one every day, then the rain makes a big difference to your training, because you're training in wet kit. It's may not sound like a big deal, but for the head game, it's a lot harder to motivate yourself when you're already soaking wet at the start of your session.
Well, being Canadian, and a lot of our waves and stuff are in just after the ice melts, and there's still snow on the ground. Putting on cold, wet, and even sometimes frozen gear is never fun. But we're getting things ready to go here. Our next paddler is on deck. This is going to be heat 5 of 9 of the men's kayak surface. All right, paddler is dropping in. This is Fabian of Germany.
So Fabian here is apparently the current reigning German champion, so we should be seeing some big things from him.
All right, let's see what he's got for us as he makes his way onto the wave. Bib 53, nice entry. Maybe looking for that entry McNasty, looking for the score of the entry 3 into a nice McNasty. Very snappy finish to that. Sets up, he looks like he's favoring the left side into a lunar orbit, dropping his tail in, looking for a loop as he goes for another McNasty. Oh, he's flushing high on the foam pile.
It's really tidy technique on those moves that he did score. He'll be looking to take off a few more of them as his 10-second buzzer is just about to go.
There it is, 10 seconds left on the clock. Time to get a few moves in as he goes for that Phonics monkey, dropping in for a loop. And right at the buzzer, going for that Space Godzilla, but I think it's after the buzzer. We'll see what the judges say. The score up on the board there is 610, but that may change. That's not the official score that we see on the screen there now as it disappears. We'll see what the judges tally up, but solid first ride for Fabian.
Yeah, pretty high score. Up in the 600s will be very good. Even if that drops a little bit, it'll be still putting him higher up on the board. Maybe not quite safe yet to qualify for the next round, but with a solid second ride, I reckon he's going to be in a good position. And thumbs up from our head judge again. So our next paddler, Sam from the UK, is going to come down.
Sam, a solid paddler, been on the UK team for a number of years, been to quite a few world championships, saw him training around the world. Here he goes, big smiles to the judges. He drops in for a wing over. Ooh, catching an unfortunate flush. He's going to charge back into the eddy and make his way back up. I love the matching gear. Definitely showing off his colors as he goes for a nice McNasty into a flurry of cartwheels. Into, looked like he was looking for a loop. McNasty. Oh, catching another flush. He's still got 15 seconds left. Let's see what he's got here. He knew he was going to flush and charge right for the eddy. Back on the feature in no time at all. Let's see what else he's got for us. 4 seconds on the clock. Getting a cartwheel to the left. All right, solid ride from Sam Wilson. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it was what he was hoping for, but he's got one more ride. We'll see him back up here as we move on. Next on deck, Matteo of Germany.
Won't be the last we'll see of Sam either. He's competing later in Squirt, and he's got a solid record in Squirt, scoring a third place finish at the 2019 Worlds.
Yeah, 2019 in Sort was a really cool Worlds. Looks like we're headed back there for 2026, 2027. So Sort's always been a great host. So looking forward to headed back there as we wait for Matteo of Germany, who's currently on deck. The judges tabulating Sam's score there. Looking at each other, we got Charlie Brackpool of Great Britain as our head judge here for both World Cup 1 and 2. And then we've got Nina from Slovakia on the judges stand. We've got Dan over there. We've got Meg from Great Britain. So a great panel of judges here as we wait for Matteo of Germany to take his first ride here in the 5th heat of men's K1.
So Matteo Neubauer here is competing for Germany, but he wants us to mention that he's also a proud half Croatian.
Pretty cool as he makes his way onto the feature. Setting up, nice spin to the left, drops his nose in. Oh, catching a bit of a flush. I think he was going for a loop, but got spun out of it. Didn't quite drive as hard as he needed to, maybe into the green water to get that pop that he was hoping for as he makes his way up the eddy. If you're here in Plattling, cheer these guys on to charge them back up the eddy. Flush is never what they're hoping for. As he sets up again, looking maybe for a bit of a spin. Not quite getting the 360, dropping his nose in. Getting that, trying for that loop, unfortunately flushing off the back again, as that'll be it for his ride as we hear the multi-stage buzzer to finish him off, where we have Valentin, bib 42 from Austria, on deck next.
So this was Matteo's first time competing at a Worlds event, so he'll be very happy with that first performance, but looking to improve on it for his next ride.
All right, Matteo Neubauer is coming up next on deck. There he is. I like the colors of this Spade kayak, the yellow and purple. Kind of a cool mix. As Valentin,
here's some cheers from the crowds as he throws that entry two.
There he goes into a nice loop, spinning it around. Sets up, looks over at the foam pile. He's definitely trying to eye up the spot that he wants to drop in. The little window, looking for that McNasty. There's a great little pocket right in the foam pile that a lot of these athletes are looking to get into. That's the sweet spot on the wave as he goes for another McNasty. And if they're on that spot, they get a great pop up out of the wave for those, looking for some of those huge and air bonuses. As he sets up again, Valentin dropping his nose in, looking for that loop. Kind of falling a little bit to the side, not quite getting the angles he may have been hoping for. But definitely a solid first ride from Valentin Burgo of Austria. On deck, we'll have Leon of Germany, wearing bib 149.
Again, for Valentin, that was a first World Cup performance, but a very solid ride for a first World Competition ride. He's pretty proud of some previous kayaking achievements, including kayaking the Grand Canyon, the Zambezi, and also in Nepal. Next paddler up, that's Leon Stormer from Germany.
All right. Leon making his way out to the wave. Another one of the local Germans here. Wearing all the matching German colors, even his boat and helmet. Nice moves off the start. Huge loop there as he sets up again. Going for that McNasty, pulling it around. Nicely done. Sets up on the right shoulder. And going again into the McNasty in the other direction. Using those spins to fluidly move into the McNasty to keep that momentum going. Going for a Phonics monkey. Pulling it around. Unfortunately catching a bit of a flush there.
But making his way back up the eddy. 15 seconds on the clock, so still plenty of time to get some moves in.
As he attains right back into the feature, drops in. There's that Phonics monkey he was hoping for. And he looks like, oh, he was trying to maybe set up a lunar right at the buzzer, not quite pulling it around. Definitely going to be happy with that first ride. Leon putting on a great performance here in his first of two rides in the men's K1 heats.
Favorite move is apparently a split to Phonics, so I hope to see that in his second ride.
All right, moving to the top of the order, we've got bib 153, Fabian, on deck from Germany. As we wait for the score to come in, 721 points for Leon. That is a solid first ride. All right.
Favorite move from Fabian, apparently a wave monkey. Probably won't be seeing that this ride, but I want to say, shout out to that as a favorite move, because that's a difficult one to pull off.
Definitely. Wave monkey is basically bouncing on a wave, dropping your nose and doing a front flip, or a loop as it's commonly called here, as he sets up for his entry move. Looking maybe for an entry McNasty there, or an entry loop. Setting up right into a McNasty. going to spin it around, throw the McNasty in the other direction. Looking to score both of those, and I think he has, off to a really good start to his ride. As he sets up, looking for that lunar. Maybe trying to link it into something there, but not quite making it happen. He's going for a phonics, pulls it around into a loop right off the bat, getting tons of moves on the board here and keeping things moving into a Space Godzilla. Not quite getting a ton of pop on that space. We'll see what they say. Going for the Space Godzilla in the other direction. Into some cartwheels and looking maybe for a tricky route right on the buzzer, but not quite getting that second end rotation on the stern. All right, solid second ride for Fabian of Germany, looking to move up to maybe the top of the leaders board with that.
Again, a very kind of scorebook ride, taking off one move after the other, just moving down the scorebook and scoring a lot of points.
Well, that is what they're looking to do while they're out there. As Fabian is paddling away there, we'll see what his reaction is as his score comes in. These athletes are paddling down to the eddy, a little bit low in the eddy, so that they can look up at the scoreboard and see their score coming in. As he hops out of his boat. Definitely a solid ride there from the German paddler. As I've mentioned already, the Germans have some great German colored gear that they get to wear out there on the water. Fabian's score, second ride, 915 points, giving him 1525 in total. He's got to be happy with that as we move on next. Bib 169, Sam Wilson of Great Britain.
So Fabian's last ride, just putting him in just second place behind his fellow teammates. Sam Wilson just dropping in, making eye contact with the judges.
First ride for Sam was 96 points. We know he can do more as he does that nice entry wing over into a Space Godzilla. Looking for the McNasty, and there it is. This is a much better ride from Sam into a Space Godzilla in the other direction, into a loop, into a lunar orbit, linking it all together, looking for some cartwheels, looking for another orbit, but not quite getting there, flipping over, but still in the feature. There's the orbit as he pulls it around into some cartwheels as he throws a nice couple of cartwheels to the right, back to the left, sets back up to the top of the foam pile, into the phonics monkey. Going for the phonics in the other direction, not quite getting it. Just right at the buzzer, trying for the phonics again. Not quite pulling it around. Kind of shakes his head. Well, definitely better than his first ride. We'll see what the judges put together for a score of him. As you can see, our leaders board coming up on the screen. We got Roman Glassman in first place. Second place, Fabian Tosh. Third place, Ben Higson. Fourth place, Valentin Perezma. Fifth place, Philip Windesbacher. Some big scores up on the board there with Roman, almost 1,800 points combined.
That's super impressive. That's going to be tough to beat. But an excellent ride there from Sam from the UK. So he'll have been perfecting those skills back on some of the UK's famous features, such as Hurley Weir.
Well, the inlet gate there at Nottingham, where we had just downstream, where we had or just upstream of where we had the Worlds in 2022 in Nottingham, there in the middle of COVID, which was a great event put on by Paddle UK.
Yeah. Perhaps most famous in the UK is, of course, Chertsey Weir, where a lot of these paddlers will have honed their skills before going for, as Sam has written in his bio, a cheeky Nando's. So big shout out to Nando's for that.
There you go. You can see Sam talking to the coaches there.
So we see there, that's Mike, one of our previous athletes. Does a lot of coaching.
Sam's score for run number 2, 710 points, putting him at an 806.67.
Possibly the biggest difference between a first ride and second ride we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Matteo Neubauer about to drop in. 6.67 points on the first round. So looks like a few of the judges disagreed on whether to give him that spin or not.
All right, as he pulls in here, this is his first World Cup. The World Cup's being open events. We have lots of German competitors as he throws a loop. Oh, unfortunately catching a flush way off the river right side of the feature there. He's got a long way to make his way back into the eddy. We'll cheer him on as he makes his way back up to the feature here in Plattling.
So he's from Stuttgart, which is obviously in Germany. Not
back on the feature there. Let's see what he's got for us as he sets up for maybe trying for a spin. Moving back into the feature, going to drop in for a Space Godzilla to the left. Unfortunately catching a bit of a flush. And that'll be it for his second ride here in his first ever World Cup.
It's a good start in competition. He's, according to his bio, aiming for the World Championships someday. I hope to see him there.
Maybe it'll be here next year, because we'll be back here for the 2025 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships as we move on to our next competitor. All right, next up we got Valentin Berg as he enters the wave doing a wing over, unfortunately catching a bit of a flush as he moves on downstream. He's going to charge back up. He's got a ton of time left on the board with 33 seconds. Fortunately, he flushed on that entry wing over, so he will not score any points for it as he moves up to the top of the eddy. Dropping it in, going for that loop. Oh, trying to pull it around, but Pogo's a little bit on the stern, struggling to get up and forward to the finish. Still has 12 seconds on the clock. Maybe enough time to get one more move on the feature as he charges up and drops.
Couple seconds left. Let's hope to see a move.
There's the loop right at the finish into a trying to make nasty just at the buzzer there.
Another super solid Austrian paddler. Favorite feature, Mughal Wave. Very famous Austrian feature.
All right.
And this is his first World Cup as well.
All right. Valentin Bergel of Austria with 90 points. All right, next up we've got Leon of Germany, and he is our last paddler of Heat 5 here in our men's K1. After that, we're going to have about a 5-10 minute break until we move on to our sixth heat of the men's K1. But on deck right now, we've got Leon of Germany into a nice entry loop into a big Space Godzilla to the right, maybe. As he sets up, going for a McNasty. He's going to charge over to the surface right, looking to spin into that McNasty in the other direction. As he sets up. Boom, there's that McNasty. Nice amplitude on that, maybe getting a little bit of air. And he's going to drop in, going for a Space Godzilla to the right, into a cartwheel. As he sets up again, going for trying for that Phonics monkey, not quite getting the rotation. Let's see what he's got. He's going for a lunar orbit and just maybe retaining the feature on that orbit. We'll see what the judges have to say, but using most of his time on the wave for a solid ride from Leon of Germany. And that'll conclude heat number 5 of 9 of the men's K1 surface here in Plattling, Germany. We'll be moving on for a 9:10 start for our sixth heat of men, so that'll be in about 12 minutes. And in that heat, we've got bib 99, Andreas from Germany, Gabrielle from Peru, Caleb from the United States, Stefan from Germany, and Thomas from Ireland. We're taking a few minute break here to catch our breath, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to start heat 6 of 9 of the men's K1. Once men's K1's done, we'll be moving right into the women's K1. And then after that, we've got our OC1, and then our Squirt women's, and then men's Squirt to finish off the day.
Some impressive rides in that last round, So Leon Sturmer's last ride, or Sturmy as he likes to be called, round about the 600 point mark, putting him at a total of 1,455 points, just behind Fabian Tausch and just ahead of Sam Wilson from the UK.
Awesome. Thanks, Max. We're going to take a couple-minute break, guys. We'll be back here in about 4 or 5 minutes to get us wound up for the next couple of innings. Hold on. Lots of action still to come here from Plattling, Germany. back here in Plattling, Germany at the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup #1. I'm joined by Max here. As Matt Hamilton, we're bringing you the action here in the men's K1. We just finished up heat number 5. We're moving on to heat number 6 here in just a couple of minutes to get things going on the beautiful Isar River here in Plattling, Germany. An amazing event here. World Cup 1 of 2 is going on here Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We've got a training day on Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we're going to have our World Cup final, or World Cup number 2, where we'll be crowning the World Cup champions for 2024 here in Plattling, Germany. If you're here in town, make sure you check out Volksfex and enjoy some of the restaurants. I've heard there's some great ice cream, some pizza here in town. So make sure you check out Plattling while you're here. I've seen athletes out and about in town at some of the cafes and stuff, enjoying themselves as we keep the action going here on the wave till 9 p.m. today, one of the longest days I've seen in international freestyle competition. But that's great. We're getting things moving. 180 starts, 20 different nations, over 140 athletes have come here to Plattling to show what they have. It's an open event, so we have a lot of German competitors and other European nations here to make things going, but we also have some athletes from the US, from Canada. We have our first ever Peruvian athlete, which is pretty cool to see out here, and they're in the next heat here, which is heat 6 of 9 in the men. So that's Gabriel from Peru.
Great to see some athletes from some of these Canadas that don't have so much of a background in freestyle competition. Athletes from these nations.
Yeah, it is great to see them out here. Just getting the 2-minute warning from the judges stand that we're going to be getting things going here again in 2 minutes from Plattling, Germany. So if you're tuning in online, we're going to get the action started once again, and we'll see our show going. If you're tuning in just here in town and on the grandstand, make sure you cheer on the athletes on the water so we can get things going here probably in about 1 minute. I'm seeing all of our judges back at the judges stand ready to go. We've got our ICF officials overlooking, make sure that things happen. We've got a great host organizing committee here, hosted or ran by Thomas Henkel from Dank Outdoors.
Dank Outdoors has been sponsoring a few of our athletes in earlier heats as well, including Leon Stürmer, our last athlete to go. Up next we have Andy Leitmann from Germany. Again, another local paddler. His favorite spot is right here in Plattling. Favorite trick, the McNasties, so we'll see a lot of those in his ride.
I can understand why this might be your favorite feature. It is a great freestyle feature. The ability to do maybe some wave moves if you so desire, but it's a great hole. Lots of pop. It can give some huge moves. You're definitely seeing some great amplitude on some of the moves earlier in the day, as well as I'm sure we'll see a lot more. We've got a lot of stacked heats still to come. Some great athletes. Our first athlete about to come on the water, bib 99, Andreas of Germany. For those hockey fans, bib 99, a retired bib of Wayne Gretzky. But here we've got bib 99, Andreas from Germany online. Nice big loop. Oh, unfortunately catching a bit of a flush.
So interestingly, Andreas here is apparently the North German freestyle flatwater champion, which that's quite an accolade. They've got a lot of flatwater up there.
Fair enough. As he sets onto the wave. I love the graphics on that Gigi Prod boat. Spinning it around, looking for that McNasty, pulls it around. Oh, unfortunately, getting a bit of a flush there. He's got 4 seconds left on the clock. He's going to save his energy for his second ride here in Plattling. These athletes have 2 rides. They'll add the 2 together to see who's going to move on to our next round. There'll be a
guy's a high school teacher in Bad Essen, teaches chemistry and physics. So getting a little bit of that fluid dynamics knowledge in here to make his rides go big.
Yeah. All right, as we see those athletes paddling downstream where they can see the big Jumbotron screen that's set up just behind our booth. So athletes waiting for their scores to come in, and we can see what their reaction is of their scores. Our next athlete makes his way into the feature. Gabriel of Peru.
Huge cheers from the crowd there as he's looking to set up for his first move.
And he sets up, looking for McNasty. He's been in the development camp here all week, working on some stuff. Oh, unfortunately catching a bit of a weird edge there and flushing off the feature. Big crowd cheering him on to bring him up to the top of the eddy here to get back on the feature as quick as he can. He still has 20 seconds on the clock.
So when you catch that upstream edge, it is pretty much instantly going to flip you over, and that's an easy way to lose the wave.
Yeah, you're going to see a few flushes of people catching those, unfortunately. As we've got Gabriel back. Oh, unfortunately, flushing again. Not necessarily the ride he was looking for as he rolls up just downstream.
Getting caught up a little bit in those boils, actually. They can catch you out sometimes. Might take you a few tries to get a good roll in. 10 points.
10 points from his first run, and he'll be looking to capitalize on that in his second run. Next up, we've got Caleb Jones, all the way from the United States, wearing bib number 27. We've got a small U.S. contingent here this year.
Caleb Jones, also known as Waffles. You'll have to ask him if there's a story behind that.
Maybe his favorite restaurant is the Waffle House, which is big in the U.S. Going for that wing over. Unfortunately, doing it on a bit of a flushier part of the feature. And catching, he's still got a ton of time, 35 seconds on the clock as he paddles back up to the top of the eddy and out onto the wave. There it is, catching a bit of a flush, almost flushing, but still on the feature, going for a loop. Unfortunately, another flush there as he's in the eddy. He's still got 15 seconds left, which should be enough time to get back up to the top of the eddy. Let's see what else he's got for us here. As he drops in, gonna go for that loop again. Maybe a Space Godzilla to the right. Right at the buzzer.
He'll be
his
training for this in
reaction
his
there.
home feature, Sticky Hole, Alabama, USA.
There you go. So he's a Southeast U.S. paddler. Made his way over here to Plattling, Germany to try out the World Cup. Maybe get a little bit of experience with the hope of coming back next year for the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships 2025.
You can tell he's a serious athlete. He's put in his relationship status. He's married to the game.
Married to the game. Interesting. Next up, we've got Stefan of Germany. He's going to be starting from the top. We're in bib 35 as he makes his way in here. That beautiful red Jackson kayak going for a bit of a wing over there. Not quite catching it. A few of these athletes entering from the top, there's a foam pile pocket that is really fairly retentive. If you're not quite on it, it'll allow you to flush through, which isn't what the athletes want. As he drops in, going for a loop.
Nice tidy form on that loop, actually. Keeping it straight.
Nice and over. Those athletes need to land those moves within 20 degrees upstream for the judges to give them the score and add those points to the scoreboard. Let's see what he's got for us now. He's still got 5 seconds on the clock as he makes his way back onto the feature. Time for one more good move. Gets a spin to the left.
So Stefan Barwick here, super experienced kayaker. He's been in the games for more than 40 years. Some good results in previous competitions. Second in the Salsa Rodeo 2024 Masters competition. And previously 6th and 7th in the 2023 and 2022 Worlds respectively.
All right, next up, one of the Flying Irishmen, Tom Dunphy. Definitely been doing this for quite a while. He's a veteran of the Irish team, dropping into an entry McNasty. Getting some points on the board right now. You can see he's wearing an elbow pad on his left arm there. He chipped the bone on the end of his elbow, which I must be quite sorry as he's out there throwing his boat around, looking for that lunar orbit, going for a McNasty. Nice big snap, really throwing it over the top. Let's see what else Tom has for us. He's looking for the McNasty in the other direction. Oh, getting a bit of a flush. He still has 12 seconds left on the clock. Cheer him on as he makes his way up to the top of the eddy. He's still got 5 seconds left. Time for one big move. Let's see what Tom's got for us in the end here. Just at the buzzer, dropping in for a nice Space Godzilla to the right. And he's going to try it again. Catching a little bit of a bobble there. He knows his ride's over. He's going to surf his way out. Nope. Or he's going to show off a little bit more for us. Well done.
Trying to get into some cheeky extra training for his next ride.
There you go. Tom Dunphy of Ireland. Solid first ride for him. We got some points on the board. We'll see what the judges have to say about Tom's first ride, but we'll see him up there for one more ride in just a few minutes.
Always great to see the Irish team out at competitions. If you want a good night, you go party with them.
Yeah, I've known Tom for a while. He lived over in Canada, worked as a raft guide on the Ottawa River. Next athlete coming up from the bottom as we move to the top of the order, bib 99, Andreas Lietmann from Germany. Great graphics on his boat here as he drops in for a loop, pulling it over nicely. He's dropping in, cartwheel to the right. He can score most of these moves in both directions, so cartwheel you can score it left and right as he sets up for a spin to the right. Looking high on the foam pile, looking for that sweet spot. Maybe trying to spin into a McNasty. Not quite getting his nose to catch that green water coming in from the upstream. That gives him the pop to get it up and over. There it goes, trying it. Maybe landing within the angles. We'll have to see what the judges say. He's still... Oh, that'll be it for time for Andreas Lietmann of Germany, bib number 99. That'll be his second ride of 2 here in Plattling.
And we'll be catching him later in the squirt competition as well. So keep an eye out for that. He's got some good form in squirt boating, coming third place in the German championships.
Yeah, I watched them do their squirt training session last evening, and he was getting some great downtime. All right, next up, we've got Gabriel from Peru, our first ever Peruvian athlete here in an ICF competition.
We can hear the crowd going absolutely wild for him. He'll be looking to improve on a score of 10 points from last ride. So that would have most likely been scored as a flat spin. So perhaps he'll be looking for a flat spin to flat spin the other way. Possibly even some aerial moves as well.
He's back on the feature here, looking for the spin to the left. Nicely executed as he is out into the green area in the middle of the wave there. Dropping in, looking for a loop, maybe pulls it up and around, but getting a bit of a flush and a stern stall to exit the wave to finish up his second ride here in Plattling, Germany on our first ICF Freestyle World Cup of the year. And
just a little bit of carping action down there. We love to see it.
All right, next up we've got Caleb Jones of the U.S., bib 27. Just waiting for the thumbs up from our head judge, Charlie of Great Britain.
So we have Caleb Jones from Alabama on the wave right now. Quite an impressive paddler, actually. Impressive acumen. Going to score a few moves. He's looking to plug for something, possibly a loop or a Space Godzilla. Not quite getting the plug straight. So he'll probably be going for the same move again. There we go. Space Godzilla to the right. Getting some air. Possibly trying to even link it into another loop. So what we saw him throwing in the end there was a move called a Space Godzilla, which is a fantastic name. What that is, it's a, well, how do you explain Space Godzilla?
It's basically a front flip with a 180-degree twist in the middle. So they start by initiating your nose, to pop up in the air, they go do a front flip, and they do a 90-degree rotation in the middle of it, so that they come down vertical on their sternum.
Yep.
Definitely a solid move, high scoring. You can get some bonuses on that move, where you get the air bonus, where you get air underneath your boat, or a huge bonus, which is defined by the chief judge in the competitors meeting before as to how high up they have to be to score a huge bonus. So you can see some of these athletes getting really high up the water. And their next athlete, Stefan of Germany, drops in with 35, looking for the wing over, which they drop in and try and throw their boat over their body, not quite getting it the air that he was looking for. Unfortunately, catching a little bit of a flush off the back of the feature.
So with those wing overs, they can either be scored as an entry 1 or an entry 2, depending on the form with which they're executed. So with a little, without air, they'll typically be scored as an entry 1. If you're getting it a little bit more aerial, a little bit more vertical, then you'll likely see a score as an entry 2. And there goes Stefan hitting that loop.
Yeah, nice loop with that front flip in the wave. They're going to drive your nose under the water, using that force to then pop up into the air and do a front flip. Stefan looking up, seeing the clock, and realizing he's just out of time. All right, that was Stefan from Germany just finishing up his ride there.
So each paddler just gets 45 seconds on the wave to show us what they've got. And here comes Tom Dunphy of Ireland.
All right, Thomas Dunphy, bib 56, all the way from Ireland. The Flying Irish as he works into trying to do that entry McNasty, almost flushing off the back of the foam pile there, nice and high, as he works into an orbit and getting a bit of a flush. All right, Tom's charging into the eddy as he makes his way up. These athletes, when they fall off the wave, we call it a flush. And he's back onto that feature really fast, looking for that phonics monkey, which is the cross bow pivot into a front flip, looking for it in the other direction, going for a McNasty, nice big pop. Drops in, going for a Space Godzilla to the right. Drops in again, going for a loop. Right, the buzzer, solid ride to finish up there for Tom Dunphy of Australia, of Ireland.
Impressive ride, impressive moves there. Excellent form.
Yeah, Tom's a very solid veteran paddler of the Irish team, been at it a really long time. So we've got a great feature here in Plattling, Germany. Most people would call this a hole feature, where you're going to see the water pouring over and then rolling back in on itself, trying to fill in that void. That's what gives this feature its retentiveness. You can see the white foamy bit there. There's also a few green tongues which are a little bit wave-like, so you might see some wave moves like roundhouse or blunts as we make our way.
So we tend to distinguish between hole moves and wave moves in freestyle kayaking. Hole moves tend to be ones where we generate our air by plugging into the green water and using the rejection of the boat's buoyancy to try and get aerial. Wave moves, by contrast, often we get them by bouncing off the green water.
Yeah,
and here comes our scoreboard.
We can see our leaderboard up on the screen here now. Looks like our current leader is still Roman of Germany. Moving on to our next heat, heat number 7 of the men's heats. We have 9 heats in today's men's category. These athletes have to do 2 runs, which are 45 seconds long. And those 2 runs are added together to give them their total score to see who's moving on to the next round, which will be our quarterfinals of 20 athletes. And then after that, they move on to a semi-finals of 10 athletes, and then down to a finals of 5 athletes here later in the week. The World Cup is 3 days long. This is World Cup number 1. World Cup number 2 starts later in the week. We have a training day on Wednesday in between the 2 World Cups. so that the athletes can get ready for World Cup number 2.
So we might see that the reason for the training day is to give our athletes a better chance. Some athletes might only be competing in World Cup 2. Some might be competing in both World Cup 1 and World Cup 2. There's also a chance that the water level will be changing between the 2 World Cups depending on what weather we get here in Plattling.
All right, so we've got a few minutes here till our next heat. We'll keep the action going here from Plattling, Germany. Our next heat is heat number 7, which has Melchior of Germany, Jonas of Germany, Johann of Germany, Michael of Germany, Oliver of Austria, and Thomas of France. We have 9 heats here in our men's category, and then we'll be moving on to our K1 women's category. We are starting in 2 minutes with heat number 7. We have 7 heats of women to go after this, and then our OC1 will be this afternoon, then women's squirt, and then men's squirt this evening. And then we have our opening ceremony happening. So 2 minutes until we get heat number 7 of the men's K1 going here at our ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup number 1. So we have our World Cups here this year. Next year we'll have our World Championships. We alternate years.
Yeah, but one question we get a lot is what's the difference between a World Cups and a World Championships? So I think one of the key distinctions is that World Cups are an open entry event. Anyone can participate as long as your national federation agrees to submit you for competition. Whereas World Championships are a selected event. There will be a qualification event for each team, and each team can only submit a set number of paddlers.
All right, next athlete, who's our first athlete here in heat 7 of the men's K1 surface, is on the water.
Melchior Schwal.
All right, another German paddler wearing bib number 141. He's dropping in from above. Here he is paddling that Jackson Rockstar 5. Nice big wing over, really snappy.
Looks like he might have been trying to link that into the McNasty for what we call the Frenchie.
There we go. So you get lots of interesting moves and names for moves as he tries for a McNasty there, paddling nice and strong up onto the feature. Nice loop, getting that front flip. Decent pop, not maybe getting a little bit of air under his boat as he goes for a nice McNasty, really snapping that around. You can see he's a very strong, fast paddler as he throws the McNasty in the other direction. Surfs way out onto the green. Oh, unfortunately, he's high on the foam pile, getting a bit of a flush. Bit of a look of disappointment on his face there, but that's all right. He's still got another ride to go here, as that was ride number 1. Next on deck, we got Johannes Bowden of Germany. We're in bib 31. As we wait for the score to come in for Melchior, our leaderboard coming up on the screen there. Next
so Johannes will be dropping down from the top. Again, quite a well-known paddler. He's been around for a few years. Here he comes.
Nice wing over as he drops into the feature. Sets up here. Nice McNasty. Coming back around, looking for a bit of an orbit there. Drops in for a back loop. We haven't seen a ton of back loops today, and there's one there. Nice little back flip in a kayak. Who would have thought that that's a thing, but it sure is here in freestyle. Oh, as he catches a bit of a bubble off the back of the feature, flushing down into the eddy. He still has 12 seconds left on the clock to hustle up the eddy and see what else he's got here. He's got time for 1, maybe 2 big moves if he links them together as he goes for a lunar orbit into a cartwheel, into a split wheel. Now that split wheel may have been just after the buzzer.
But that was a fantastic sequence of moves at the end, and linking those moves together is going to give him some big points.
Absolutely. There's a link bonus that is added to the moves, which really, really adds up those scores. on there. You can see that split wheel to cartwheel at the end there, linking it all together. The split wheel is where you drop your nose and then you rotate your body and drop your stern to change direction of travel on the wave.
Johannes will be pretty pleased with that ride. I know he's done a lot of training. I've seen him quite a lot actually at HPP in the UK.
Nice. Next up we've got bib 61, Michael Frey, dropping in from above. That beautiful looking, I believe it's a Hobson boat, as he throws a nice big loop. Sets back up. Another German paddler showing the German colors. Oh, catching a bit of an edge, but still retaining the feature. As he drops in again, going for maybe a Space Godzilla to the right. Not quite getting the stern fully vertical. He's working his way up to the top of the foam pile again, hoping for a few more moves. Struggling to get things going here again as he sets back up.
Looks like he was looking for a McNasty, but just not quite getting the balance. There he goes, catching that edge and bringing it around.
Yeah, definitely set it up. Oh, right after the buzzer, huge loop.
We'll have to see if the judges give it to him. Because of the initiation being just about after the buzzer, I don't know if it's going to score. So each of our athletes has 45 seconds to put down as many moves from the ICF's scorebook as possible. Each move has a set amount of points, ranging from 5 points, which is the lowest move in the scorebook. That's a shove it, 180-degree spin one way to 180 degrees the other way, up to, is it 140 points? It's the highest scoring. That's moves like your phonics monkey, which is a 360-degree bow pirouette initiated with a cross bow stroke into a full 360-degree front flip. Moves are also eligible for scoring bonuses, which can really stack up the points. And here comes our next boater, Oliver Hepp from Austria.
All right, we've got Oliver from Austria on the wave now, dropping in. Nice. Trying for a loop there, catching a bit of an edge as he bobbles up to the top. He's going to reset and try again. Let's see what he's got. This time, there it is, going for that loop, popping it up. Maybe a bit of a rotation there to make it a Space Godzilla. As he drops in, going for a split wheel. Maybe he was trying for a tricky woo because he was a bit past vertical on the tail of his split wheel. As he sets up, he's a bit of a side surf, moving around on the feature. Going for another loop there. I hear some cheering from the crowd there as he drops in his nose just at the end of the buzzer there. Solid ride.
Which have a little bit of a rivalry here. So Oliver Hepp and has not filled in his athlete bio, but we have Valentin Burgel from Austria has written in his athlete bio that his only goal for the competition is to beat Oliver Hepp.
All right, we're getting a call out. We really need to see heats 8 and 9 making their way up to the boat check. So if you're in heat 8 and 9 of the men's K1, make your way up to the boat check. Our next athlete is getting ready on deck. That'll be Thomas Richard of France. And it looks like we've got the thumbs up from our head judge, Charlie. We've got a team of 3 judges and scribes and a chief judge working under the judge's stand, all overseen by Alex from the ICF. We got their athlete dropping in from the top. Nice big wing over. Getting it right up into a nice McNasty. Let's see what he's got for us next. McNasty in the other direction. Nice big pop on that one, getting a bit of amplitude, maybe getting huge bonus into a Space Godzilla, linking it into a loop. Nice big loop. Definitely getting a pop. We'll see if it scores that huge bonus as he does the Space Godzilla to the other direction, which would be to the left as he goes for a lunar orbit into a cartwheel, into a split wheel, looking for that tricky woo, pulling it around. We definitely haven't seen many tricky woos today, which is the split wheel into a pirouette on the stern.
Tricky woo is like tricky in name and tricky in nature.
Definitely a difficult move here on a feature like this.
One of the subtleties is also you have to throw it all off one blade, right?
Absolutely. So yeah, the same as a split wheel, which was that change of direction that we talked about earlier. Now this adds a rotation on the stern.
So Thomas Richard, who we just had, very good competition record. Formerly a Vice Junior World Champion. Sponsored by Gigi Prod and Cocotat.
Yeah, definitely having a solid ride as you see him over there checking out the scoreboard, which is just over there. We got a great setup here with the scoreboard, the grandstand, really nice judges' stand. Plattling is an amazing venue here in Germany. A lot of infrastructure around the river. Paddlers here on a regular basis. They host competitions every year, which has made for a great venue for these ICF competitions.
One thing I've been appreciating paddling on the water is warm and clean. So an impressive score from Thomas Richard, 976 points. That's again one of our highest scores of the day, I think.
As we move to the top of the order,
it's Melchior Strahl dropping in.
Yeah, bib 141 from Germany. Let's see what he's got for us. Nice wing over, getting the boat up and out of the water over his body. As he backs it up here, throwing that McNasty. Let's see what else he's got. He's surfing out into the green part of the feature there where you can see a flash of that dark green water. Nice loop. Maybe trying to hold his paddle up in the air to make it look like it was clean. See what the judges say on that one. As he backs up into the feature, a bit of a side surf. Looks like he's looking for that McNasty, pulling it around. Definitely having a solid ride here. As he drops in, looking for a Space Godzilla to the right. Let's see what he's got time for one more move. Looking for that lunar orbit, pulling, oh, unfortunately, flushing out on it. These athletes need to retain the move on the feature for it to score.
Super, super solid ride from Melchior Strahl there. We'll be very happy with that one.
All right, just a reminder to those athletes, if you're in heat number 8 or 9, you should be making your way towards the boat check-in and getting on the water. We are running a little bit ahead of time right now, but make sure you head on up there, okay?
We've got our next paddler readying up. That is Johannes Baden.
All right, let's see what
Germany.
Johannes has for us. Dropping in. Love the graphics on the bottom of that Gigi Prod boat. Oh, catching a bit of a flush off the bottom of the wave there on his entry move. He's got 36 seconds left on the clock as he makes his way up the eddy. Let's see what he has to show us as he drops in there. Nice orbit. Trying to maybe get it up in the air a little bit there. A bit of a spin. Trying to get set up for another big move. See what he's got for us. Looks like he's trying to spin into a McNasty. Not quite getting it to initiate. There it is. Pulls it around. Nice snap on the finish. Really looping it up and over. And going for another orbit. Into some cartwheels. Split wheel. Looking for a tricky woo right at the buzzer. Into a back loop. Wow.
Going huge.
Impressive finish to his ride there. I think the back loop might have been post buzzer, but that's okay. It looked cool for all of us out there. Watching Solace ride, looked like there was about 550 points on the preliminary scoreboard there. We'll see what the judges tally up in the finish there, but definitely a great ride for Johannes.
Yeah, super, super impressive. Like I said, he's been training at HPP quite a lot, so that's a huge advantage a lot of the people who've been paddling in Britain have. You train at HPP, you become immune to all other diseases.
Yeah, I remember people talking about taking a shot of Jameson or chugging a Coca-Cola pre or post your sessions out there to maybe kill the bugs that got in you. But here in Plattling, we seem to have a little bit better water quality. We've got a very quality feature here, and lots of athletes getting ready to get out there and throw down. Next up, we've got Michael Frey. bib 61, also from Germany. This is an open event, so we've got lots of German competitors from the host nation here competing, which makes for a great competition. You can see the grandstands filling up there. Lots of people cheering it on. Got our sponsors board, and there's our athletes ready to go from above. We've got athletes dropping in from above and some choosing to drop in from the eddy just beside. The benefit of dropping in from above is that you have the opportunity to score that entry move and get scores on the board as soon as the clock starts.
Trade-off is, of course, you have the risk that if you mess up your entry move, you have the chance of flushing and immediately losing a lot of time to your entire ride while you have to go back and try and attain the feature.
Absolutely. It's definitely a competition tactic, but you generally see the top paddlers who are on the podium doing entry moves. As we see Michael Frey here now dropping into the feature with an entry move. Not quite getting that wing over up, but he did get his body in and he's still on the feature. So maybe the risk will pay off in the reward. And let's see what he's got. He's going for that McNasty, really slamming that tail down, but struggling to get his body back up and forward so that he can get back onto the wave, taking a bit of a flush as he's making his way up the eddy here. Michael Frey still has 15 seconds left as he reattains the feature, drops in, goes for a loop,
Possibly
getting a
getting some
decent
bonuses
pop
on that.
Yeah, definitely getting right up on there, getting a McNasty going there. Oh, going for the switch McNasty there, spinning back in the other direction. We hear the double buzzer in the background to conclude his second ride here in the preliminary rounds.
Pretty solid performance. So something we'll see from some of the athletes is when they start to flush a move, you'll see them try and sprint for the wave, sprint back upstream. And as long as they manage to paddle back onto the backside of the wave without dropping into the eddy, they're still counted as retaining and they will still score the move.
Awesome. Thanks, Max. We got Max here and myself, Matt Hamilton, bringing the action to us. We've got Heat 8 coming up very soon, Heat 9 coming up in just a few minutes. All right, so all right, our next athlete's just on the wave there, unfortunately taking a bit of a flush. We've got Oliver Hepp of Austria making his way there, back onto the feature as he drops in, throwing a nice loop. Getting some good pop on that as he snaps it back in, surfing around, trying to get set up again to drop in. Let's see what he's got for us here. Going for a Space Godzilla to the left. That's a loop iteration with the twist in the middle, the 90-degree twist. And into some cartwheels. Ooh, catching a bit of a flush right at the end of his time there. Nice ride from Oliver Hepp of Austria. Next up, we've got Thomas Richard of France, wearing bib number 133. You can see the leaderboard coming up on the screen there with our German Roman Glassman currently in the lead.
So all of our results are posted online. You can follow along live on the website. You should be able to find the link on the event page. So Thomas Richard, super impressive first ride of 976.67 points. He'll put out a second ride, but that first ride is already putting him in a very safe position for the qualifiers.
Yeah, so Thomas will be our last competitor here in Heat 7. We have 9 heats in total here in our men's K1 surface boat today. After the men's, we'll be moving on to the ladies, then the OC1, and then the Squirt boaters. We'll round off the evening until about 9 o'clock, and then we have our opening ceremonies and pizza party this evening. Our host... There we go. As we see Thomas Richard dropping in with a beautiful entry move right into a McNasty. Maybe getting some bonuses on those as he gets lots of pop up and out, going for the McNasty in the other direction. Looking solid here with a big Space Godzilla to the right. See what else he's got for us. He's got getting lots of pop, really getting his boat up. Getting that Space Godzilla, looking to link it into a loop there. Definitely was off to a really good start, catching a bit of a flush here. Still has 10 seconds left on the clock. So we hear the 10-second buzzer going here.
One more big move could do a lot for this ride.
Let's see what he's got for us as he goes for a lunar and linking it into maybe a cartwheel.
So probably not quite beating his performance from the first ride, but still a very, very impressive score. And it's going to put him pretty high on our leaderboard as it stands.
Yeah, that has potential to definitely get him into the quarterfinal rounds, which will be going on later this week. Yeah, all right, let's see what Thomas's score is as it comes up. If you are in Heat 8, which is Tamayuki of Japan, Leon of Germany, Nanase of Japan, Bartosz of Poland, Keiuzu of Japan. You should be getting ready to go and have already checked in with the boat check-in guys at the top. Make sure you go up and see Ned and Kipper and get your boat and gear checked so that you're ready to go. We are running a few minutes ahead of schedule here, so some of the athletes need a reminder to head on up and get things checked off and get ready to go.
Our first athlete up next is Tomoyuki Wakai from Japan. His favorite trick is the McNasty, so we'll see probably a lot of those in this ride. A McNasty is going to be a real staple trick for the rest of the day. So a McNasty, that's a trick initiated from a back surf with a 180-degree transition into a front loop that has to land straight within 20 degrees of upstream. So we're having a little break here while we sort some things out here on site here in Plattling. So we'll get things.
Yeah, it looks like we're about a 2-minute break here to get their athletes ready to go. Give the judges a little bit of a breather as we keep the event going here in Plattling, Germany. This is the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup #1. The action will be going on today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, and then we'll have a training day on Wednesday, and then back into the competition for World Cup #2 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to conclude our World Cup competitions here in Plattling, Germany. And then we'll be moving on to next year, where we'll be having our ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships here in Plattling, which has been a great host to us. Plattling has hosted the Worlds before in 2011, which was a great event. I remember a lot of people coming here and having fond memories of this feature and the town here in Plattling being a great host. I came here for an ICF meeting just over a year ago, and the mayor came out and we had a host. I met the host organizing committee, which is Thomas Henkel and Ann Sommerer from here in Plattling, and from Plattling Freestyle, which has been a great host to us, putting on a great event. They've put up an amazing setup here in Plattling.
The welcome here in Germany has been fantastic. Tomoyuki Wakai, our next athlete, has written that it's his first time in Germany and the food is great. He's been falling in love with sausage, potatoes, and especially schnitzel.
There's definitely that Bavarian food and influence here, but I'm surprised how much of an Italian influence is with all the Italian and pizza restaurants across town as well, and a lot of ice cream. Ice cream seems to be popular here.
I've heard some very good things about the ice cream place on the walk into town, but haven't checked it out yet, so that's one for later.
Amazing, yeah. And, you know, they've been great. All the host organizing committee just delivering lunch here now. They've got everything set up for us, which has been awesome. that this is happening. It's so much organization to put these events on. It's a lot of work. So a big shout out to them and a big thank you to the host organizing committees, putting in their bids and working tirelessly to make sure that these events happen. All right. So we still have 2 more heats of men's K1 to go before we move on to our women's. We should be getting going here in just another minute. Our first athlete out of Japan is Tomoyuki.
Tomoyuki from Nara, Japan. Famous for its deer, I think. Don't quote me on that.
It's great. Some of the athletes fill out a bio for us, and some don't. If you haven't filled out your athlete bio and you're an athlete out there, make sure you fill these in for us. So we've got some nice things to say about you and maybe a little bit about how you've done in past competitions. Some of these athletes we know, but we don't know all of them. Some of them are new. We see about a 50% turnover every couple of years in athletes. So we can't remember everybody. So make sure you fill in those athlete bios so that we've got some information about you to say here in the announcing booth as we get ready for heat number 8 of 9 in the men's K1 surface boat.
If you haven't filled out your bio and we run out of things to say, I will start making stuff up. So now this one is true. Tomoyuki Wakai, or Tomo as his friends call him, was 3rd place in the 2024 Japan Championship. So we should be seeing some big things from these rides. He says he loves nothing more than a day on the water, making big moves in freestyle. Absolutely.
I know that the Japanese team has always been strong at a lot of world championships. They've been sending athletes for years. As long as I can remember, there's always been Japanese athletes at World Cups and World Championships. Absolutely amazing. But one thing I will note is we've never gone there for World Championships, but we're hoping that's going to change in the not so distant future.
Seen some interesting stuff from the Japanese paddlers last winter, some of them actually making their own features.
I know we've seen that in Canada too. We saw Luke Martin from Canada earlier, and he's built a feature in his backyard on the St. Lawrence River by moving around some rocks at low water. So he has a feature literally in his backyard, and a bunch of the Canadian team people go there and train right in his own backyard, which is really neat.
I saw some photos of this weekend actually, and it looks like a fantastic feature. I would love to see some paddlers out there.
Yeah, it's great. Good to see the paddlers getting creative and making things happen, because it is difficult in our sport to have consistent water levels and consistent features to train on. So we should be getting things going here any moment now. You can see our heat list up on the screen next. So we've got Tomoyuki from Japan, Leon from Germany, Nanase from Japan, Bartosz from Poland, and Kayuza from Japan. So 3 Japanese paddlers in this heat. Great to see such a strong team here from Japan. We've got one of the crowd favorites, Bartosz, getting ready to go. He'll also be doing some announcing here in the announcing booth as the week goes on. He's been a great announcer, helping out over the years in the announcing booth. He's also got the Freestyle Fundamentals book out, which is amazing.
He's a fantastic coach, actually. He's worked with a lot of the paddlers you'll see out on the water today.
Yep.
And all around, great guy. Another honorary Canadian, I believe, as well.
Yes, he does spend a fair bit of time over on the Ottawa and is well liked over there.
So here comes Tomo, about to drop into the wave. Back paddling to lose some speed when he goes for that entry 3.
Yeah, looking for that entry McNasty. Got a little bit of pop. Let's see what he's got going on here. Nice big McNasty. Showing maybe a bit of a gymnastics background there, which definitely helps in the sport of freestyle. As he sets up. Trying to get a bit of a spin going there. Working hard to get set up. Looks like he wants to McNasty in the other direction. Not quite getting the verticality out of that finishing end. So have to see what the judges have to say. He's looking maybe for a loop as he drops in. Nice big loop. Maybe getting the huge bonus on that. Going for a Space Godzilla to the right. Dropping in, going for the Space Godzilla to the left. And that'll be it for Tomoyuki's first ride.
His goal
Definitely
for
off
this,
to a solid start.
his goal for this week was to pass the qualifying round, and he's putting himself in a good position to do so. So fingers crossed for him.
That's right. This is our preliminary rounds. The top 20 paddlers will move on to a quarterfinal, and then top 10 move on to semifinals, and then we knock it down to top 5 for a finals later on in the week here. But next up, we've got Leon Bast of Germany wearing bib number 38.
He's nicknamed LB to his friends. From Germany, but his favorite spot is Vengeance Wave on Uganda. That's a kind of new feature that's seen popularity in recent years after the dam was built that swallowed Null Special. But Vengeance Wave is back and it looks good.
I'm glad to hear that there's another feature over there. It definitely will be hard to beat the Harry Lemon and Nile Special, but it's still great to hear. Unfortunately, the Ugandan team had a struggle getting here and was not able to get visas to make it here to Germany for the World Cup. There were supposed to be 4 of them coming, but unfortunately that sometimes is a reality. All right, we've got the thumbs up from Charlie, our head judge, all the way here from the UK. As our first paddler, second paddler in this heat, Leon LB makes his way on right into, nice, getting things going, into a tricky woo, paddling that beautiful Hobson boat, into trying to McNasty, not quite getting the angle good and high. See what he's got, going for a lunar orbit, trying the back loop, really popping that down. You can hear the boat slam into the water here as he goes for it in the other direction. Going for a tricky woo, pulling it around, dropping in for a loop. And sets up again, dropping in, looking like another loop, into another orbit. Looks like maybe he was trying a lunar loop right there at the end of the buzzer, really using all of his time.
Sure looked like it. Lunar loop is always one of my favorite moves to see.
Absolutely. So the lunar loop is going for that lunar orbit, but on the finish, instead of pulling it through like a cartwheel, they put a little bit of extra rotation into it, slam their nose down, and do a front flip or loop.
So Leon will be looking to add another medal to his collection as a 2-times Eurocup champion, vice-European champion, and a 3-times German national champion.
Definitely a solid resume and a hometown favorite here in Plattling. Next up will be Nanase from Japan. I've definitely followed this paddler as he was a junior a few years ago in Nottingham, and then did really well in Columbus, Georgia last year at the World Championships. And here he is here in Plattling. He's a very fast, dynamic paddler and one to definitely watch. He's wearing bib 121. Nanase from Japan is up next.
Again, one of my favorite paddlers to watch as well. Zach and I were discussing this the other night. One of the most stylish paddlers in the game right now. I think he has a lot of potential, and it'll be interesting to see how he performs in the senior competition after his excellent results in Junior 2022 Worlds, taking the bronze medal in Junior, which was the last whole Worlds. And I believe he came, I can't remember what position he came in 2023 in Columbus, but it was high.
Yeah, he did very well. He's a very solid paddler. He looks like he might have some sort of gymnastics background. He's very, very body aware. Solid paddler. Definitely love the water swirl wave graphic on the bottom of his Gigi Prod boat. Just big smile and a wave to the camera here as he gets ready to go. Nanase from Japan has the thumbs up and will be headed down to the hole here in Plattling as he gets ready to go. Big stretch out. Drops down. Nanase with a nice wing over right off the bat. Trying to get set up. Going for a lunar orbit into a McNasty. Looking to maybe get that clean bonus on the McNasty as he holds his paddle up. Massive loop. Getting huge amplitude on that. Definitely probably scoring a huge bonus on it. Space Godzilla to the right. He's backing it around, looking for the McNasty in the other direction. Nice big snap. Really holding his paddle up in the air. Going for a Space Godzilla. And maybe trying to back loop. Not quite getting it. Kind of rotating out of it. And that'll be it for Nanasei's first ride here in Plattling. 883 is the score on
See him
the
holding his
scoreboard.
hand up there. He is pleased with that ride, and he should be. Absolutely huge air on those moves. I think probably some of the most air we've seen today.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's got to score a huge bonus. If anything's going to, that will. And definitely great. Huge bonus. Gives you a lot of extra points on your move, which moves you up the scoreboard. You can see our leaderboard there. Those scores are after 2 rides added together. Nanasei just had almost 900 points on 1 ride. So if he has another ride like that, he could secure the lead.
Quite easily, I think. Very impressive stuff. I hope to see another ride just like it.
Yeah, very dynamic paddler, very fast. He had a few moments actually where he wasn't throwing tricks, which surprises me for him because he's usually very back-to-back-to-back tricks. So I think for his second ride, he'll be looking to improve on that. As he watches his score come up on the scoreboard, it's 883.33 is the preliminary score right now. When you see a .33, that means one of the 3 judges may not have given him the score because they didn't believe that he got a certain trick. What trick that is, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't quite see what the final run was. 983.33 is going to stick for Nanasei of Japan. Very solid first ride. He's got one more to do here. 2 rides, both counts here in our men's K1 preliminary rounds. We are David McClure of Ireland, bib 107, up next.
Bartosz.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Did I skip Bartosz?
Yeah, this is Bartosz Kaldona from Poland.
There
Very,
he
very
is.
well-known paddler. We all love to see him.
There he is, Bartosz on the feature, just absolutely throwing down right now. Look, spinning around, looking for that McNasty there. Going into, that might almost be a back blunt there, the way he popped that down.
I was
really
not sure what he was going for, but...
Yeah, I'm sure too. I love that helmet there. It looks like a sun hat, but it is actually a helmet, and it is an approved whitewater helmet, which needs to be worn here by the athletes. As Bartosz throws a beautiful McNasty, setting up, going for the McNasty in the other direction, not quite getting the rotation he wants on it. See what he's got here as he drops in for a Space Godzilla to the right.
Nice air on
Space
that
Godzilla to the left, definitely getting some pop for some air as he goes for a nice rotation right at the end there, maybe trying for a bit of an orbit at the end of his ride.
I've seen a lot of Lunas from him in practice. He's definitely been sessioning that trick a lot this week. Maybe he's deciding the water level's not quite there for it because we didn't see that many from him in this ride.
Yeah, when the water's a little bit lower here, from what I understand, the feature gets more retentive, which means that more foam pile, more braking, a little bit of pullback to hold the athletes on the wave, so they might try some more of those moves like lunar orbits to make things happen to add up those points. As Bartosz is floating down the bottom of the eddy, waiting for his score to come up on the scoreboard. But definitely a solid start to Bartosz's competition here in Plattling.
Bartosz has not filled out an athlete bio, but we all know Bartosz. I will say, when I tried to find him on the spreadsheet, the only mention I got was from Nanasei, who says that Bartosz is his favorite paddler. But at least in this heat, they are rivals.
Absolutely. Bartosz's score coming up 740 points. Next athlete from Japan, Kazuya, starting right now. Bib 105, he's starting from the top, going to be dropping in from above, looking for that entry move as he enters the feature. Let's see what he's got for us. And he's making his way. He's back paddling up, slowing himself down, looking for that entry McNasty, looking for maybe an entry 3, not quite pulling it around, and unfortunately flushing. The athletes need to retain the move on a feature to put the score on the board for that particular move. As he's back on the feature really quickly. Let's see what he's got. Is he going for an orbit? Into some cartwheels to the right. Going for a McNasty. Big snap to finish that McNasty. Really spraying the water upstream. Getting an unfortunate flip, but stays in the feature. Nice big loop, holding his paddle up. Maybe looking for the clean bonus on that. As he sets up again for a phonics monkey to the right. And that'll be it for his move.
You can tell a loop has gone big when you hear the slap of the boat on the water on the landing.
Absolutely.
We definitely heard it there all the way up here in the commentator's box.
So you hear us talking about clean bonuses. A clean is when the paddle isn't, or hand isn't used to execute the move. They'll get a clean bonus on that move. And those extra points really add up. And a lot of times the difference between first, second, or third place has been just one bonus.
Oh, exactly. It can be very tight at the top, and you've seen a lot of these high-scoring rides from some of our best athletes today have had very similar scores around the 970, 980 point mark. So it really does come down to the last final bonus, and 603 points there for a first ride from Kazuya Matsunagi. Saw some really, really nice rides from him in training, so we're looking to see more of that later.
Yes. Next up, we're moving to the top of the order. Bib 160, Tamayuki or Tomo from Japan. Starting off his ride with a solid entry move. Let's see, struggling to get set up again. Nice McNasty. As he works his way around in the feature here, trying to work up to the top of the foam pile. With a little bit of edging, going for McNasty in the other direction, not quite getting the angles he may have been hoping for. As he sets up again high on the foam pile, he's going to drop his nose in for a nice loop. Maybe getting his boat right out of the water, call it an air loop. With the Space Godzilla to the left. Oh, trying the Space Godzilla to the right, not quite getting the pop. Oh, right at the buzzer, trying maybe for a cartwheel as he threw his nose down quite hard, using his whole time in the feature. Let's see what he's got for a score for that one. As we'll wait a few minutes for the score to come up on the scoreboard.
Throwing up the horns on his hands there. Crowd, a real crowd favorite here. Some big cheers we heard.
All right, we're working on ride number 2 of Heat 8 in our men's K1.
Favorite spot for Tomo is apparently Abu Hole, which I have not heard of actually.
I mean, me neither, but I'm assuming it's one in Japan. I've heard there's 3 really good features in Japan that work regularly, which I'm excited to hopefully someday be able to travel to Japan for a World Cup or World Championships. As next up, we should have Leon Bast of Germany. And there he is, bib 38, with a big wing over right into a McNasty, sets up into a lunar, into some cartwheels to the right. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there. Is he? Oh, unfortunately, getting high on the foam pile and flushing off the wave as he's now in the eddy, working hard to get back up. Cheer him on. As he gets back up to the feature, that's drops in right into trying another orbit. Didn't like that one, so he tried another one. That one looked a lot better. Into a back loop. Going for a tricky woo, pulling it around. Nice snappy move. Going for another orbit. Trying to link it into a loop, but unfortunately was a little deep in the foam pile and flushed out the back.
Really nice to see that tricky there. It's actually Leon's favorite trick, so I was hoping to see a few of them from him in this ride.
All
you
right.
can tell he's done a lot of paddling in Uganda, as his favorite food is the chapati.
All right, next up, or on deck, is bib 121, Nanase out of Japan, who had a solid first ride. as we wait for Leon's score to come in and see what his reaction is down there in the eddy. We've seen some solid moves there. These athletes are looking to add their 2 scores together here in the preliminary rounds to see if they're going to move on to the quarterfinals, which will be later this week. All right, he's all smiles as we got Nanase there coming into the screen. Up at the top, waiting to get ready to go in front of the sponsor board.
His favorite spot apparently is Kasai in Tokyo. I've not part of that. And we've just got a score for Leon Bass. That's 803 points. That is huge.
All right, Nanase's up on deck. They're getting the old bullhorns from him as he's ready to go. Very dynamic paddler as he makes his way in from the top. Settles down here onto the feature. All right, let's see what he's got for us. All right, Nanase in. Nice wing over entry move. Into a bit of an orbit, into a cartwheel. Looking to get set up here. Maybe a McNasty. Yep, there it is. Holding his paddle up to maybe say that he cleaned it at the end there. Massive loop. Also holding the paddle up, looking for the clean. So maybe a huge and a clean bonus on that loop. As he sets up again, going for the McNasty in the other direction. And honestly, a very dynamic paddler. Really gets a lot of pop on his moves. Space Godzilla snapping down that stern to really sell it to the judges as he goes for a Space Godzilla to the left.
The air on that was insane.
Definitely really getting his pop and really working on trying to get some of those bonuses.
And the lunar loop.
Lunar loop, getting that link bonus right at the end. Honestly, he's going to be really happy with that. 963 points, 996. We might break the 1,000-point barrier, which I think will be the first time so far. There it is on the screen there as that keeps going up.
Huge cheers from the crowd.
His reaction's amazing.
Broken 1,000 points.
He's really happy with that. I think we might have a new leader.
And you know what he's written in his athlete bio? He says, Mada Jozu na neru to omo. He says he thinks he can still get better. So we're going to see big things from this kid in the future, for sure.
Yeah, he's got potential to do very, very well. We may see him on the podium, but there's still a lot of athletes to come in this event that may have something to do about that. And our final heat is absolutely stacked with some of the top-rated athletes from previous World Cups and World Championships. But Nanase is showing that he's coming for them with an amazing ride here in Plattling. Let's see what that final score is. Should be up on the board soon as we have Bartosz up next, bib 49, getting ready to go. Nanase pretty excited about that. Pretty amazing ride from him. Let's see what we've got coming next.
Bartosz, again, a very solid technical paddler and a fantastic coach. Actually taught me my very first waveboating moves out in Uganda. I think my very first blunt was under his instruction. Yeah,
Bartosz has an influence on lots of athletes. I remember him at the Ottawa in 2015, and then he's been coming back the last few summers and then coaching around the world. But he's up next as Nanase hops out of his boat. He's got to be pretty happy with where he's sitting right now in this competition. And there's Bartosz getting ready to go in his sun hat. There he is, giving us a big wave. He'll be out here announcing as we go on through the week. Definitely very involved in the sport of freestyle, writing a book about freestyle, which I have a copy of on my desk at home, and I regularly look through it. Pretty cool to see that happening, and he's got some online videos and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Awesome coach and a great guy. So let's put our hands together for Bartosz as he gets ready to go. His first ride was 740 points. He's looking to do that or more again here to secure himself a spot in the next round, the quarterfinals.
So we just have confirmation on Nanase's score. He is now in first place with a staggering 2,093 points.
Amazing ride from Nanase, putting him solidly into the lead That's a tough act to follow as Bartosz is making his way down.
I think if there's
to the
anyone who
feature.
can follow that, it is Bartosz, though.
Absolutely. And here he is. Let's see what he's got for us with the entry McNasty, looking for that entry 3 into a lunar orbit. This is going to set up for a McNasty. And a McNasty in the other direction. There it is. Oh, unfortunately, flushing off of that. See what the judges see if he completed that before his flush. These athletes need to complete their moves before they flush off of the wave for them to score.
Incredible start to the ride, though, linking those moves back to back.
Absolutely, as he throws a nice loop, getting his boat up out of the water. Oh, getting a little bit of a bobble or cut an edge on that as he goes for a Space Godzilla. Looking for the Space Godzilla in the other direction. 2 seconds left. Let's see what he's got as he initiates a back loop right at the buzzer. Solid ride from Bartosz. I think he was kind of wiping his brow going, whoo, just narrowly getting that in there.
Looked to me like he might have been going for that back loop McNasty on the buzzer, but didn't quite get the initiation for the McNasty. So
No.
back loop McNasty, it's when you throw a back loop, that's a back flip, and then immediately if you're landing, you pivot 180 degrees and throw a front flip.
Yeah, so solid ride from Bartosz. Definitely getting some points on the board. We know he can do more, and he will. He just needs to get on to the next round.
And I hope to see him there.
Absolutely. Next up, bib 105 from Japan, Kazuya.
Kazuya.
Yeah.
Kazuya Matsunaga. Has he given us anything for an athlete bio?
These Japanese paddlers definitely have a unique style. It's a very gymnastic style. They're very snappy on the water and definitely get a lot of pop. So let's see what he's got for us.
It's Green Jackson Rockstar 5. I've seen that boat get a lot of air this weekend.
There it is as he drops in for that entry McNasty, looking for the entry 3. We'll see what the judges say as he sets up again, looking for a McNasty. Maybe not quite pulling it around. He's going to try, looks like he's going to maybe try it again. Yep, there it is. Oh, once again, not quite getting the pop he maybe is looking for from that McNasty. That was better. I can hear the cheering squad going forward, going for a lunar orbit. Sets up again, drops his nose down for a nice snappy loop, really pulling that around fast as he drops in. Space Godzilla to the right. Sets up, throw a nice phonics monkey right at the buzzer there for a great ride. Looks like 480-ish points. There is the preliminary score. You can see our leaderboard coming up there with the new leader Nanase from Japan, followed by Roman from Germany, Leon from Germany as well, rounding up our top 3 leaders at the moment. But this last 9th heat, which will be coming up next in just a few minutes, they should be on the water.
So we see some strong representation from the local boys in the very top of the leaderboard. But that said, there are a lot of high scores from some athletes from Japan, from France, from plenty of other countries. So the home turf advantage is not everything in this competition.
Absolutely. But we have a stacked heat coming up here next. And the first person in the next heat is Harry Price of Great Britain. We've got Tomasz Koslicki from Poland, followed by David McClure of Ireland, Visa Ricola from Finland, and Tom Dole from France. That's an absolutely stacked heat with some of the best freestyle athletes in the world coming up next.
This is going to be insane to watch. I think pretty much all of those paddlers have at least one World Championships medal before.
Yeah, they've definitely been in many World Cup and World Championships finals. So it'll be exciting to see what these guys can do out here in Plattling.
I've seen a couple of these guys in training, and they have gone huge. If there's anyone who can equal that 2,000 points from Nanase, they'll be in this heat.
Absolutely. Tom Dole, a medalist at our World Championships last year. Harry Price was a favorite to win in Nottingham 2 years ago. So amazing to see all of these athletes in one place. Let's see what they've got for us. Next up will be 126, Harry Price of Great Britain. And hopefully we'll see what he's got for us as he's making his way down here into the feature. He's floating in from above as he drops in right away with a big wing over, really getting it up and over into a McNasty, trying to sell it with holding his paddle up for a clean, going for the McNasty in the other direction. Nice amplitude, really textbook execution of these moves as he's into some left cartwheels.
You see he's
keeping
trying
his
to
boat moving it all the time into a lunar orbit, into a cartwheel. Oh, maybe looking for a split wheel there as he's resetting up. Going into a split wheel, cartwheel, split wheel in the other direction. Into a massive loop. Into a huge Space Godzilla to the right. Wow, big amplitude from Harry. Another loop. Into a lunar. Into a loop right at the buzzer. Solid ride from Harry Price. Well over 1,000 points already. I'm seeing 1246 there before the score just went away. That might be our biggest ride so far in the competition. Let's see what the judges have to say for an official score on that ride.
incredible moves though. That loop in particular went huge, and you could see his boat came out of the water perfectly straight, entered the water perfectly straight. Absolutely textbook form.
As we said, these are going to be some of the top athletes in the sport in this heat. It's definitely a heat to watch, so don't go away. As Harry Price hops out of his boat, gets out of the way after a solid ride.
Up next is Tomasz Czaplicki of Poland, who loves nothing more than throwing huge loops. His favorite spot, right here in Plattling.
Yeah, Thomas is almost a local. He's a Polish native.
I would say, if you love to throw huge loops, this is the spot for it.
Yeah, and Thomas definitely can throw huge loops. His partner, Zofia, will be paddling a little bit later in the day as Thomas is getting ready to go. He's one of our favorites to watch. He's a vice world champion in 2022. When we were in the UK there in Nottingham, which was an amazing feature there in the High Performance Center. Thomas is ready to go. You can see the pregame kind of head to space there as he's trying to go through his ride in his head and get ready to go.
According to his bio, he absolutely loves metal and rock music, so I can imagine he's been listening to that to hype himself up.
Yeah, he can be definitely very intense out there on the wave, and we're about to see that in just a few moments here in Plattling. This is our final heat of men's, and then we'll be moving on to the women's K1 surface boat here, where we have 7 heats of the ladies this afternoon, and then our OC1 category, and then we'll be getting the squirt boaters on the water to finish off the day right into the evening till 9 o'clock tonight. We've got a beautiful day in Plattling, Germany. Amazing feature. We got surfers over on the far side enjoying the feature. Our host organizing committee has put together an amazing event. This venue is perfect on its own, and then we've added all this infrastructure to make it that much better. As we see Thomas Czaplicki making his way out onto the wave.
Probably lining up for that entry. Back paddling says he's probably going for the entry McNasty. Let's see it.
And there it is. Oh, not quite getting it up and over. Right into a lunar. Into a back loop. And then into a McNasty. Getting good pop on that McNasty right up out of the water. A nice lunar in the other direction. McNasty again. Getting them in both ways. Going for that phonics monkey, pulling it around into a massive loop, holding his paddle up to claim it, looking for that clean bonus, going for the phonics in the other direction, See what else he's got. He's going for a lunar. Oh, unfortunately, flushing off with 5 seconds left on the clock. 13:50 is what I see for a score there on the preliminary scoreboard. So a massive ride from Thomas Kasplitsky, really getting his bonuses, really technical moves. Definitely showing us what he's got in his first ride of 2 here in Plattling.
Absolutely incredible paddler. You can tell he's got a lot of experience on the competition circuit. He's been around for a while.
His competition game is very, very strong. You are correct.
So one move we've seen a lot of in these last few rounds is the Luna, which we've mentioned a few times. So this is a little bit before my time, but I think that was invented by Eric Jackson back in the day, right?
He claims to have been the inventor of it, or the first one to really do it. And it's a great move. It's also a really good move to link into other moves. It flows cleanly into cartwheels or cleanly into loops. So you'll see the Lunar used a lot to link into other moves as well.
So with the Luna, that's where you bring the bow up onto the green water, sink the stern, and bring the bow round and over your head, usually finishing it in a cartwheel for the textbook definition of the move. But you'll see a lot of these guys choose to change that cartwheel out for a loop to score what's called a Luna loop, which I believe is scored as a trophy move, but I'm not sure.
All right, next up we've got bib 107, Dave McClure from Ireland. He is here. His sister's also competing here later in the day. Dave is one of the crowd favorites, one of the Flying Irish. Definitely a medal contender here in Plattling and has been at other events as well. Trains regularly in Nottingham. Getting ready to go. He's got the thumbs up from Charlie, the head judge.
Stretching his arms a little bit before he heads off, splashing himself in the water to get acclimatized.
All right, these athletes put a lot of effort into getting here, putting it all together for 2 45-second rides. And here's Dave McClure with a massive entry McNasty, getting way up out of the water, going into a lunar. Loop right away, lunar loop, going for the lunar loop in the other direction, going for a phonics monkey, some of the highest scoring rides there are. Phonics monkey in the other direction, right into a Space Godzilla, into a loop with looking for a clean bonus. Wow, there's some huge points being racked up here. Another loop. He's still on the feature. Lots of time left with 10 seconds. Going for a McNasty. Let's see what else he's got for us as he goes for a lunar into cartwheels, cleaning up that cartwheel. Massive ride. 1,475 points is what I'm seeing on the preliminary scoreboard. Over 1,500 now, 1,570, and going up.
That was absolutely unreal. So we saw him throw a lunar loop both ways. So that will have counted as, I think, 2 trophy moves. And then a second lunar on one side into cartwheels. Because the first lunars will have been part of a lunar loop, that will have been counted as a separate move. And again, racking up those big points.
Yeah, absolutely massive ride from Dave McClure. That might get him onto the top 5 with just one ride, which showing that he is a very strong medal contender here in Plattling. It's great to see the Flying Irish, so much talent from so many different countries here. Our next athlete will be Visa from Finland.
The Finnish boaters have been some of my favorite team to watch at the last few World Championships.
They've really had a strong team at the last couple of World Championships, really showing that they can be a contender and that there's a pool of really strong freestyle athletes coming from Finland, which is great to see. So we'll see.
I've seen a lot of Visa's boating, usually wave boating on Instagram, actually. He's a fantastic wave boater. His favorite trick is the air screw. We'll have to see how well he does on the holes. I did see some impressive stuff from him in 2022 in Nottingham.
Yeah, I think this will be a really good feature for him. Let's see what he's got for us here in just a few minutes as we are working on our first ride of our 9th and final heat of the men's K1 surface boat in our first World Cup here from Plattling, Germany. As Visa looks to have the thumbs up as he pushes away from shore and starts to make his way down to this beautiful hole here in Plattling. Let's see what else he's got for us. There's a nice wing over right off the start, showing off that beautiful blue boat. A nice big McNasty. Let's see as he sets up again. Wow, maybe going for a bit of a blunt McNasty there, or a roundhouse to McNasty.
Again,
So
classic
first one-
wave boater style. That.
Yeah, first time we've seen that in the wave moves. Nice big loop. Holding his
Definitely
paddle
clean.
up to show off the clean bonus. As he goes for a Space Godzilla, leaking it right into some cartwheels. And let's see as he sets up. Oh, maybe trying for the Space Godzilla in the other direction. Not quite getting the rotation. As he goes for a lunar. Into a cartwheels to finish off his ride here. Solid ride from Visa. Looks like about just over 900 points on the preliminary scoreboard. We'll see. And that seems to be rising. We'll see what the judges have to say for the final on that.
Definitely proving that the Finns aren't just wave boaters. They have solid skills in holes too.
Absolutely. Our next athlete, Tom Dole, bib 53, should be on deck all the way from France. As Visa makes his way to the bottom of the eddy there and gets ready to hop out of his boat and move on to his next ride, which will be in just a few minutes. As we wait for his score to come up on the scoreboard. Dave McClure putting himself all the way up into 3rd place with just one ride with 1,786 points. Amazing ride from Dave McClure. That's got to be one of the top rides ever in a freestyle competition here in ICF competitions. As we see Tom Dole from France up there on deck, ready to go. One of the flying Frenchmen, also a slalom paddler. I think Lyon, one of his favorite places to paddle. I've seen lots of videos online of him on the big Lyon waves.
Definitely really, really amazing competition history as well. I think some junior titles as well as some senior titles.
He's also a C1 paddler, so he does it all. And I've seen him in Squirt boat before. I've competed against him in Squirt. Happily, I beat him.
Congratulations. That's
But
not-
I can't keep up in a kayak or a C1, but that's okay. Tom's an amazing athlete and likes to have a lot of fun out there on the wave. A great guy to just hang out and chat with. I haven't actually seen him other than now on the water since I got here late yesterday.
I've managed to catch him in training, and let me say, we're going to see that boat get very high.
Yeah, he's a light, very strong paddler. So he definitely gets a lot of amplitude, a lot of height. So he'll be looking for some of those huge bonuses, right into a massive wing over, right into the McNasty.
And that's why we call it the Frenchie.
Yeah, the flying Frenchie. There he is. Into some cartwheels. Lunar in the other direction, into trying to link it maybe into cartwheels again. As he's backing it up, looking for that McNasty. Nice big pop, holding his paddle up to show that it was clean. Dropping in. Nice Space Godzilla, really powerful paddler. You can see the spray of water coming off his boat as he snaps it around in all these moves. Nice big Space Godzilla, linking it right into a loop. Backs up, back loop. And setting up again. He's still got 10 seconds. Oh, surfs off with 10 seconds. Or sorry, that was the end of his ride. That was the final buzzer. Looks like around 1,200 points on the preliminary scoreboard for Tom Dole's first ride as we head back up to the top of the order here for our second ride and our 9th and final heat of the men's K1.
Impressive ride from Tom, but he'll be looking to improve on that for his second ride. I will say, though, I absolutely love to see a Frenchie as the entry move. So that's a wing over into an immediate McNasty.
Yeah, very cool move. You can see freestylers like to name different things and call different moves. So pretty neat to see that progression in freestyle. Sometimes it takes a little while to actually get those moves on the score sheet, but there is a process to do that, and you are seeing some new moves being added to the score sheet in the last little while as we get ready for the Brit, Harry Price, to make his way out there into the feature. In beautiful Plattling. Got some great weather today. You can see the train bridge and the main road through town just upstream there above Harry Price. As Harry's warming up, getting ready to go.
Been loving getting some support from the train drivers during training, actually. You'll see them drive past and sound the horn for us.
Very cool. The hospitality here in Germany has been amazing, officially in the Bavaria area. They've got their own kind of cuisine in the area. Breakfast and sausage and pretzels and beer is a fairly common thing here. So
I will have to get myself some of that.
Yeah, when we were here for a meeting a few years ago, we actually had somebody come in to teach us how to eat the sausage properly. There is a special way to eat the sausage. So look it up. It's kind of cool. The pretzels are amazing. The beer is good. And the paddling's heating up here in Plattling as we get things going with our last 5 rides of the men's K1 here.
You know, we've got absolutely everything here in Plattling. You've got good paddling, you've got beer, you've got good food, and the weather has been fantastic. Aside from the storms, we've had a few thunderstorms earlier in the week, but for competition, it's looking sunny and warm.
The upside of those storms is they've brought the water up to an amazing level here for the feature in Plattling. All right. Looks like if we finally have the thumbs up from Charlie for Harry Price, you can see our current leaders in this ride on the score sheet there.
Harry Price, always one of my favorite boaters to see around. I've been paddling in the UK for the last few years. It's always a great sight to see him at Hurley. Such a friendly guy and an incredible paddler.
All right. Let's see what Harry has for us here. As he drops in, beautiful wing over right away and into a McNasty. Spins around, sets it up, looking for a lunar and into a loop. Looking for those link bonuses. So that was a lunar loop. He's going for the lunar in the other direction, linking it into cartwheel, into a split wheel, trying for the split wheel in the other direction, going for the lunar again, and into cartwheels, and into a McNasty, really keeping his boat moving, scoring tricks all the time, going for that loop into some more cartwheels, lunar loop, and unfortunately flushing off with just a few seconds going, but well over 1,000 points, so solid performance from Harry Price. I think he definitely will be moving on to our next ride in the quarterfinals. All right, looks like Harry had an amazing ride. Next up will be Thomas Kasplitsky from Poland on deck as Harry makes his way over to the shore there and looking at the scoreboard to see what his final score is as we keep things going here in Plattling, Germany. We're moving on to our women's after the men are finished their last rides here in our 9th and final heat of men's. Definitely on time and moving things along nicely here in Plattling.
That was a beautiful ride from Harry, actually. That lunar loop was possibly the cleanest execution of that move I've seen so far today. Comes our next paddler.
All right. We're always excited to see this. A very technical paddler, really shows perfect moves as he goes for that entry McNasty right into the lunar, into a back loop, looking for the McNasty in the other direction. Going for a lunar, into the McNasty. You can see he does both tricks, both directions, really has a plan into that Phonics Monkey. No set up. I bet you we'll see the Phonics Monkey. Oh, nope, we're going for a loop. Nice and clean. Maybe getting a huge bonus on that loop. Phonics Monkey now in the other direction. Going for that Space Godzilla, linking it into a cartwheel. And off the back of the wave with 1 second left to go. 1,360 points on the scoreboard there. Preliminary. Solid ride from Thomas Kasplitsky there for his second ride. Definitely securing himself a spot in the quarterfinals later this week.
Yeah, especially for these paddlers, when they put those high scores down on the board right from the beginning, they already know they've qualified. They can start experimenting with their second rides, trying to go big, trying to use it as a practice run for their later rides where they need those big scores in the final, where it's just one ride that counts.
Yeah. Next up, we've got Dave McClure. Currently, he has had the biggest ride of the competition. He's looking to capitalize on that and maybe take the lead here in Plattling. So currently, Harry Price is in the lead with 2,500 points, followed by Nanase of Japan. Let's see, Thomas run to 14:23, putting him 28:30. That, I think, will put him currently in the lead.
He is in the lead. David, if he wants to make up that ground, has to get just over 1,000 points
which
in his next ride.
Shouldn't be hard for David, but you just don't know. This is freestyle kayaking. Anything can happen. So
it has to be said, 1,000 points is incredible for mere mortals. For these guys, happens every day. For me, I would dream of a ride like that.
Yeah, so we've got our last few men's coming up here as David McClure of Ireland makes his way down here. Definitely a crowd favorite as they're cheering him on. Nice big entry, McNasty. Going for a lunar orbit into a tricky woo. Maybe I've never seen a lunar woo before, but I think that's what it was. As he does it in the other direction, a nice big loop. As he goes for the McNasty, he sets it up. He's going for a Space Godzilla, but unfortunately flushing with 760 on the board. Having a little trouble rolling up there. He's got 7 seconds left. I think he's going to save that for later.
He knows he's already through.
Yep.
He doesn't need to take the top spot, but we would have liked to see it.
Yeah, if he had done 2 rides like his first one, that would have been an absolutely massive score from David. But he knows that he's on to the next round, which brings us up to the Finn Visa. Visa is a solid paddler from Finland, definitely a wave boater. His Finnish team have been very strong at the last couple of Worlds. Seeing lots of them making it into quarterfinals and semifinals. Visa wearing bib 128 today here for World Cup #1. So for those of you who don't know, this is World Cup #1, which will be going on today, tomorrow, and Tuesday. Then we have a training day, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, World Cup #2, which is our World Cup final, will be going on so that we can crown a World Cup champion here in 2024, which is the prelude to next year's 2025 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships, which will be here on this wave in Plattling.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge event next year as well as this year, so it's definitely one not to miss. Some of the athletes, this might be a bit of a warm-up for next year. A lot of them will be going big, but sometimes it's the World Championships that we see a bigger turnout from some of the big names across kayaking.
Absolutely. We do have a massive turnout for a World Cup here, which is great to see. But yeah, World Championships definitely seem to bring a bigger crowd and seem to attract a lot more people to come and check it out and watch. I'm interested to see how many people are here next year. It's an amazing venue as well as a great freestyle feature. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as we get ready for Visa Rakola from Finland. Looks like he's got the thumbs up, gives a nod back. He's entering from the top here. Let's see what he's got for us on the feature. 970 points on his first ride, which is definitely a solid ride. He'd like to capitalize on that as he does a great wing over, really snappy, really getting his boat up and out of the water. Sets up, looking for the McNasty, doing the switch McNasty. Sets up again, high on the foam pile. Drops in for a nice big loop.
Again, coming out of that
Carving
shoulder, trying to initiate a new move.
Looking for that blunt McNasty again. Maybe roundhouse McNasty, well played. Those wave moves, not seeing many of those out there. Nice Space Godzilla. Sets up again, looking for a lunar into a back loop. Solid ride from Visa as he flushes off the back there. Looks like about 580 points on the board as it disappears off our screen. And Visa will make his way down, look at his final score on the board. And that'll be it for his preliminary round here at the World Cup #1. That'll bring up our last competitors of the men's, which is Tom Dole out of France. We'll be taking a slight lunch break for a few minutes here till...
Yep, till 11:35 is when our next round will be after this round.
Yeah,
that'll be
so
the women's K1.
Yeah, women's K1, Heat 1 will be on the water at around 11:30. Solid day of competition here at our first ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup. We've got 7 heats of women to come, and then OC1, and then men's and women's squirt. Yeah, so as we were saying, we're going to take a few-minute break after this, but let's not forget, we've got the Flying Frenchman, Tom Dole, up next. As you said, he did a Frenchie as his first move right off the bat, which is the entry McNasty to...
Kind of a signature move for this guy, really.
Yeah, there it is. So the wing over McNasty, trying to clean it up at the end there. Huge points from that, almost a few hundred points.
Looking for that lunar, but maybe just getting a little bit lost on the end.
Yeah, not quite pulling it around. That one, too, is a little bit different, but he goes into a big Space Godzilla into a loop, linking those right together. No time in between them. Really getting it right into another lunar there. Tom selling these moves to the judges as he, setting up maybe for McNasty, getting a bit of a stern catch there, not quite getting what he wants. 10 seconds left on the clock. Comes around, massive McNasty, really snamming it down, holding his paddle up, looking for that clean bonus, looking for that back loop right at the buzzer, just pulling it around. Another solid ride from Tom Dole to finish off our men's competition here at World Cup #1 from Plattling, Germany.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance from all of our athletes, and we've had some insane scores in that last round.
Yeah, I think the biggest ride I think I saw was Dave McClure's almost 1,800 point ride there, which pretty impressive to see here in this feature, and I think might be something that we're going to see more of as the week goes on. We're just waiting for Tom Dole's ride to come up, and then we'll see our scoreboard from all of the athletes this morning. And just a reminder, we're going to take a few-minute break here.
So we just had Tom's score come in. That's 1,070 points for the second ride, putting him in 4th place overall.
Solid ride from Tom Dole here from France. There's his rides, 23:26. His second ride, 1,070. His first ride, 12:56. He's moving to the wave. There we go. You can see that beautiful feature here. As there's our top 5 men here in Plattling from our World Cup #1. The top 20 will qualify for a quarterfinal, and then we'll be moving on to semifinals and finals later on in the week. Next up at 11:35 here from Plattling, Germany, we will have our women's K1 surface preliminary. So we'll see you then. Lots of action still to come today. Tune back in as soon as you can.
So we're going to be back on the water at 11:35. In the meantime, we're just going to give you a run through of the results so far and the schedule for today. So we have the results in front of us to see who has qualified. That's the top 20 from the heats this morning. I have now with me Matt Stevenson, who is actually on this list as well. So starting from number 20, our bottom place qualifier, that's Kazuya Matsunaga from Japan.
He's got a grand total of 1,100 points.
Up next is Lucien Schreiber from France.
Lucien Schreiber has got a grand total of 1,166.66 points. That's a fantastic score from him. That's 19th place from Lucien Schreiber.
18th, we have this paddler, Matthew Stevenson. I've never heard of this guy before.
He's got 1,223 points, which is fantastic.
Not too
done,
bad.
Matthew.
Yeah, well done, Matthew. Well done. He's out here representing Great Britain. Fabian Lenz from Germany as well. I think a previous German champion, put down a super good ride. He's at 17th place right now.
1,250 points, which is an awesome ride from him. In 16th place is Philippe from Austria. He's got 1,256 points.
I believe he wrote as his biggest achievement in kayaking, he was, I don't have his bio anymore, but he was the drunkest person at a previous competition.
Very
so
impressive.
I hope he equals that performance at the party this weekend.
Johannes Baden comes in at 15th place with 1,313 points. Well done, Johannes. Living in Nottingham, Johannes gets the train at Home Pier Point a lot, but he's also a fantastic German local. He knows the Plattling wave really well, and it's really nice to see him throwing down those amazing lunar orbits earlier today on the wave.
At 14th place, it's Bartosz Chałderna from Poland. Everyone loves Bartosz. We all know Bartosz. He got 1,333 points, which is an impressive score off of these two rides this morning.
Bartosz has got a lovely style. He's always really happy on the water, and he threw some amazing, nice McNasties especially today. In 13th place, we have Valentin Peresme from France with 1,430 points. A very good score for himself.
Super stylish paddler as well. It was great to see his rides this morning. Leon Sturmer from Germany comes in at 12th with a 1,455 points. Again, just a really solid paddler. You can see he's got a lot of knowledge of the feature, and he's really putting that to good use today.
He does indeed. It was really cool how much air he got on some of his loops and his McNasties. So that was really cool. Next up, in 11th place, we have Ben Higson from Great Britain. 1,520 points for himself. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that. And he'll continue on to the next rounds with a lot of joy and excitement with that one. That's awesome.
Fabian Tausch again in 10th place. Another fantastic local paddler. Put down an impressive performance at 2022 Worlds in Nottingham, the last whole Worlds, and he's looking to equal it this year.
Very impressive. 9th place, Visa Rakola from Finland. A very impressive 1,568 points for himself. Visa's reigning from Finland. They have just been, they're in their mega season for wave surfing now. So all the waves in Finland, the rivers, the ice on the rivers has been melting, and they've been out training on the waves before they came here.
Yeah, I gather you're headed up there after this, actually, right, Matt?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. It looks like a really cool place to paddle, nice people, should be lots of fun.
So, in 8th place, Thomas Richard from France, 1,600 points, 1,643 actually. Again, another super stylish paddler. Like, these French paddlers have an amazing style on the whole. Putting down a lot of textbook moves, but also just going absolutely huge on each and every move. Above him is Leon Bast, another local boy here from Germany. Fantastic rise, 1,646 points. Again, a super nice paddler. If you want a good party, hang out with the Germans as well.
That's for sure. Now, after Leon, we have Roman Glaslin. He started off today in the first couple of heats with a fantastic ride that he laid down. So 1,790 points puts him in 6th place going through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Roman was like a super technical paddler, just scoring move after move, each absolutely perfectly executed. Number 5, a real crowd favorite, I think, right?
Definitely, yeah. Nanase from Japan takes the 5th spot, and he's such a happy person on the water. He has a lot of friends here at the competition, so we had a lot of cheers for Nanase as he put down some amazing rides. He got a grand total of 2,093 points, which is very impressive.
And now we're into the top 4. So at number 4, we have Tom Dolly from France. I don't know how much I need to say about Tom Dolly. Everyone knows him. Super famous paddler, amazing competition record, right?
Indeed, what a guy. He's just, he always turns up with a smile on his face, puts down an amazing ride, and again, consistent today, 2,326 points, very impressive for himself, and he's got a very smooth, clean style. It's always lovely to watch, I have to admit.
Yeah, definitely like throwing some of the biggest loops I've seen, I think.
Yeah, Christ, it was really cool to watch, very smooth. So next up, 3rd place, reigning from Great Britain, Harry Price. With 2,530 points, he laid down some very lovely moves, and it was impressive.
Yeah, great ride. I think he was 3rd place in Nottingham as well. So
Yes, he was, yes. And was competing in Columbus as well at the World Championships last year. Harry again, living around Nottingham at the moment, training lots, and then out as many people are here in Plattling, having a lovely time, camping and enjoying themselves in the sunshine.
our 2nd place goes to David McClure, who threw probably, I think it was the highest scoring ride of the day, at over 1,700 points in a single ride.
It was so impressive. He dropped straight onto the wave, and it didn't even look like he broke a sweat the whole time, but he laid down some amazing moves.
Absolutely love the graphics on his boat as well. I have to give a shout out to that.
Yeah, David McClure has a big, amazing cartoon sloth on the bottom of his boat, and it looks awesome. It's a really cool one, that.
And our highest scorer in the preliminaries then is Tomasz from Poland.
He got 2,830 points. Both of his rides were very impressive, and Tomasz has got this lovely style, linking all the moves together, and it's always really, really cool.
Yeah, literally, I think probably one of my favorite paddlers to watch in competition, I think.
Absolutely.
He always pulls it out of the bag and does not seem to let the pressure get to him at all.
It was really, really cool.
So, what's the time now?
We're on around about 11 o'clock, 3 minutes past 11.
So about 30 minutes to go for our next heat, which will be the first heat of the women's K1, which should be 7 heats to go through all the women's, decide who's qualifying for the women's quarterfinals later on in the week.
Should be awesome to watch all the women lay down some awesome rides. We're coming into the middle of the day now, so everyone will be doing it in the lovely sunshine. Here in Plattling, we have a really amazing wave. People come from all around the world, as we have right now, to paddle right here on this wave.
This is actually my first time paddling here. I arrived 2 days ago, got my first session in, and it's incredible. I can see why this feature gets all the hype. If you want to get big, large amplitude moves, I think this is the place.
Yes, absolutely. This little pocket of the wave on the side that's closest to the judges' stand here, it's quite steep coming down into it, and has a nice shoulder on either side, so it's nice for you to set up by moving over to the right, cutting back to the middle, and then when you have to be quite vigorous with how you plug down into the water, but if you plug well enough, you can get some big air, especially on the loops and the McNasties.
Yeah, there's a real art to plugging here, actually. Since it's my first time here, I was struggling, but the plug sets everything up about how the rest of your trick goes. So say you want to throw a loop, you have to line up straight at the top of the wave, stomp that bow down, get it deep to get the most air possible.
Yes, it's not an easy thing here, and especially right now we have fairly high water levels, or compared to what we've had the last few weeks. But when it's lower, it's tricky because you don't want to plug and hit those rocks. It can get a little shallow.
Yeah, and if you mess up your plug, that probably means the rest of your trick is not going to land, and you may even flush, which means you'll be off the bank of the wave, and you will have to paddle back up to the feature.
Which is tricky when you're in the middle of your ride and you flush off the wave and you've got to go sprint into the eddy, paddle as hard as you can up until you get back to the wave.
Yeah. You've got 45 seconds for your entire ride, and that timer will keep ticking down while you paddle back up.
Saying that, though, we've seen some amazing rides which have included a flush today. So a few of our paddlers have flushed off in the middle of their ride, sprinted all the way back, and then very often when you get back into the wave having flushed, you've got some real oomph to give, and you get like 3 or 4 moves really, really quick after each other.
No, you're right. And when you surf onto the wave from that eddy, you often end up in a really nice place to start throwing a trick immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. It's from that shoulder, it's very easy to set yourself up for a move there, especially if you're a left-handed paddler or you're very good at your left moves. Okay, as you come in on the right side of the wave, you can do a trick straight away, and it'll bring you into that middle section of the wave where it's the most retentive.
Yeah, embarrassingly, I can pretty much only cartwheel left, so for me, that works.
That's a perfect wave for you, Max. So over on the other side of the wave, you can see some of our local river surfers. It's fantastic to see all the time. People from the surrounding areas can come, bring their surfboards, and have a lovely time surfing the waves. I think the easiest place for the surfers is this big green tongue in the middle, but they have to bodyboard the whole way out to get to it.
Yeah, whereas this big green tongue, actually, it's a bit dangerous for kayakers. If you, you won't see people in competition go all the way out there, but I've been surfing around there, and it's very easy to flush off near there. When you're trying to use that shoulder to set up for your tricks, quite easy to accidentally flush instead.
It is indeed. It's quite a flat part of the wave. And in our short playboats that we have, it's quite tricky to stay on there.
Yeah, so actually, on the subject of boats, we've got a few different events with different types of boats coming up. Maybe we should discuss this a little bit. So this morning we've had K1, and we're about to have the women's K1 heats. So this is, K1 is your standard kayak, right?
That's it, yeah. So in your standard kayak, which is what all the paddlers so far have been in, you're sat down in a seat, you've got your feet in front of you, and when you do your tricks, you're often pushing down with your feet, and that's the majority of boats that we've got here.
Yeah, so K1 is by far the biggest category, but we also have C1, which Matt is actually a little bit of an expert in. So C1, this is the guys you'll see with the single-bladed paddle. That's only a blade on one end of the paddle, on the other it's T-grip. But there's also some other differences between K1 and C1.
That's it. So in the canoe, as opposed to the kayak, you're on your knees and you're sat on a saddle that's in the middle of the boat. You don't have your feet in the front of your boat, which can make a few moves a little bit more challenging. You don't have the drive to bring the boat from one side of the wave to the other, but you are higher up. And you've got a lot of leverage that goes with that. So you can get a lot of, you'll see when the canoeists go for their move, they get a lot of power and snap with their moves, which is really awesome to see.
Yeah, I've tried C1 just a few times, and people like Matt will make it look easy. It's hard. It is not easy. The extra leverage helps with some of the tricks, but getting to the stage where you're able to throw tricks is a challenge. You have to roll, as in, so to roll, that's to recover from being upside down. Much harder in a C1 compared to a K1, if you ask me.
Well, it definitely takes getting used to, that's for sure. There's a bit of a balance aspect. But the nice thing about the canoes is it requires quite a bit of balance. So a lot of the paddlers end up coming in with quite a stylish paddling style, which is really cool to see.
Seen some amazing stuff from C1 in practice. I'll try not to talk about it too much and save that for when you guys are watching it later. So the last two types of boats we have, there is OC1 and Squirt, right?
That's it, yeah. So we'll start off with the OC1. The open canoe is a bit like the normal canoe, but they're open deck boats. So you don't have a spray deck on. The boats are usually filled with airbags. There's a certain amount of volume that's free for water to come into. And then the main challenge is dealing with the water that comes into your boats whilst you're doing your tricks.
So you see like a lot of variety in the different OC1s we have. Some of these are like factory-built, special-purpose freestyle OC1s. Some of the paddlers out here will have built their own OC1s as well.
Yes, indeed. There's some very impressive boats. What's that? Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, sure. What do you want me to talk about? Okay, with me here I have Charlie Brackpool, who is our head judge at today's ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup.
How's it been going? How was the competition?
Competition's been awesome, thank you. Yeah, I had my rides this morning, and the sun was shining. It was quite early for me. It was okay, but it was, it was early in the morning, but it was good.
Yeah, we couldn't really ask for better weather today. It's been threatening thunderstorms for the last week. Luckily that bit of rain has meant that the feature looks like it's an incredible level. I'm jealous of all of you guys on the water right now.
I bet. You're doing a good job, stood up there. Well, at least you got a bit of shade above you, but it's nice in the water, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been like watching what you guys are doing from looking at it training a week ago when the water was a little bit lower and everyone was struggling with that rock that's right in the sweet spot. Whereas today, I think we only really saw 1 or 2 people hit it, which has meant that the ride scores have probably gone from about 1100 to, we saw Dave do a, 1760, which is incredible in this feature.
That was a really impressive ride from Dave there. It was really cool to see. But you're right, yeah, it's been really nice, it seems, for all the paddlers having the higher water levels, because it kind of takes the pressure off a little bit. A lot of our paddlers are in composite boats, which can be a bit scary when it's a little bit shallow.
Yeah, so a lot of people have come here with both the composite and the plastic and have been umming and ahhing, going which one to paddle. Because in the rules, once you start with one boat, you have to carry on with that. So this is the round where everyone has to make that final decision of what boat am I using, what kit am I using, what's going to give me the best advantage through every round. It's been really cool to see.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed the water level doesn't drop too much, or we'll be all doing a lot of carbon boat repairing.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome. Did you make it through to quarters? How did it go?
Yes, I think so. I was on the edge a little bit. I didn't make my life too easy, but it was, I did make it through, which I'm very happy with.
Nice.
Did some, my first ride I was very happy with.
Yeah, he's been, the funniest thing about being in the judges' tent is, although we have probably the best view in the house, the whole point of us being there is there's no obstructions, we're as close as possible to make sure we judge it the best we can. We're probably the most oblivious people to knowing who is placed where in the competition. Because as soon as you press validate and the next paddle is up, you have no idea who's winning, who's in 20th, who's last. It's just 5 minutes after you actually get your phone out or someone comes over to you with a score sheet and you can sign it off and be like, oh, that's who's made it through.
Yeah, you're definitely in your zone. You must have to concentrate so much on what you're seeing. It's very impressive. What you're able to do and how long you're doing it for. You'll be judging for maybe 11 hours today.
Yeah, they're going to be some long days. We've got, I think tomorrow is our longest, so the quarterfinals with men's and women's. And quarterfinals goes up to 3 rides, so we've got a lot of people to get through. Do you think we're going to see many bigger tricks, any extra things as we go through the rounds? What do you think people are going to throw?
Well, I think so. Well, in the prelims, people are playing it fairly safe, aren't they? They're working through their tricks, and they've got an idea of the kind of score they want and they need to get through.
Yeah.
But as we go through to the next rounds, people are going to need to be busting out those tricks to make sure they make it into the next rounds.
Yeah, I think there was only 1 or 2 tricks that I think were making the judges think a bit in the prelims, but I think you guys are going to make us think more and more as those rounds go through. I'm really excited to see what you guys can do.
So you've been obviously watching the competition in the past, or at least the training in the past couple of days. Are there any particular tricks that you're excited to see or nervous to try and judge?
I'd love to see some more wave tricks. I think if the water comes up a little bit, we'll definitely see some people throwing them. I'd love to see a lunar tricky loop.
Yes.
I think that is probably the hardest trick on the proverbial score sheet. It's actually a trophy move. It's a move without a definition, and I think it's definitely possible in there. It would be awesome to see. Just some fun things. I think the C1ers are where we're going to really see some trophies and some stuff come out. They've got that little bit more leverage. Seeing things like Jedi flips, Vader flips, all of these tricks that only 2 or 3 paddlers in the world are really doing right now. It'd be awesome to see them scored in an ICF event.
Absolutely. It's really impressive when the canoe paddlers are able to pull off these particularly cool trophy moves that you can only really see the canoeists do. And we're lucky to have such an amazing feature that allows all the paddlers to do these kind of tricks, because there are some competitions where the feature is really hard and it's maybe a little bit flushy or really powerful, and right here we have one of the best features in the world, and it is so lovely to see people who are able to express themselves, and if they want to throw these amazing combos, they can.
Yeah, it's we couldn't ask for a better venue. I'm super excited to see how people progress, especially as we've got 2 events here, one back to back. I think World Cup 2, people are going to be that little bit more confident in the feature. They're going to be more used to their competition rides, and hopefully we're going to actually see it step up. I'm always excited. I'm a supporter of so many athletes. I'm friends with most of the people on the water. I try and get on my boat and paddle as much as I can between days. I want to see everyone do well. I want to see the highest scores. The better rides we can get, the better it is for our sport. Super excited to see what everyone can do.
Well, it's really nice to hear that, to have our head judge saying that he's rooting for everybody and excited to see everyone paddling. That's really awesome.
The harder my job is, the happier I am. It means you guys are paddling super well. So.
If you're sweating in the judges' stand, then everyone's having a good day.
Yeah, everyone is. I'd much rather my job be hard than see you guys do 20 spins.
All those spins are pretty cool.
No worries. I better get back to the judges' stand. But
thank you so much for chatting with us, Charlie.
Not a problem at all.
Hope you have a nice rest of your day. Take it easy when you can.
We'll do. And good luck. Are you back on for C1 later?
Tomorrow, I think, is my C1. I have the rest of the day to sit back and relax.
Nice. Good luck tomorrow, man.
Thanks, Charlie. So, not long now until we have our women's heats for the kayak freestyle. The women will be getting ready now, getting their kit on, and we look forward to seeing them on the wave. It's a beautiful day here in Plattling. So we have 2 competitions here over the next week or so. So each one 3 days long. And the paddlers will progress through the rounds, starting off today with our preliminary heats, and later in the week we'll have the semi-finals and finals, quarterfinals for some of the categories that have the more of the paddlers in them. And then a day of team training, a day of rest for everybody, and then we're back into our second World Cup event, which is a really nice thing for people to have. It's not that common that we have 2 events going back to back. And it's a really nice opportunity for the paddlers here in Plattling to have 2 goes at the competition. It's always quite stressful, and there's a lot of pressure on those paddlers to perform on the day. So the second competition is a really nice thing for them to have. Our event here today is a World Cup event. So every year we have, or every 2 years, we have a World Championship event. And on the years in between, there are also European Championships. So next year we have our World Championship event happening here in Plattling. The year before the World Championships, we have the World Cup event. The World Cup is free for anybody to enter. Their national federations sign them up, and you can have as many paddlers as you like from every country, which is nice. It takes the pressure off these events a little bit. It means paddlers won't have to qualify in their individual countries. So particularly for Germany here, it's really, really lovely to see we have so many paddlers here from all across Germany. A really strong team. I heard that we had around 50 paddlers competing in this event. So from the country of Germany. So that's very impressive.
Test. All right, we've just received the news that we will hold an interview with Tomasz Czublicki from Poland. Stay tuned for this.
So we have here our amazing feature in Plattling, Johannes. tell me a little bit about this feature. You know it really well, right?
Yes, yeah. It was built to actually protect the bridge. Oh, Tomasz, is that you? Yeah.
We have a bit of background traffic on our
All
end.
right,
It's
I have to get
confusing
used
us
to
a
it,
little bit. It's okay.
Bring Thomas in so you guys can interview.
Nice. It's quite loud, them speaking in the background. Hey. For you. Oh. And you can speak into it. Hopefully already.
All right, we're here with Tomasz Czaplicki. Obviously, you know the feature well, and you've been here many times, so we'll do the interview in German.
I'm not that so good in German,
Don't
sorry.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, tell us about your prelim rides. How did you feel? What did you think about your rides?
Well, my rides was pretty solid. The thing what I could like to, which I can make the better in my rides, it's like I can add 2, maybe 3 more moves in the
Yeah.
end of the ride. I was flashing like 8 seconds just before the buzzer, so there is still some spots for improvements, and I'm really happy that even with that 2, 3 more moves, it's working pretty solid.
Nice. Do you think you're going to stick to the routine in the quarterfinals, maybe semifinals?
Well, we will see. Like Isarvela is very good spot, but if the water level will start to change slightly, I might change something. I have some strategy for this competition. The thing I would like to say that I would like to be always close to the top, like being in the top 5 to make sure what's happening. But I will not tell you what exactly I would like to do.
Nice. But maybe you can tell us about like how you prepare for your rides. Like what routine do you go through normally off the water and on the water?
Well, my preparations is like a long process. I'm mostly training lots of on a swimming pool during the winter. So I have my ride plan many months before the main event. Actually, now I have 3 ride plans, but I'm training it for a long time. It's a part of the process. My preparations just before the competition is just to get ready in mental part. So I'm just trying to remember what exactly I need to do. And if everything's on the spot, it's working pretty well.
Nice. And then I guess your main focus will be also the World Championships next year. So tell us a bit about your plans for the next months, how you're going to prepare for this event.
Well, yeah, like it's still we have one year to go to World Championships. I will probably move, maybe not move, but I will be very often in Plattling next year. But I know many people here, so I feel almost like home here. It's very friendly community of surfers, very friendly community of paddlers here. So I feel almost like home. And yeah, I will paddle here with different water levels, checking different ride plans, working on some different moves. Like it's a long process, but the thing is, I'm really happy to compete here in Plattling.
Yeah, and we've got prime levels, prime weather as well, so super nice. And I think we're going to kick off with the women's prelim soon. So thank you very much, Tomasz.
Thank you.
And good luck in the competition.
Thank you very much.
Test, test.
All right, so the next competition that we have is going to be for the women's kayak here in Plattling, Germany. It's very exciting to have everybody here for such a wonderful competition.
I'm glad I can do this with Matt. There are not many people I would do this with, but Matt's one of them.
It should be nice. It should be really nice to have a good chat as we watch the paddlers drop down onto the wave and try and perform their best for us today.
Yes, and we've got prime flows, prime levels. Obviously, the weather is amazing after a few rainy days, so we're all set for a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather's been a little stormy at times this week. We've had some big thunderstorms whilst everyone's been paddling, so it's nice to have the sunshine here again for us. And yeah, so Johannes, you know the feature quite well. Why don't you run us through a little bit about it?
Yeah, so the Plattling wave, the riverbed was actually modified to protect the bridge, and by some accident, this amazing wave formed.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and we're super lucky. Obviously, it's great for kayaking. It's great for surfing as well. You can see a few surfers on the other side. Sometimes they use this side, but at those flows, it's ideal for kayaking. You can basically do all moves. You can plug, sometimes hit the rock, but yeah, it's ideal.
Yeah, it's such an amazing wave. I mean, we're very lucky to have it, and last time I was here was 2016, and I can't say it's changed much. It's still the most awesome wave that I remember. It is nice to hear that it was a happy accident that this wave formed here under the bridge.
Yeah.
What's quite cool is I really enjoy when the train goes past above us here.
Yeah, some of them beep,
Yeah.
which is kind of cool.
Maybe the train drivers are paddlers themselves.
Yeah, yeah. I think the wave changed slightly with the gravel being placed on the riverbank.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I mean, it's still amazing.
Yeah, so did they put that, how long ago did they put that gravel in? Over the groins?
Few weeks, I think, yeah.
So along the bank of the river next to the grandstands, they've placed a load of gravel down, which is pretty awesome. Last time I was here, it was a bit of a scramble down over the boulders to get to the river. But now you can kind of penguin slide down the gravel, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah. Obviously helps to avoid the riverbank getting washed out.
Yes. Sure.
But it also affected the hole a little bit. But fortunately, we're blessed with decent amount of rain to deliver these high levels.
Indeed. What often happens with these weir structures is a lot of the sediment that gets carried down the rivers gets caught by these weirs and or any of these man-made structures, and it kind of disrupts the flow of sediment down the river. So what they have to do is put these gravel banks in the river to support it and maintain the natural ecosystems that we have on this river.
Yeah. And I think we're about to kick off with our first heat of the women's K1 prelims. And in our first heat, we have Christina Hochstrasser aus Österreich. Wir haben Agatha aus Polen und von Norwegen Valerie Bertrand, Merle Hauser und Annika Schacher. So we've got a pretty stacked heat there.
Indeed, yeah. There's quite some names in there, and I really look forward to seeing what they're able to come up with on the wave. It's we have a nice mixture of nationalities as well. Two, Merle and Annika from Germany, and then Austria, Poland, and Norway, all represented in our first heat. Very exciting.
And we've already seen some big rides from the men earlier, so let's see how the women will throw down.
Indeed, we have. How was your rides earlier, Johannes? It looked pretty smooth.
It was okay.
Ah,
A few things to improve on, but
yes.
overall acceptable.
Well, from my experience, if you're saying it's okay, then it's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
It's good. It's good. So, what we'll have happening in the next 5 minutes or so is we'll have our first heat of women's dropping onto the wave. Now, the paddlers will start upstream of us by the in one of the eddies up by the bridge there. They'll get a lot of time to set up, and then they can either drop down into the eddy below us here, and they can start their ride from the eddy, or they can do an entry move.
Yeah.
Tell us what an entry move is, Johannes.
Yeah, so an entry move is if you drop in from above and you do some sort of wing over or aerial move to enter the feature and score some additional points. But we've just seen that a few of the women in the first heat will actually enter the feature from below. So a bit more of a conservative ride probably to get through prelims.
Well, it can be sometimes that you get a little tripped up on your entry move. And
I did.
Yeah, did you? Oh dear. Well, it's not nice, that feeling, is it, when you drop onto the wave and flush straight away?
Yes, yes.
But it's not game over then, is it? It's all you have to do
No.
is sprint back into the wave, and
And you have a big eddy. And
indeed.
it's like, it's almost recirculating. If you use the outside of the eddy, you can get into the feature quite fast, actually.
There
So
we go. Top
you
tips
don't lose.
from Johannes. Use the outside of the eddy, catch the fast water, and you're in a jiffy. So our first paddler here is going to be Christina from Austria. Should be very exciting.
Is there anyone from Team Austria? Can we hear Team Austria, please?
Give us a cheer, Team Austria.
Wo ist Team Österreich?
Strong from the Austrians there. So Christina's home spot, our favorite spot, is Mugel Wave in Graz. We actually have another competition, the European Championships, later this year in Graz. So Christina will be using this as an opportunity to practice and hone in her skills, ready for her home European Championships.
Oh, yeah.
Her favorite trick is the phonics monkey. So hopefully we'll get a little viewing of that today. And
It's not an easy feature for phonics monkeys, but we're sure that Christina can throw them down.
And Christina herself is our Austrian champion. Congratulations to her. And she says, I think she came 22nd in Argentina, which is a very impressive result from Christina. So well done there.
We're sure that she can improve on this, so...
So the judges will just be getting prepped now, getting everything set up, making sure that when the paddler drops in, they have got their eyes ready and open to see what's coming down from above there. So Christina's just waiting in the eddy above. Charlie now gives the thumbs up to her. She'll have a nice calm head on her, getting herself psyched up to drop down onto the wave.
What are we going to see? Entry 2? Entry 3?
I think so. I'm guessing entry 2. There we go, a lovely entry 2 kick flip into the wave from Christina, followed by an awesome loop.
Side surfing now, looking for the setup. And plugging for the loop. Sticking it.
Maybe looking for the Space Godzilla there. Oh, there we go. Attempt number 2 pulls it off nicely. That was a lovely one to see from Christina there. Surfing out on the shoulder and getting set up for another move. Just getting a little caught out there, but it was a nice attempt at that McNasty. Another Space Godzilla there. Now the Space Godzilla is your front loop with a cork in the middle of it. So the boat has to twist 90 degrees in midair.
And it has to be aerial, yeah.
And it has to be aerial. Well done, Christina. That was a lovely ride. A nice first one to get in the bank. I'm sure she'll be fairly happy with that. She would have wanted the McNasty, but
Pretty
second
solid
ride.
start, solid start.
I think so. Very good to see. Lovely. So Christina coming into the eddy. She'll have to wait a moment just to see what the judges will finalize their score as. And then the next ride, the next paddler will be able to drop down.
The next one will be Agata from Poland. And Agata, as I've seen her in training, she is a super snappy paddler. And we're hoping to see some more of that now in her rides. She's actually running the EWWS camp.
The European Whitewater School is a fantastic kids camp for kids to come and learn how to paddle freestyle.
Yes, yeah.
So
Great initiative.
Indeed, indeed. Agatha will be straight off that into some lovely rides. She'll be getting prepped, getting ready to drop down into the wave. I'm really looking forward to seeing what she's going to do in practice. She was throwing some lovely phonics monkeys. And as you said, she has a lovely snappy style. Here she goes into the wave. Lovely first move. Nice little loop there. Carving across, getting set up. She's taking her time, which means she'll get a good setup. Lovely McNasty. Very well executed there from Agatha.
Looking for the phonics monkey. Not sure on the angle, but we'll see what the judges say. Looking for a right phonics, maybe.
Lovely little loop, Space Godzilla there. Getting a little tumbled by the wave.
Actually flushing.
But I'm sure she'll be happy with what she got at the start of that ride. That was lovely. So one of the moves she did there was the McNasty. The McNasty is starting in the backwards position on the wave. You're going to turn around in one fluid motion and throw into a front loop. It's a bit tricky to initiate, right, Johannes?
It is, yeah. It's one of the more high-scoring moves, but it's also, we see it quite a lot, so it's quite a common, popular move to do. But yeah, as you say, not easy to execute.
No, indeed, especially not here. I actually remember the Plattling wave being super easy, a lovely place to paddle. It is a lovely place to paddle, but it's not quite as easy as I remember. And you have to really give it some oomph. Right, dropping down into the wave now, we have Valerie from Norway.
A super lovely wing over.
That was awesome. She got loads of air on that wing over. Very impressive.
Plugging for a Space Godzilla. Another aerial move, a super big loop. And then carving out, coming back in. Looking at for a phonics to the left, sticking it. No, unfortunately not. She gotta find her way back into the feature.
Go on, Valerie. She's sprinting up the eddy now. Got 10 seconds to go. She's got
Up, Valerie.
quite a lot of time to get her last trick or two in. We'll see what she can come up with. Brilliant stuff from Valerie, pulling off a McNasty in the last couple of seconds there. She'll be happy with that, I'm sure. Lovely boat she's got there. Super sparkly. So if the second heat of the women's kayak could get ready, please, that would be awesome. The first heat is getting ready, but we need the second heat of women's.
In the second heat, we have Ekaterina from Germany, we have Maya from Great Britain, we have Lucy from Great Britain, and Ida from Germany. Can you please make your way to the put-in and get ready to get on the water?
And I think we have Andrea from Germany as well in this second heat.
Yes, we do.
Here we go, onto the wave. Merle Hauser from Germany, amazing stuff there. A move straight off the back, another McNasty.
Merle kennt die Walze natürlich in- und auswendig, hat hier viele Wochen schon trainiert und auch ein paar super Trainingsläufe hingelegt. Zeigt auch, was sie kann jetzt im Wettkampf. Schöner phonics nach links. And she's looking for the setup. Phonics to the right as well. Good angle on those.
Very good angle, and the pace of the tricks is really impressive. Pulling trick after trick. Very good job she's done there. I'm sure she'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, amazing first ride by Merle.
That was one of the faster paced rides we've seen. That was really cool to see. You only have 45 seconds for your ride here. So from the time that you drop into the wave, you've got 45 seconds to throw as many tricks as you can. Different people have different styles. Some people like to go slow and make sure they get the tricks with lots of air and get all the bonuses on them. And some people like to go super fast and get the tricks in as many as they can.
It's good to see the variety, different styles. And now we want to see Annika's style. So Annika, du bist als nächstes dran.
Should be really nice to see Annika dropping down onto the wave. She'll just be getting ready now.
Ja, Annika is starting her ride from the eddy. Annika fährt in die Walze ein aus dem Kehrwasser. Ist eine etwas sichere Strategie, um Punkte zu sammeln in den Vorläufen. Ein Entry-Move liefert natürlich auch zusätzliche Punkte, aber ist natürlich mit dem Risiko verbunden, dass man dann aus der Walze rausfallen kann. Schauen wir, was Annika in ihrem ersten Lauf abliefern kann.
Here she is, onto the wave, throwing a lovely McNasty to start off with. Straight into a loop, amazing stuff.
And she's looking for a right Space Godzilla. Spinning around, looking for the setup, using that shoulder to kind of jump back on the foam pile.
It's very impressive. The first three moves she did in that ride of hers were very clean, very smooth. She looked like she had them totally under control. It was lovely to see.
Just trying to add that second McNasty to her score. Unfortunately bubbling off. Und solider erster Lauf für Annika. Schauen wir, was die Schiedsrichter zusammenrechnen.
So we're looking to interview the top 3 K1 women from this our prelims. So if the top 3 women would like to get ready, lay down your rides, and if you've done an amazing job, we'd love to interview you.
And also just a reminder for Heat 2 to get ready. That's Ekaterina from Germany, Maya, Lucy, Ida, and Andrea. Please make your way to the put-in if you're not already there.
So Christina dropping down onto the wave with her first ride score of 230. Very impressive. Here she is, lining up lovely. Nice entry move. And followed by a brilliant front loop. That was awesome, the air she got on that.
Now cutting out to find the setup for a left Space Godzilla, unfortunately washing off the feature. And now she has to power through the eddy to get back into the hole. It's not easy there. You've got loads of little currents and little whirlpools.
The currents in the eddy make it really hard to get fast back up into the wave.
Yes.
Christina's managed to get back up there, which is very impressive. Oh, just flush it off. She'll be gutted that she missed that one.
Come on, Team Austria.
Well done, Christina. Got some points on the board. That's awesome. That was lovely from Christina there.
And currently we have Merle in the first position with 703 points, followed by Annika, 360 points, Christina, 230 points. Agatha, 223 points, and Valerie, 140 points.
So that's Christina has now had her second ride. Agatha dropping onto the wave for a second ride.
She's looking to add. She's looking to add some more tricks to that score. Nice phonics.
Doing a great job there in the wave, setting herself up, working her way across the wave. The middle of the wave where she is right now is the most retentive spot. Able to pull off a lovely front loop there, but you do have to carve, bring your boat to the side of the wave and then back into the middle to get the nice setup for each move. Very impressive from Agatha there.
Agatha from Poland. Agatha, you happy with your ride?
She may well have her earplugs in.
She might
might not be able to hear us. I'm sure she is very happy.
But she always has a smile on her face. She's a super nice lady, always radiating positivity on and off the water. So,
indeed she does.
and our next competitor will be Valerie from Norway.
Really nice to see the paddlers getting onto the wave and busting out the tricks. It can be quite nerve-wracking when you're dropping onto the wave there. Some of these paddlers will have prepared for a few weeks here in Plattling and years up to this point.
And it'll be a cut straight to semi-finals, right? So it'll be...
I think so, yes. Here we go, Valerie, dropping onto the wave, that beautiful sparkly boat shining in the sunshine. A lovely wing over. Entry 2, getting some points off the board. Working her way up to the little front loop there.
Unfortunately, getting kicked off the wave.
It's hard, the wave, to stay in there when you're surfing around. Very easy to land your tricks, very deep.
You want to... that right shoulder there, the green one, you're used to for the setup, but sometimes it just like washes you off.
Washes you off.
You have to be quick and precise.
It's one to be careful of. Wow, Valerie throwing a lovely front loop with a lot of air straight into a Felix there. The Felix is a full 360-degree spin with half of it inverted upside down. Cruising off the shoulder. Happy with that ride, I'm sure.
And that was the second ride for Valerie. And we're just wrapping up our first heat. So our next heat, heat number 2, will start soon. We're just waiting on the judges to tally up the scores, and then we are going to kick off heat number 2.
Lovely stuff.
My bad, actually. We still have Merle and Annika's second rides, before we then move over to heat number 2.
We do our best to convey the best information to you, but don't always take what we say as gospel. We easily make some mistakes. Merle and Annika will be getting themselves ready for their second
just in
ride
our
here.
defense, we have 3 screens in front of us and a few sheets and some gummy bears. You have to stay focused.
We do. Stay focused is what Merle is doing right now. Pulling off a lovely McNasty. Straight into a huge clean loop. Wow, that was very impressive. The German fans tooting from the grandstands. They are excited with what they are seeing right here.
Merle sammelt hier die dicken Punkte mit einem Phonics nach links. Gefolgt von einem McNasty. Schön gerade alles. Wir sind sicher, dass die Schiedsrichter das so werten. Space Godzilla. Hopp, 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 Merle, setz noch einen drauf.
Another very fast-paced ride. That was very impressive.
Yeah, really good.
Time to tuck into the gummy bears, I think.
Yeah, I think we should open one.
Well, it's so nice. What a lovely day we have here.
Our gummy bears have just melted.
4 gummy bears at once. You don't want to hear about gummy bears, though. What we have in front of us is amazing Plattling Germany. Incredible wave. Super amazing to have such a wide wave here. It means that paddlers, when they're not competing, if they want to get on the river, they can. They can
Use
head
the
over.
whole feature, surf across,
Indeed.
do some wave tricks.
Mm-hmm. Some.
And,
Here we are, our next paddler.
Annika fährt in die Walze ein und schmeißt den ersten Trick. McNasty, schön mit der R. Gefolgt von einem Loop. Und jetzt nutzt Annika die Schulter, um wieder auf den Wellenberg aufzufahren. Looking for a Space Godzilla to the right. Nice and high. Looking very composed, Annika. She knows the feature well, has been paddling loads here.
Another lovely move there from Annika. Just catching the back of the boil line there. It can be really hard when landing those tricks. If you land them a little bit too far back in the feature or too heavy down into the wave, or if you're just unlucky and throw it a little bit too far to the right or to the left where those fast bits of moving green water are, then you can flush off the wave and then you have the long paddle back up to the wave.
You want to stay in the sweet spot, but you also want to use the shoulders to find that sweet spot and like set up for throwing your moves in that location.
Indeed. That sweet spot is sometimes hard to find. The very rocks that we are terrified of at the lower levels are quite nice markers to look down on to make sure you're in the right place on the wave.
From my own experience, I can tell you this rock is very, very pointy. And it can even smash plastic boats.
Indeed. Plastic boats as well.
It can, yeah. But at the same time, we need the rock because it forms the feature and it also creates the
wave itself.
The towback.
Oh, the
That's
towback.
the word,
Yes,
towback.
indeed, yes. And the towback is what creates that retentive sweet spot that we love to throw our tricks in. Without that rock, it would just be a fast green wave and we wouldn't be able to do any of these aerial tricks that we love to see. We have a little love-hate relationship with this rock. Many of our paddlers will have been busy the last few weeks repairing their boats. We have a few different types of materials that we use on these boats in the competitions. We have plastic and composite boats.
Yeah. I saw you shape your own knife, so I think you should shape your own boat.
Do you think?
A wooden boat. A wooden freestyle boat.
Okay, next on the list is a boat to be made
Nice
out of
one.
wood. So next heat we have 5 paddlers. Ekaterina from Germany, Mayo from Great Britain, Lucy from Great Britain, Ida from Germany, and Andrea from Germany. Should be a lovely heat.
Yeah, a German-British connection there.
Indeed, indeed. Good vibes in the eddy. Good vibes up the top. Pretty awesome lilo surf going on the far side of the river there. It isn't just the freestyle paddlers that are enjoying the wave. Many people grab a beer, grab a lilo, and jump on the wave. It's very impressive to see. They're getting quite the surf there.
Everyone's having a good time, and it's just great to see.
I think the judges may even call a shove it on that move that the lilo just did. That was very impressive. So we'll have heat 2 here, getting ready in the wave. Heat 3, if the Heat 3 could get ready, that's Denise, Suzanne, Kirsten, Alex, and Aoife. Heat 3 should be starting to make their way to the top of the river. But for now, we have an amazing heat. Here we have Ekaterina on the wave, surfing around on that right shoulder.
Unfortunately, finding that rock that we just spoke about, so you have to plug very carefully.
Indeed, you do. But she's made it up in pretty good time there. Still 30 seconds to spare.
Trying again, but this time sticking it.
Very impressive.
Spinning around.
Getting a little caught up on the back of her boat there, on the stern of her boat. She comes back into the eddy. Don't think she'll make it to the top. Time's up.
Time's up, and that gives us time to quickly summarize the score sheet. So we have Merle currently sitting in first place with 1,400 points, followed by Annika with 716 points, Agatha 373, Christina 350, and Valerie with 320. So solid performance by the first heats, and we are excited to see what the subsequent heats will.
Here we go, Mayo onto the wave here. Starting off with a nice spin. Spin into the left side. Paddlers will be able to do tricks both to the left-hand side and to the right-hand side. And they'll be able to score each trick just the once. Ah, big loop for Mayo. She'll be happy with that. Very impressive.
But then washing off.
Mayo looks so happy with that. She's done a spin and a loop.
Done enough work for today.
She's like, I'm out. I've done it. Well done, Mayo. She'll be happy with that.
Yeah. And we're having our second competitor, our third competitor, Lucy. She is spinning around looking for that setup. Come on, Lucy. Trying to get some points off the board.
Lucy spinning back up the wave. Back up the eddy. She'll be wanting to get back on the wave nice and quick. Lucy works as a physiotherapist back in the UK. She'll have all her muscles primed and ready for this competition, I'm sure. Looking for the Felix there. May look like she just fell over there, but she was going for the Felix. The whole 360-degree spin with the inverted half behind you there.
It's not an easy move. I can't do it.
Not an easy move.
Not even on the flat ones. I can't do it. No chance.
Johannes, you could do every other move in the book, but not the Felix.
Oh, thank you.
One of my favorites, the Felix. I find it's the move that gets the biggest cheers.
You're talking about an aerial helix.
No, I'm talking about the Felix on a hole like this. I always find if you do a Felix in a big loop, that's about the biggest cheer you can get.
Yeah, you sometimes need those simple tricks, right, to get some points.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. The harder the technicality of the points of the trick, the more points it's worth. So paddlers will be looking to pull off the hardest couple of tricks they can. Ida now dropping onto the wave.
Ida fährt die Walze von oben ein, flusht leider beim Entry Move. Kämpft sich jetzt durchs Kehrwasser wieder hoch. Hopp, 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 Ida. Hat noch 30 Sekunden Zeit, also genug, um ein paar Punkte rauszufahren. Schöner Aerial Loop. Und versucht ein McNasty, wird dann leider rausgewaschen.
Ida, also a keen water polo paddler. Lovely Space Godzilla. Goes so high into the air, getting some big cheers from the crowd there. That was very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Ida's got a nice air loop in her first ride, but we know she can do better, so we're all excited to see her in her second run. And we're now moving on to Andrea, a very experienced competitor.
Andrea will be finishing off our heat. We have heats of 5 people, and they have a nice steady amount of time, 25 minutes for each heat to work their way through. Big cheers for Ida with 190 points.
She
Very
did
impressive.
score more than an area loop, so it's nice to see.
Very good indeed. Andrea pulling off a nice spin there.
She did, yeah. And it's a very, very kayaking-oriented family, so her daughters are also competing, which is nice to see.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. Lovely to hear. I'm sure her daughters will be cheering her on today.
For sure.
Her favourite spot is Plattling itself. And she'll be having a great time here, I imagine.
Back in the feature, 10 seconds left. Looking for that loop.
Well done, Andrea. Good ride. Andrea's been paddling freestyle since 1996, so she's not new to this amazing sport that we have here. She'll be chuffed to have got this. She would have watched many of our paddlers that we see here today grow up and learn to paddle on the waves around that we have here. That's super awesome. Andrea's daughters, Lucia, Eva, and Sonia, will be cheering her on, I'm sure. Andrea last competed in the World Championships in 1999.
Wow.
Our next paddler here, Ekaterina from Germany.
Unfortunately, catching that bubble. But she's got plenty of time left. Ekaterina, du hast noch viel Zeit. ...15 Sekunden jetzt noch, wieder in der Walze. Surft raus, um dann für einen Loop den Stein zu berühren.
Ekaterina with a lovely ride there. She did a good job. The eddy lines here can be quite swirly, so the area that Ekaterina just paddled across, she came into the eddy there. Where it meets the flow there, it can be quite swirly and whirly. And later on in the competition, we have our squirt boating category, and they'll be using that.
They're actually using it, yeah.
Using the eddy line, eh? Tell us a little bit about the squirt boating, Johannes.
Well, I've seen, so they're using the eddy line mainly for the downtime.
Mayo is on the wave. Here we go. We'll come back to squirt boating once she's off. There we go, a big loop. Very impressive.
And then spinning around, looking for another move.
There we go. Mayo very happy with that. Nice
calling
big
it.
loop.
15 seconds left.
Deciding she's got enough beans in the tank to charge back for the wave. 7 seconds to go. I know her favourite trick is the McNasty, so we'll see whether she wants to pull that off. Going for it. There we go, and getting a nice spin on the buzzer. Well done, Mayo. So squirt boating. Tell us about squirt boating, Johannes.
I'm probably not the best person to talk about squirt boating, but I've seen that there are different strategies. So some people use the eddy line for the downtime. Others use the feature itself.
Yes.
not scared of the rock.
Yeah, so the
Which is
downtime
impressive to see.
being a key element of the squirt boating, where you enter the eddy line and try and drop your boat underwater for as long as possible. Lucy Sutton on the wave right now.
And Lucy,
Paddling back into the eddy now, having flushed off the wave. She did a good job there. Big smile on her face, bit of a grimace as she charges for the wave. She's got loads of time on the wave now though, 15 seconds to get a few tricks in the bag. A lovely little spin there. Unfortunately catching an edge, flashing off the wave. Nice one. There we go. Lucy having just put down a nice ride there. Well done, Lucy. Ida up next from Germany.
Yep. Back to Ida. She had a solid first ride with 190 points. Looking for a big air loop. And then surfing back into the sweet spot. Looking for the Space Godzilla and a McNasty to the left. But then catching that green wave, you have to be so careful to not throw your move too far on the left, on surface left.
Indeed you do. It's not easy. You've got 2 or 3 meters of wide of the wave to try and throw your tricks in, and the further you do it to the corners of the wave, the harder it is to stick. Ida throwing a lovely Space Godzilla there, right up into the air. And the buzzer goes. But a good ride from her, I think.
Ja, ja. Gut gemacht, Ida. Solide Performance mit 130 Punkten. Schauen wir, was die Judges noch sagen am Ende.
Oh. I think this is the most amount of technology I've ever had in front of me before. I struggle with just the just the mobile telephone myself. But
Yeah. And you got to jump between things,
indeed,
which
indeed,
makes
indeed.
it challenging, but fun also.
Fun
I'm having
also.
a good time.
But
Are
we
you
have a
having
lot
good
of information in front of us. And yes, having a good time indeed.
Maybe we should have a look at the next heat. So
Indeed, indeed.
this was heat. We're still in heat 2. But for the next heat, can please Denise from Austria, Susan from New Zealand, Kirsten from Ireland, Alex from Ireland, and Aoife, can you please make your way to the put-in? Heat 3 is about to kick off, but we're currently looking at the second run of Andrea.
Nice start to the ride there. Unfortunately, just catching the wave in the wrong spot there, flushing off.
Ja. Wird leider aus der Walze rausgewaschen, aber ist wieder zurück mit 17 Sekunden noch. Genug Zeit, um einen dicken Trick zu schmeißen. Und was zeigt uns Andrea jetzt? Versucht einen Space Godzilla, glaube ich. Hat leider nicht ganz geklappt. Oh, and we have a swimmer.
Andrea, unfortunately, out of her boat. But
There's safety measures in place
Indeed.
to cope with a situation like this. So
there we are, our safety boats are right on hand. And nicely here we have quite a big eddy. So she'll be shortly into the side of the river.
Yeah.
And not to be underestimated how hard what these paddlers are doing. It's hard enough getting on the water and on the wave and not falling over in the first place. Many
It
people
is,
will take years to master the role, and it's
Schwimmen gehört zum Kajakfahren.
it's we have a wonderful sport. Freestyle kayaking here. The aim: get on the wave. You have 45 seconds to throw as many tricks and to get as much air as possible. The tricks themselves vary in hardness.
Yeah. And this is the World Cup. Das ist der Weltcup dieses Jahr. Und nächstes Jahr haben wir dann das noch größere Event, die Weltmeisterschaft hier in Plattling. Für alle, die jetzt noch nicht mit dem Sport vertraut sind. Und genau, ist unser Probelauf quasi.
The next heat, we have Denise from Austria, Susan from New Zealand, Kirsten from Ireland, followed by Alex and Aoife from Ireland as well. A brilliant heat. They'll all be up at the top of the river getting ready to go for their rides.
We'll see no one paddling down, so it looks like everyone's dropping in from upstream. Trying to score some additional points with an entry move. And in terms of the overall scores, we still have Merlin first place with 1,400 points. Very impressive 2 rides. Followed by Annika, 716 points. Solid performance to put her into second place. And Agatha in third. And now we have our, what I believe is our first competitor of the...
Dropping down into the eddy. That will be Suzanne from New Zealand and Kirsten from Ireland, choosing to start their ride from the eddy.
But it's gonna, Heat 3 is gonna kick off with Denise. Denise aus Österreich. Ist auch Lehrerin und wird von ihren Schülern Denise Rotstift genannt.
Our top score today, 1,400 points so far, with the combined score, that is, from 2 rides. Paddlers looking to make the top 10 positions to qualify for our semi-finals. Denise from Austria, paddling out into the middle of the river, getting ready for her ride.
And Denise actually has a lovely dog which features on the bottom of a boat.
Lovely entry move.
Looking for a space. Sorry, McNasty.
McNasty indeed. Lovely loop. You can see that was going to be successful with the way she plugged.
Yeah.
Planted the nose of her boat right down into the green. Going for the Space Godzilla to the left-hand side.
You can see she knows the feature very well. It's not too far from Graz to come to Plattling.
Doing an amazing job in the wave there, Denise. I'm sure many of her Austrian friends and family will be cheering her on. And her dog too. Denise, her home paddle spot is Graz in Austria. She will be very excited for the European Championships later this year, which will be
Let's
held
give it
there.
up for Denise.
Well,
Team Österreich könnte noch ein bisschen lauter sein, habe ich das Gefühl.
Big cheers there.
That's what we like to hear.
We have a lovely atmosphere here today at Plattling. Lots
It's
of people
amazing, isn't
cheering
it?
everybody on. Okay, so can paddlers from Heat 4 please get to the top of the river? You need to get your boats checked in for your heat. Now's the time to work your way as we start our third heat of the day. Dropping onto the wave here, Susan. Plug it in for the front loop, coming all the way from New Zealand. Amazing little spin there. I can't help what how it must feel to be upside down. Coming from New Zealand on the other side of the earth, she must feel very dizzy being upside down here in Germany. Coming onto the wave. Lovely front loop. Impressive, getting yourself steadied in the wave. Well done, Susan. I'm sure she will be happy with that. Susan will be chuffed with that. She did some good tricks. Paddling around in the eddy, waiting for her scores to be finalized. The judges will be looking at what the paddlers are doing as they throw their tricks. You have 3 judges today, and the average score combined from all 3 of those judges will give our score that we see on the leaderboard. Kirsten here coming onto the wave, steadying herself for her first trick. Starting off with a spin. And a shove it. A shove it being the spinning 180 degrees, turning back the same way you came, and doing another 180-degree spin.
And you can even link the shove it to a spin, which I think Bartosz invented, according to him. Oh no, he did the spin to McNasty, I think.
Yes, as you say, linking the moves together gets you extra points. Kirsten there, flushing off the wave, trying for a lovely front loop. There are a few different bonus points you can get for your moves with Kayak Freestyle here. So one of those being the link bonus. If you manage to pull off your trick in one fluid motion combined with another trick, then both moves will get extra points to be linked together. Other bonuses we have are the air bonus. If your boat clears the foam pile and comes out of the water, you'll get an air bonus. The huge bonus, which is only the biggest moves get the huge bonus. That's extra points on top of the air bonus for those paddlers that are particularly impressive. The clean bonus I mentioned a moment ago also has the super clean bonus. The clean bonus is part of the trick being used with no paddle, and the super clean bonus is for the whole trick being executed with no paddle blade.
Very impressive. And now we have Alex dropping in. Alex from Ireland actually lives in Nottingham. And she is the sister of the legendary David McClure.
Always the smiliest person on the water. I'm sure Alex will be having a great time here today. Paddling up the eddy, getting herself prepped for her next move. Catching an edge, but
Alex is also competing in Squirt, and I've seen her train loads in Nottingham, so we're excited to see her in that category as well.
squirt boating is our underwater kayaking discipline. So paddlers will be in their vacuum-packed kayaks, paddling into the eddy line, trying to drop underwater for as long as possible. And I'm sure Alex will be looking forward to that a lot. Having a great time on the wave there. Well done, Alex.
And we have Our competitors in Heat 4, please get ready. Daniela from Switzerland, Anne from Germany, Sandra from Italy, Sonja from Germany, and Yasmin from Austria. Please be ready at the check-in, at the put-in. Got your boats checked in, and be ready to go. You're in the next heat.
Right now we have our women's surface kayak competition. After this, we'll have our open canoe category.
Aoife is dropping in next. Aoife is also known as Aoife.
For those less verbally adapted. Aoife has a very impressive paddling style along with a very smiley face.
Yeah,
We'll
super lovely person, also organizing the Galway Fest.
Indeed, indeed. Lovely kickflip to start off.
Amazing aerial loop, super snappy. Now carving around to plug for a right Space Godzilla.
Very snappy. It's impressive. Not all paddlers have such a dynamic paddling style as Aoife. She'll be looking to show us off that today.
It's especially impressive if you consider, oh, that was a big one. If you consider that her home spot tube is very different to Plattling. It's way more powerful.
Yes.
Plattling's way more powerful. But Aoife shows us how it's done.
Her home spot near the county of Galway. Tomb wave. She's raising her hand in the air. She's happy with that ride. Some good McNasties. Well done, Aoife. Lots of people cheering her on today. Fantastic ride there.
Aoife, I just read your favorite move is actually a mystery move. So in your second ride, can we please have a mystery move?
There we go. So Aoife finishing off our heat there. Each paddler has had one ride now. And following from that one ride, they'll get another one. Both scores will be combined to give the score that you see on our leaderboards there. So 2 rides with both counting towards your final score. So coming back up to the top of the heat list, we have Denise from Austria. She'll be looking to improve on her score. 176 points.
Denise hat gut vorgelegt mit 176 Punkten. Aber wir wissen alle natürlich, dass Denise mehr kann. Deshalb sind wir alle gespannt zu sehen, was sie uns nun zeigen wird in ihrem Second Run.
Denise's favorite kayaker, her most inspiring kayaker being Jonas Herman.
It might be that Jonas filled this out, so. Oh yeah, and she did incredibly well in Nottingham, 5th place.
Indeed, indeed. Pasta being her favorite food apparently. Dropping down into the wave now, looking to create some nice, tidy spaghetti moves. Lovely kickflip. Sets her up nicely for a McNasty. Pulling that round, showing us off the lovely picture of her dog on the bottom of her boat.
Yes, and even the real life form is on the riverbanks cheering her on.
Real life dog of dreams. Working her way around the wave, you have to be quite physical with this wave to get yourself into the right position, get your boat initiated under the fast-moving green water that's coming down from above. Throwing a lovely Space Godzilla to the left-hand side. Well done, Denise. And a McNasty to finish off. Filling a ride.
Well done, Denise. Denise ist in Graz zu Hause, wo die Europameisterschaft stattfindet im August. Und da werden wir natürlich auch gespannt sein, wie sie abliefern wird. Aber well done.
Brilliant job there, Denise. Suzanne starting her ride there, flashing off the wave, unfortunately. Coming back up the eddy. Coming into the wave here, looking to set up for some tricks. Beautiful day. Can be hard to see when paddling sometimes with the sun shining in your eyes. Going for that spin. A 360-degree spin, scoring yourself 10 points. Some happy faces from the judges there.
I think we can extend a big thank you from all competitors to our judges.
They're doing a fabulous job here.
Please be very lenient on my rides tomorrow.
Don't know if this is classed as bribery, Johannes. Kirsten dropping onto the wave. Spinning around, looking for the best spot to throw her tricks.
Kirsten has just acquired a new pair of shorts, sandy line shorts.
Back into the eddy, up to the wave. She's got 20 seconds to spare, plenty of time. Lovely job, 10 seconds to go, throwing a big loop. She'll be chuffed with that. Well done, Kirsten. A few more seconds to go, looking to get in a few spins, adding in the extra points.
That's the buzzer for Kirsten.
Good job, Kirsten.
She's happy with that.
Beautiful stuff there.
We're back to Alex from Ireland.
Alex coming onto the wave here. Going for a spin there. Looking very calm and collected.
Yeah, she knows you just needs to, throw a few safe moves and maybe make it through. And she's actually working for a charity in the UK.
Is she?
YMCA, yeah. So she's working a lot with children, and you can see she's just having fun on the water, just having a good time, and that's what it's all about.
Throwing a lovely paddle spin there. Unfortunately not scoring any points at such a high level competition, but all of the better to hear about. We love to see it. Means the paddlers are having a good time.
She's scoring points with the audience.
Yes. Alex being quite the speed demon in a canoe polo boat as well. She is not one to be messed with when balls and goals are to be involved. Very impressive show from today. Good smile on her face. Force to be reckoned with on the canoe polo's pitch, along with Squirt boat. Later on in the competition, we'll have our squirt boating competition.
We have Aoife prepping herself for her next ride. Big smile on her face.
Women's kayak now, followed by open canoe, then women's squirt, men's squirt later on today.
And let's see if Aoife's going to show us another lovely wing over to start things off. Checking her earplugs. Everything ready to go, drop it in. A lovely entry too. Nice and high off the foam pile. Plugging for a big loop, snappy as well.
Impressive. Lots of air on that one. Space Godzilla to the right-hand side, looking to set up for a McNasty. Bringing it round.
And now trying to use that shoulder to find the other McNasty. Aoife's got a few seconds left to throw, add some more points to the board. Come on, Aoife. Nice back loop. She's super happy with her performance, paddling really well.
Good stuff, Aoife. She'll be chuffed with that.
Where was the mystery move though, Aoife?
There we go.
That counts.
Extra points for that one for sure.
Well done, Aoife.
Good job.
And in our next heat, we will have Daniela from Switzerland, Anne, Sandra, Sonja und Jasmin. So we have a German-speaking heat.
I think you might want to take this heat commentating in German, Johannes.
Ja, ich kann es mal probieren.
That's heat 4 coming up now. So Daniela and Sandra, Sonja and Yasmin. And heat 5, if you could start getting ready at the top of the river, that's Julie from Canada, Naya from Germany, Miyu from Japan, and then Lucy and Nele from Germany as well. If you could start getting ready, that would be awesome.
And just to quickly reflect on the overall scoreboard, so we have Merle still sitting in first position with a massive gap of almost 700 points to Annika. We have Annika in second position, 716 points. Aoife, 610, but I believe we're waiting for her second run to be added to this. Denise in fourth with 403 points. Agatha, 373 points.
Aoife and Alex waiting for Aoife's score to come through. Tense times, trying to raise the roof, raise the scores. Coming in a second ride at 726 points. Well done, Aoife, that's very impressive. So a combined score being 1,336 points. She will be chuffed with that. Putting her into second place behind Merle. Paddlers from our fourth heat dropping down into the eddy, ready to start their competition. A nice atmosphere at the wave today, I think. It's been nice to see everybody having a nice time, cheering everybody on.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about freestyle. It's quite a small community, so it feels like a family, right? Everyone knows each other, so yeah, it's really good energy, good vibes.
Yes.
And the weather's amazing too, so yeah, what else can you ask for?
Indeed. It's a nice thing when you drive a few thousand miles or fly a few thousand miles across the world and run into the same people you saw only a few weeks before or last year in another country, in another part of the world.
Yeah.
We're very lucky with the sport we have. Very friendly bunch of people.
And in our fifth heat, So we haven't actually started our 4th heat, but in our 5th heat we have Julie from Canada, Naya from Germany, Miu from Japan, Lucy from Germany, and Nele from Germany. So if those competitors could please ready themselves to jump on the water soon and get their boats checked in. Unsere erste Paddlerin in diesem 4. Heat ist Daniela aus der Schweiz. In diesem deutschsprachigen Heat. Sie fährt die Walze von unten ein. Versucht jetzt das Setup zu finden für ihren ersten Trick. Schöner Spin-Versuch, aber leider greift das Heck da. Hopp, 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 Daniela muss sich jetzt wieder durchs Kehrwasser kämpfen. Versucht da so schnell wie möglich, ohne Zeitverlust, ohne großen Zeitverlust wieder in die Walze zu kommen. Und die letzten Paddelschläge ist wieder in der Walze. Gleicher Versuch nochmal. Ein Spin nach links, dieses Mal klappt's. Schöner Spin, Daniela. Und auf der anderen Seite nochmal.
Paddlers in Heat 4 doing a great job here. After Heat 4 we'll have a small break, getting started again at 1:20 with our 5th heat. Daniela happy with her first ride, it appears. And here we have Anne from Germany dropping down into the wave, our local favourite.
Anne, die Lokalmatadorin, kennt die Walze in- und auswendig, wie man es auch direkt sehen kann bei ihrem ersten Move. Schöner Aerial Loop. Gefolgt von einem McNasty. Nutzt da ganz clever die linke Seite, um wieder auf den Schauberg zu kommen. Fällt dann leider von der Walze. Schaufelt sich jetzt wieder zurück. Anne, auch eine der Organisatoren, macht viel Arbeit im Hintergrund und zeigt auch, dass sie gut Boot fahren kann.
Impressive. Pulling off our favourite move, the McNasty there. Very impressive to see. Anna having a very impressive accolade, 11 times German champion. You've been paddling a long time, and I'm sure a long time in paddling itself. She lives here in Bavaria, works as a physiotherapist, and in her spare time, lots of paddling, as is plainly obvious by the smooth style she has on the wave. Good job, Anna.
Our next competitor is Sandra, starting for Italy. And Sandra showing us that she knows the feature really well. Spent a lot of time training her with her boyfriend Fabian, traveling Europe in a van.
Unfortunately, just catching a little edge on the side of the wave there. Not sure she'll have time to get back to the wave, but she's laid down some good moves already. Very impressive. She won't be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, pretty juicy score for first prelims run.
Indeed. Yeah, 253 points. That's a good score. Good score indeed.
Und als nächstes haben wir Sonja, die schon in der Walze ist. Spinnt sich da den Kopf duselig. Aber schön ausgeführt. Verkannte dann leider, wird aus der Walze gewaschen. Muss jetzt wieder zurück.
Sonia paddling back up the eddy now. Back up to the wave. 20 points on the board already. Should be looking to improve on that. In her last 10 seconds. Looking for the front loop. A little spin. Good job, Sonia.
That's the final buzzer for Sonja. Well done. And we're moving on to Jasmin, I believe. Also from Austria, Graz. Hat sich enorm gesteigert über die letzten Monate und Jahre. Gut Fortschritte gemacht und wir werden gleich sehen, ob sich das auch in den Punkten widerspiegelt.
Jasmin ready to go, dropping down onto the wave. Looking calm and collected. We'll see what she can pull off.
Nice entry free.
Very smooth loop there. Very impressive. Surfing over, pulling off a lovely
Amazing
McNasty.
super snappy as well.
Well executed.
And whips it around for her other McNasty, the other direction. That's the thing with those moves, you can do them both ways.
Yes.
Und ein schöner Space Godzilla mit schön viel Air. Jasmin fährt die Tricks sehr sauber, super Phonics, auch mit gutem Winkel.
Very impressive ride. She's well happy with that. Giving us the chakra. Impressive. That move, that ride was filled with good moves there.
Yeah.
She obviously knows the feature very well.
And then we are moving to the top of the order.
Next up, after the 4 judges have to deal with that amazing ride. Next up, we'll have Daniela from Switzerland. She's done a good job there. Jasmin with a score of 770 points. That's very impressive.
And just a quick reminder for Heat 5 to get ready. That's Julie from Canada, Naya from Germany, Miyu from Japan, Lucy from Germany, and Nele from Germany as well. But we're back to Heat 4 with Daniela.
Impressive there, just flushing off the wave. Sprinting back up the eddy. At this point, she's planning her last 10 seconds in the wave. She won't have long, but if she gets herself together, she'll be able to pull off a nice move. Here she goes. Moving over to the left to set up. unfortunately not having the time to throw another move.
And Daniela actually enjoys endless surfing, so I'm pretty sure we'll see her back on the feature. Maybe not on the competition side, but in the middle or the surfer side, enjoying this great wave, the great weather.
We have 7 heats of the women's kayaking today. We're on heat number 4 at the moment. 3 heats to go after this, and then later today we'll have the open canoe event, followed by the squirt boating competition. We'll have the women's event and the men's of that in the afternoon. 4 o'clock at the wave if you want to see the squirt boating. If you want to see people disappear underwater, it's a pretty fantastic discipline. There is a similar amount of time. You have a minute to throw as many tricks as you can in the eddy, followed by an opportunity to drop underwater. And now dropping onto the wave, starting off our ride with a nice trick.
Anne, die die Walze natürlich in- und auswendig kennt. Und 2018 auch Europameisterin. Also trainiert auch in anderen Walzen, kann auch in anderen Walzen gut Boot fahren. Und geht jetzt auf einen McNasty, schön mit viel Air und ein dicker Space Godzilla.
Wow, that was massive. Amazing job, Anna. Another huge Space Godzilla to the right-hand side.
Hopp, 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 Anne, noch ein letzter Move. Aber die Sirene ertönt und Annes zweiter Lauf kommt damit zu Ende.
If the judges think the paddler has got enough air on their move, they won't just give an air bonus, they'll give a huge bonus, which is an extra massive amount of points. It's up to them whether they think the move itself got enough heights to achieve that bonus. But it's nice to have that option. It really rewards paddlers for going that extra mile up into the air.
It does, yeah. And it's more spectacular. It's more entertaining for the spectators as well, right?
It is indeed.
So we like to see you guys go big. But we, of course, understand if you're a bit more conservative in prelims and you want to make it through.
We love it when people high-five the moon on their way past. It's amazing how big you can go in this wave. There's a lot of waves in the world where you just simply can't get much air, but this one is powerful enough.
Definitely.
Sandra here looking to do the same for herself.
Scheitert leider an dem McNasty-Versuch, aber probiert es jetzt nochmal. Spinnt auf der rechten Seite, setzt nochmal an. Schöner McNasty mit viel Air. Und geht auf ihren zweiten Move. Schöner Air Loop. Dazu kommt dann noch ein Space Godzilla. Schauen wir mal, ob der zählt. McNasty andere Richtung. Und dann noch ein schöner Space Godzilla am Ende, um den Lauf abzuschließen.
It's always impressive when the paddlers manage to pack in a move right at the end, just
On the
before the buzzer.
yeah.
Indeed. It can be quite tense with each paddler only having 45 seconds to pull off their moves, and the first beeper, the first buzzer you will hear from the judges' tent will be the 10-second buzzer. That gives the paddlers a warning that they've only got 10 seconds left in the wave. And then you got to get a jiffy on, and the paddlers have that countdown going on in their head as they're paddling around the wave, try to bust out those last moves in the last little bit.
Yeah. And there's always a lot of debate on the stands whether this move was actually in the time or whether it was like too late. So it's kind of nice to see that people,
Indeed, indeed. Sonia onto the wave, going for a little front loop there. Having a nice German color scheme there, representing the red, black and yellow very well.
Yes, and Sonia was also in America, I believe, last year at the World Championships.
Amazing.
No stranger to competition.
Give her a cheer, Germany. Get her back on the wave.
Ja, wo ist Team Deutschland eigentlich? Wir hören euch.
Very nice, Sonja. Good paddling.
Gute Leistung von Sonja. Steht aktuell bei 100 Punkten. Schauen wir, ob die Judges auch alles geben.
Sonja laying down a nice ride, scoring 100 points there. Coming back round for Jasmin's final ride.
Jasmin hat phänomenal vorgelegt in ihrem ersten Lauf.
770 points in her first ride. Let's see if she can improve on that, or even...
I'm pretty sure she can. You can hear Team Austria in the background cheering her on. And she's looking for the loop.
Lovely loop from Jasmin there.
Followed by a McNasty, another loop. Better be safe, do another one.
Definitely scoring the air bonus on that loop.
Und super schöner McNasty, mit viel Air auch, gut rumgerissen.
Loops and McNasties are hard. Paddlers have to finish them pointing upstream to get them scored by the judges. Jasmin doing a very good job of this with a huge Space Godzilla to finish off.
Sehr beeindruckend, was Jasmin uns hier zeigt.
Possibly achieving a huge bonus on that move. We'll see what the judges say.
Ist wahrscheinlich super happy mit ihren Läufen.
Well done, Jasmin. And that wraps up our fourth heat of our women's kayak event.
And the overall scores, we still have Merlin first, but Aoife is right behind her with 1,336 points. And then Anna sneaked into third place with 890 points.
Jasmin's score just coming in with a whopping 566 points, giving a total of 1,336 points.
So it matches Aoife's score, so it's a combined second, I guess.
Wow, you don't see that very often. Two scores exactly the same.
Yeah. Also the decimals are the same.
The decimals indeed are the same. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
1,300 points, and they managed to end up landing on the same moves. And I can't imagine they threw all the same tricks in the same order.
Do you think they agreed on that beforehand?
I think so. Shook hands and said, what should we go for? I think 1,336. Then Aoife goes, no, I think 1,336.67.
Yeah.
Very impressive. So we're having a little break now with our competition, our fourth heat having gone very well. A little break before we get started with the fifth heat. Amazing job. We have a little break now. Opportunities to get food from our lovely food stands. So if you're hungry and you haven't quite had time to get enough food and drink, go along down to our lovely food stalls alongside the wave here. Get yourself some nice dinner. If you're from a country not like Germany, then you might want to go there and try some of their Lovely local foods. Germany, well known for its lovely food and drink. A few paddlers enjoying the sunshine on the far side. A warm day, but we're lucky enough to have a cool river to jump in. If anyone's a little bit hot, a little swim around is a good way to cool down. Our next heat will be Heat 5. Julie from Canada, Naya from Germany, Miyu from Japan, Lucia from Germany, and Nele from Germany as well. Little short break before we head back on with that. Next heat starting at 1:20 here at Plattling. Julie from Canada, Naya from Germany, Miyu from Japan, and 2 Germans to finish off, Lucia and Nele. Should be a good heat. Lots going on at the wave today. 5 different categories of competition. The day started off with the senior men's kayak freestyle event. We had some big scores from many of the paddlers. 20 of the senior men's going through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. We are now halfway through our senior women's kayak freestyle. Here we are, heat number 5, starting to get ready now. So heat number 5, we'll all be ready to go. In a few minutes we'll be starting. That's heat number 5. Heat number 6, if you guys could start to get ready and work your way to the top of the river. That's Leah and Marin from Finland, Bavin from Ireland, Rebecca from Great Britain, and Zosia from Poland. Right now, we have an awesome group about to drop onto the wave. Julie from Canada, Naya from Germany, Miu from Japan, and the 2 Germans to finish, Lucia and Nele.
We can use the time to quickly thank the sponsors for this event. Die Sponsoren dieses Events, ohne die Unterstützung wäre dieser Wettkampf nicht möglich. Vielen Dank geht an die Stadtwerke Plattling, kajakshop.com, Pintergoose, Congatec, Sparkasse Deggendorf und Lindner. Vielen Dank für die Unterstützung. Und vielleicht noch als Anmerkung, für das leibliche Wohl ist natürlich auch gesorgt. Wir werden hier gerade abgelenkt. Nice, Bartosz. Bottom. Für das leibliche Wohl ist hier natürlich auch gesorgt. Es gibt zu trinken, gibt zu essen, also holt euch was. Dadurch könnt ihr auch das Event unterstützen, finanziell.
Few minutes to go before our first heat gets started. Charlie, our head judge, giving the thumbs up to our first paddler. Getting started here with our 5th heat of the women's kayak freestyle.
And Julie is entering the feature from the eddy. Looking composed and surfing across for that first move, using the whole width for the feature.
Julie's here with a nice crew of other Canadian paddlers. Nice to see them all here enjoying themselves.
And trying to find that spot for the loop, but unfortunately bobbling off. Does she have enough time to get back through the eddy? Where's Team Canada?
There they are, we hear them cheering. Not quite enough time to make it into the wave, but a good try on that first ride. Sparkly, glittery boat shining in the sunshine. It looks, I'm a bit jealous, to be honest.
It looks like the perfect day, like a nice sunrise to a nice sunset.
It does indeed. What a lovely thing that is.
Yeah. Julie still has her second ride, so no pressure. And we're moving on to our second competitor in this heat, which is Naya from Germany. Naya fährt auch von unten ein, spinnt schön auf der linken Seite. Und haut einen dicken Space Godzilla raus.
Unglaublich.
Gefolgt von einem Loop, auch schön gestanden mit R. Wo ist Team Deutschland?
Nice
die ganze Tribüne feuert Naya an. Sie probiert einen dritten Move, ein schöner Space Godzilla nach rechts, spinnt dann auf der linken Schulter. Und das war Nayas erster Lauf. Schöne Punktzahl. Darauf kann man aufbauen.
Look, pretty awesome view of Miyu dropping down as the train crosses the bridge. Here she goes. Lovely entry move to start off with. The entry move scoring 30 points, 50 points, depending on how impressive you make it. Probably looking for the entry too there.
She did, yeah. And Miyu is a medical student, so she tries to balance her professional career with her athletic one. And going for the loop. Already got those loop points on the board. Now looking for a space Gazilla, I believe, but unfortunately catching an edge and finishing her first ride with 73 points probably.
Impressive ride there.
Yeah, not a bad start, and
It's not easy, is it? These prelims, where you have 2 rides, but both of them count towards your final score. How do you find it, Johannes, with the pressure of those?
the pressure is overwhelming sometimes.
Yes.
So much at stake, but yeah, as you say, you have 2 rides, so even if you mess up the first one, you can still throw down in the second and make it through.
Absolutely, that's a good way of looking at it. I like it. Lucy now dropping down into the wave. Nice little entry move, unfortunately flashing. She'll be annoyed with that, but paddling hard to make it back into the wave. She'll still have 30 seconds to throw all the moves she can.
She's been on the training grind for some time now, so let's see if Lucy can actually convert that into some points.
Nice loop there.
Yeah, really nice loop. Und Lucy versucht den McNasty, bleibt sogar drin. Wir müssen schauen, ob der gezählt wird. Probiert er noch die andere Richtung. Der war schon besser. Und die finale Sirene für Lucy. Schöner erster Lauf.
Good job there, Lucy from Germany. Next up, her teammate, Nele.
Also from Germany, yeah. You can see here athletes coaching each other. So pretty nice to see that camaraderie, and yeah, despite all of the competitive pressure, we do have, you know, they're all friends pretty much.
Indeed. I really like the sport for that. It's a very supportive sport. And yes, you're not short of friends to give you encouragement. As Nele drops onto the wave.
Nele versucht da ihren Lauf mit einem Loop zu starten, wird leider aus der Walze gewaschen. Paddelt dann hart, um wieder zurückzukommen. Hat noch 30 Sekunden, genug Zeit, um Punkte zu sammeln, ins Viertelfinale einzuziehen. Halbfinale. Zehn Sekunden noch. Ein Loop-Versuch. Hopp, 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 Nele. Und ein McNasty. In den finalen Sekunden nochmal einen draufgehauen. Nochmal als Erinnerung, quick reminder that we will need the top 3 women at the announcer's booth for a quick interview after we finish the last heat of the women's kayak prelims.
Good stuff there, nearly finishing off our 5th heat. 1 ride down, 1 to go for all the paddlers. Wonderful atmosphere at the wave today. Sun is shining. Good cheers coming from the grandstands. Really nice to hear. As Julie drops down onto the wave. Lovely start there. Setting up for a spin, making that glittery boat shine. Going for the cartwheel.
Nice cartwheel.
Really lovely. That was a very smooth cartwheel.
It was indeed, yeah. Good spot as well, so she retained it.
Looking to get her nose under the water, ready for that front loop.
Didn't quite work out, but decent ride from Julie from Canada.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Nice little.
Improved on her first ride.
Indeed, indeed. She has quite the crew from Canada with her. It's been nice to have them here, training.
Yeah, it's quite some distance you have to cover to come here. You think about it.
Absolutely.
And then Naya back in the feature for her second ride. Naya in ihrem zweiten Lauf. Wieder wie gewohnt mit dem Spin. Setzt dann an zu einem schönen Air Loop. Wirkt sehr gelassen und versucht dann einen Space Godzilla nach links. Schön mit Air. Und ein McNasty, der dann leider nicht ganz drin ist. Aber gut gemacht, Naya, auch in deinem zweiten Lauf.
It's a nice ride from her. $100 points on that second ride. Getting a nice combination of points there. 2 rides counting together. Very impressive. Our next paddler
is Mio from Japan. Preparing for a second ride, giving us some time to talk about the how much Matt likes the Bavarian culture.
I do like the Bavarian culture.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, indeed. It's a lot of fun, particularly enjoying the beer. Very good quality beer here.
Good
nice
food as well.
Nice food, very nice food. And yeah, I feel very lucky to be enjoying all the lovely Germans' company as well. Miyu dropping into the wave.
Nice entry one, but then getting washed off the feature.
Unfortunately, looking for those extra points as you enter the wave.
Getting some powerful strokes in to fight her way back through the eddy.
Dropping onto the wave again. On that right shoulder, where the wave is a little flatter. That right shoulder is a great place for setting up for your moves. It allows you
spins as well, yeah.
It is good for the spins, allowing you to get to the top of the foam pile, ready to drop in for another trick. Throwing a lovely loop to finish.
Nearly getting that loop, but unfortunately not sticking it.
That right shoulder catching out a lot of our paddlers here today. It's very easy to land your boat there and find yourself paddling off into the eddy.
But to come back about that talk about Bavaria.
Yes.
So people keep telling me from abroad that the German food is actually not that great. But I'm like, have you been to Bavaria, mate?
I think I'm in
Yes, it
agreement
is.
with you.
I think it
it's
is.
pretty good. we yeah, I enjoy it a lot. It was only yesterday. I don't know if it's a Bavarian food, but I had some Nussstollen.
Nussstollen.
Yeah, I think that's nut cake.
Yeah, like a dessert.
It tasted amazing. I was like, yes. Anyway, Lucia, onto the wave with a nice loop. Good stuff. Looking for the McNasty. We're setting up for that. Coming out onto the right shoulder. Spinning around for the McNasty.
Up, Lucy.
Got to paddle hard now into the eddy, back upstream.
Hat einen beeindruckenden ersten Lauf. Versucht jetzt noch ein paar zusätzliche Punkte zu sammeln, um den Gesamtscore nach oben zu drücken. Bleibt leider nicht drin.
Another good attempt to McNasty there.
Trotzdem akzeptable Leistung von Lucy und erster guter Lauf.
It's all very well asking a poor Englishman what his favorite Bavarian food is, but I want to know what your favorite recommended Bavarian food is, Johnny.
Probably Haxe.
Haxen, what's Haxen?
Yeah. It's pork, but it's like you got the a very crispy skin on it.
Ooh, tasty.
And you eat it with some potatoes, I think.
Okay.
I'm not Bavarian, so I might be wrong. But
Haxen and potato, there you have it. Johnny's recommendation.
We'll get it at the Volksfest.
Recommended.
We'll try it together.
Favorite food. Lovely Nelly dropping onto the wave. Surfing around, trying to find the right spot. She obviously found it. That was a lovely loop.
Showing everyone what she's able to do. Nele setzt an zu McNasty und bleibt drin. Spinnt jetzt nach links, um nochmal das Setup zu fahren. Space Godzilla und dann eine Rolle.
Not a bad ride at all. Impressive.
Not a bad ride. So obviously this is our fifth heat. In heat number 6 we have Leah from Finland, Marine from France, Babin from Ireland, Rebecca from Great Britain, and Zosia from Poland.
So, this is our women's prelims with our top 20 paddlers going through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. So far, 4 of our paddlers in this heat have qualified. So that all depends on what is to come from the next paddlers in the next heat.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Valerie who's sitting in the bubble spot at the moment, 10th place with 320 points.
Bubble spot, I think the 20 is the bubble spot. Ekaterina.
Yes, my bad. It's quarterfinals, obviously.
Ekaterina on the bubble spot,
yes,
43
with
points.
43 points.
Our top 10, Merle, Jasmine, Aoife, Anna and Annika from Germany, Sandra, Denise, Agatha, Christina, Valerie, that's our top 10. And then Ida, Nelly, Naya, Mayo, Lucia, Sonia, Kirsten, Miu, Susan, and Ekaterina. laying up our 11 to 20 spots.
So the paddlers in our next heat are looking to beat the combined score of 43 points in 2 rides.
Now, the way they've set up these competitions, it is reverse seeded from our previous World Cup. So the last World Cup that we had in Columbus, the results that we got from there will be adding in, so our best paddlers will be coming up in our last heat. Okay, those that haven't competed in the World Cup will be randomly selected in our first heats. So as we enter our 5th, 6th and 7th heats, we'll be looking for some real talent.
It'll be exciting to watch what the top women will be able to throw down. But we've already seen some exciting stuff.
We have,
and we are just getting started. It's just the first day.
Indeed. What they're showing for us here is only a taste of what they can achieve when the pressure's on in the finals of the competition.
And Leah from Finland dropping in, trying an entry move, but unfortunately getting pushed downstream. Now trying to make her way back up the eddy. Still plenty of time left for Leah to try some bigger moves, get some bigger points. Surfing across and plugging for a nice air loop, solid. Trying to go for the McNasty and plugging for a Space Godzilla. Really nice Space Godzilla at the end. We've actually not seen that many people hitting the rock today.
No.
It's quite a good level for those bigger, more aerial moves.
I think so. That rock right in the middle of the wave where we're all trying to do our tricks underwater is a pesky one. But I think it's not annoyed too many people today, which is nice.
Let's hope it stays like this.
Indeed, yes.
With no rain in Plattling. It can rain upstream to keep the levels, but
yes,
please no rain here.
We need a
No
little
more rain.
little rain bubble above us.
Yeah.
With enough will from enough people power. If we all hope that it stays sunny, I think.
Yeah,
it will
we're
stay
rain
sunny.
dancing around the campfire tonight.
Yes, indeed. Leah, who just went there from Finland, she her home spot Nietskoski in Finland is a wave, so potentially
from France.
a little in a different environment here with our hole. Yes, Marie from France, drop it into the wave, lovely kickflip entry move.
Ooh, you can hear her carbon boat smacking the rock. And you can hear the French cheering on. Où est le Français?
Allez, allez!
She's a very experienced paddler, you can tell.
Yes, moving quickly between the tricks. It's very impressive. Getting huge air on that move.
Yeah.
That was very impressive.
Good first ride from Marine, and we all know she can do better, so we can't wait for a second ride. And we're moving on to Babin from Ireland.
Halfway through our first rides on our 6th heat. So if our 7th heat could get ready at the top of the river, that's Emma, Tamsin, Abby, Hitomi and Ottilie. 7th heat getting ready at the top of the river now. It won't be long before you yourselves are dropping down onto the wave.
And then later today, maybe we'll just quickly summarize the schedule so people are aware.
Yes. So later today, we have our open canoe event starting at 2:40. We have 2 heats of that, followed by our squirt boating prelims. The squirt boating starting out with the women's at 4 o'clock, followed by 2 heats of men's. Very exciting. Bavin
Nice.
now dropping into the wave. Lovely entry move. Bavin coming from Ireland. Looking to set up for that McNasty.
Looking to get the edge in. It's not easy when it's that high.
No.
Unfortunately, washing off.
Paddling hard. Bavin would have been practicing hard in all of her home spots in Ireland. It's not easy to catch these spots, as lots of them are powered by the rain, as it were. But she sure looks like she's got the practice in. Nice loop that was.
Yeah, now she can look for the McNasty. Add some more points to the board. Not quite getting the McNasty she was looking for. But she's got the skill to execute those moves, so I'm pretty sure we'll see a few McNasties from her in her second ride.
I'm sure her second ride will be much better than that. But still good points on the board, 90 points. Good job to Bavin there. After Bavin, we're going to have Becky from Great Britain. Many, you'll see as a lot of our paddlers get out of their boats, many of them will pull out a space hopper with them. And it's not just because they love bouncing around the campsite. They allow you to get a lot more air when you go for your big loops. Becky now dropping onto the wave. There goes.
Very snappy, powerful paddler. And I've actually heard that she can do more push-ups and more pull-ups than Owen Kelly, which is very impressive.
Well, Owen can't do many, so it's not that impressive. Becky looking for that loop. Ooh, amazing air on that. Wow.
Amazing, going huge.
Very impressive.
Hop, 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 Becky.
Oh.
She's training, she's studying and training in Nottingham. So no stranger to whole boating. And you can tell she's making the most of the amazing weather, not wearing a kayak.
No need for that when you're used to cold winter days in Nottingham. I'm sure you're used to that, Johnny.
Yeah, it can be grim.
It's at least we're not knocking the ice off our helmets today here in Plattling.
Indeed.
A good job there from Becky.
Yeah,
Finishing
sure.
Good moves there. She's also a raft guide at Home Pier Point, so you'll often see her floating down the river with a stag do in the front of her boat, smashing into all the waves.
Yeah, very good understanding for the water, Becky. And then we have our next competitor, Zosia from Poland. And she is a super experienced, super distinguished athlete in the sport.
From what I've seen before, we should be up for quite the ride here. Here we go. Dropping in for a lovely entry 3 there. Catching her tail, but I'm sure she won't be long until she's back on the next move.
Amazing area move, clean even.
Yes, indeed. Getting that clean bonus, not using the paddle in the trick gets you the extra points. Nice McNasty there. Another nice McNasty. With Zosia, I like the way she plods through the moves, she gets them done, and hooks out all the bonuses she can along the way. Amazing air on that one.
Very smooth and snappy, yes.
Looking for
Zosia is also not skill-wise, she's very good, but also she's got a few medals, so she's quite a competitor. Well done, Zosia.
Very impressive paddler. You'll see her very often at these competitions, at the World Championships, the World Cups, like we have here today. And very experienced athlete. She knows how to get the scores on the board.
She's being coached by her partner Tomasz, and I'm sure he's got some good advice for her before before her second ride. But a solid first ride for Zosha, and we are moving on to the top of the order of the second heat. Leah from Finland.
So the yellow ball or the space hopper that you see in a lot of these paddlers' boats, that's used to add more volume to a paddler's boat, which allows them to get a little bit closer to high-fiving the moon.
It looks kind of funny when you're not familiar with those.
It does indeed.
And someone gets out of their boat and you can see it's like a bouncy ball with like a smiley face on it.
Yes. You're like, hello, now I have a space hopper.
Yeah, but it's all serves a purpose.
Yes. I am some of the paddlers, it's very impressive. It's almost like Mary Poppins, and they start pulling out space hoppers and bits of foam and umbrellas.
What's coming next?
Bits of rope. Here we are, Leah dropping down onto the wave, looking to improve on a score of 166 points.
Nice entry move, surfing across to find a setup.
Very color coordinated, Leah is.
Yeah.
All in red, I've heard that. Makes you go faster, makes you go higher in the air.
It does. It adds style bonus.
Indeed. Looking good, moving around the feature here. Looking for the next setup of her next big trick.
Her favorite food is actually sushi. And unfortunately, I have to disappoint you, Leah. I don't think you're in the best place for sushi, but maybe there's a Worlds in Japan at some point. Who knows?
Yes. Yes. Some recommendations of where to get.
Yeah, Leah would be up for it, for sure.
You don't have German sushi? What's the closest German food to sushi, do you think? That's the troll.
I'm not sure. We have sushi places, and they can be nice, but I don't think it's the equivalent to a proper Japanese place.
No.
But yeah, back to more serious stuff.
Indeed. The kayaking, the incredible kayaking that we are getting a show of today. 180 points on the second ride for Leah, bringing the total to 346 points. I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Getting a thumbs up from our judge. The next paddler will be dropping down.
Marine from France.
Allez!
And I have to say, Team France, I'm missing the drums. I remember you had some drums a while ago.
And the flares and the fireworks too. The French are always known to be heard and seen when supporting their amazing paddlers.
Amazing to see the passion. And Marine's looking for her first move, which is a nice air loop. Unfortunately catching an edge there. Has to get through the eddy, back into the feature. And plugging again for a Space Godzilla, massive one.
Oh, I love
retaining it as well.
So much air and a very French style, very impressive,
Very
stylish.
smooth, yes.
You can very often guess the country of the paddler by their style.
You can indeed, yeah.
Particularly the French. You almost want to give them more points for looking smooth and stylish. That was a good ride. I'm sure she'll be happy with that.
Yeah, good ride by Marine, 2 times French champion. And up next is Babin from Ireland. First ride, 90 points. Everyone knows she can score more than this, so let's see. Go on, Babin. Really nice McNasty, loads of air.
Already better than her first ride. Fantastic job there. Nice big loop. Well done, Pavin. Fills you with confidence when you're in the wave and you manage to pull off a very clean trick like Pavin has done there. Looking for McNasty to the other side. Each paddler being able to score each move twice, once to the right, once to the left.
And a few seconds left, 270 points at the moment.
I don't think she'll be too unhappy with that. That was the moves she
decent
pulled
rides.
off were smooth, eh?
And her favorite food is pineapple pizza. So I think it's good that we're not running this competition in Italy.
Yeah, I think she'd be mobbed with that as she gets off the water. Although I have to say I'm with her on that. The more fruit on the food, the better. If it was like pineapple on lasagna, I think I would still be keen.
Some people agree, some people disagree. Let's just leave it there. And up next is Becky.
Becky paddling out of the eddy above the wave now. Looking to improve on her first score.
Becky wasn't even sure whether she's going to make it to the World Cup, but then made a spontaneous decision to come over, and we'll see that it's worth it because she's throwing down big with a massive air loop.
Really impressive start to the ride there. Straight off the start with a entry two and a very big loop.
Up, Becky.
Still plenty of time there on the clock. As she paddles up the eddy, 20 seconds to go. Got plenty of time for a few more moves. Looking for the
Amazing
phonics monkey.
phonics. Really nice angle on the rotation, on the pirouette.
Yes, indeed. Putting in the beans as she paddles back up. Not quite making it in time for the buzzer. But a very impressive job there.
Still big smiles.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that.
Where's Team GB? Give it up for Becky.
Big cheer for Becky. Well done. That was our fourth paddler. Second run. And fifth
Again,
paddler,
Sasha.
Zosha Tula. There we are. Our scores coming in from our first round. That heat of paddlers laying down some lovely rides. 2 rides counting towards their last score. Zosia with an amazing combined score of 1,443 points. Zosia's done a good job there. And our 7th heat about to start. You have 5 paddlers. Emma Witherford from Great Britain, Tamsin McConchy from Great Britain, Abby Holcomb from the United States, Hitomi from Japan, and Ottilie from Great Britain. What a heat. Should be a good one. This this heat reverse seeded from our last big competition. So these are, you can expect big things from these paddlers. Big cheers from Adam from the side. Emma charging around the wave, going for a big front loop. Awesome stuff. Moving across to a lovely Space Godzilla. Some big moves so far. Still plenty of time. She sets up for her next trick. Throwing a McNasty there. Unfortunately flushing off the wave. 5 seconds to go. Sprinting back up the eddy there. Unfortunately, not quite in time.
And Emma has just finished her first ride, and I'm pretty sure she's going to her coach Adam Ramadan to get some good inputs. But a solid performance, and we'll see what she can do in her second ride.
Lovely ride there from Emma. Next up, Tamsin McConchy from Great Britain, paddling out into the middle of the river. Dropping into the wave there with a nice entry move. Lovely stuff from her. Points on the board straight off the back. Unfortunately flushing off the wave. Tamsin charging hard up the eddy. Just over 20 seconds to get back to the wave. She's made that quick. Now a bit of time now for her last few moves. Setting up to the top of the pile. A nice loop there, unfortunately just off the back of the wave. As the buzzer goes, some points on the board. Well done, Tamsin.
Tamsin also really building up the freestyle community in the UK, doing a lot of coaching. So she's not just trying to throw the moves her own, but she can also pass on the knowledge and you know, bring up the younger generation. This was Tamsin's first ride, so we will move on to Abby from the United States. Abby, also no stranger to competition, has been here for a few weeks to practice for this event. Also traveling around the US a lot and participating in all of the comps there.
dropping down onto the wave here. A lovely entry move. Quite a lot of air on that. It's rare that paddlers get so much air as they in their entry moves. Another McNasty. And a second McNasty. Very impressive.
Abby, just goes to show that training pays off.
Training does indeed pay off when you're throwing such big tricks as that. Another nice clean loop there. Not using her paddle in the trick, gaining the clean bonus. A Space Godzilla, the loop with the 90-degree twist in the middle. And finishing off with a lunar orbit. She'll be chuffed with that. It's quite a special trick, the lunar orbit. Impressive. As always, if anyone pulls a lunar orbit off in a competition, I think she'll be happy with that. Lots of smooth tricks.
Abby also got a range of sponsors she likes to thank. Jackson Kayak, Coke-Tat, Werner Paddles, Seals, a long list for a successful paddler. Next one up is Hitomi. Everyone in the sport knows her. She's a very experienced competitor. Has stacked up a huge amount of medals. And this just goes to show how great the sport can be. She is coming over from Japan, and this is her favorite spot. So she really, appreciates this feature, and let's see what she can do. Amazing entry move, nice big air. Spinning around to a McNasty, really snappy, getting a lot of pop. And throwing it the other way.
Another large McNasty there, unfortunately flushing off the wave.
And she's charging up the eddy.
Paddling up the eddy back into the wave there. Throwing a lunar orbit to the right hand side. A back loop and a McNasty to finish off. Wow, what an action-packed ride that was.
What a great ride by Hitomi.
Nice ride there from Hitomi. And a little reminder, we'll want the top 3 women from our senior women's competition here today to come for a little interview. We'd love to chat to you, hear how your rides went, and what you expect from the competition to come. Lovely ride from Hitomi. Hitomi with a nice ride of 360 points.
Next one up is Otti from Great Britain.
Otti's been training hard all over the world.
And just recovered from like a really serious injury, so it's great to see her back on the water.
That's very true. Not so long ago, 6 months ago, she had shoulder surgery. She's been rehabbing, and it's amazing to see her back on top form.
And looking for a big McNasty. followed by another McNasty, big air, nice and smooth, looking for her next move, which is a big aerial move.
Very impressive from Otzi. She likes to get all of the air she possibly can out of her moves.
Incredible competitor as well, with huge amounts of medals.
6 times world champion. Getting 2 silvers and a gold at the last championships in 2023. 3 golds in 2022. Had a nice move to finish there. Otzi, knowing her, she's quite the perfectionist, so she'll definitely want to improve on that on her second ride. But a good score, considering she flushed off the wave in the middle.
Sure. And she's thrown some insane moves in training, so I'm pretty sure she'll improve on her second ride. But that already gives her enough points to go through to quarterfinals.
And Otzi says, what is a great day of boating for her? She says a green wave, sunshine, and nice friends. Which
sounds perfect to me.
Yes, sounds like today.
Sounds like today.
It's quite the day we have today. Enjoying the sunshine, watching some very talented paddlers.
Emma from the UK, about to drop in for her final ride.
Emma's been paddling a long time. A seasoned athlete, having been competing at least since 2016. The World Championships in Canada.
And she's showing us that all of the training in Nottingham is worth it, with a nice air loop followed by Space Godzilla. Another Space Godzilla, not quite getting the rotation, not quite getting the air.
But she's got time, another 15 seconds to work on a few more moves. Setting up for the McNasty there. Pulling it off. Lovely stuff, a few more seconds. The last
Come on,
move.
Emma.
Looking for the Phonics Monkey. A Phonics Monkey being the pirouette on your bow, the front of your bow, round in 360-degree rotation, straight into your front loop. The pirouette, the Phonics Monkey being one of the harder moves, warranting its large score if you're able to pull it off.
And just quickly checking the score to beat, which is 293 points. Nela sitting at 20th position. So that's the score to beat to advance to quarterfinals.
Emma doing a nice ride there. I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Has qualified her for the quarterfinals. Combined score of 638 points. Good for her. Tamsin McConchy will be our next athlete to drop down onto the wave. Tamsin running an amazing kayak school in Nottingham.
Also an amazing squirt boater, so she's competing in different disciplines.
Later today we'll have our squirt boating. The women's will be kicking off at 4 o'clock. Tamsin will be laying down some amazing tricks on that. Dropping down into the wave now with a nice entry move. Straight into a front loop. God, she'll be happy with that. Lots of people cheering from the crowds, letting her know she's got people behind her. Looking for the next move. Throwing the Space Godzilla.
Come on, Tamsin. She's got the power to make it back on time.
15
Throw another move or
seconds.
two. What can she do in the last 10 seconds of her ride? Squeeze in another McNasty maybe. Not quite sticking it, unfortunately getting washed off the feature.
Nerve-wracking watching your friends compete sometimes.
It can be.
Can be indeed.
But it might be enough to move into quarterfinals.
From my experience at the last World Championships I competed in, I found it a hell of a lot more stressful and nerve-wracking. I was there biting my fingernails, watching my friends competing, and then I, having paddled myself, and
The easy part is to compete, but the hard part is to watch your
I
friends
think so,
compete.
indeed.
Yes.
I end up trying to eat all parts of my body as I'm as I'm trying to contain myself.
You're just such a good friend. You care too much.
Abby dropping down onto the wave now. Very color coordinated. Too sure to help. Maybe the judges will add in a color coordination bonus.
And she's racked up loads of successful performances in the past in competitions. You can tell she knows exactly what she's doing. Getting her routine down. Fortunately, washing on that Space Godzilla.
Abby is our 2022 Junior Women's World Champion, 4 times USA National Champion.
She knows it's enough.
A solid ride from her.
Work done for today. Well done, Abby.
Favorite food, the curry. I'm in agreement with
can't
that
go wrong
one.
with a curry.
No, no indeed. Thing with a curry is you can put whatever you like in it, and you never get the same curry twice. I love that.
Yeah. It's a go-to, definitely.
It's a good
And now we're
food.
back to Hitomi from Japan. She has been... How did she do in Nottingham?
Very
Silver
well.
medal? Silver medal? Bronze
I
medal?
think so.
She did very well, yeah. And you can tell she's dropping in. Every move is just spot on. Firing one McNasty after the other. And now looking for the setup and plugging for a loop. Big air loop.
Hitomi's
Loads
a
of points for Hitomi.
very experienced athlete. You can see in the way she moves about the wave and hits off those tricks that she's been paddling for years, and knows her way around a wave in a boat. Very impressive. 2019 World Championship. She was the winner. Lovely
Trying
phonics.
to get a phonics monkey. And some cartwheels to wrap it up.
I mean, I haven't seen too many people with that many moves.
Yeah, very
Very
impressive.
Indeed.
Strong performance, Hitomi.
With Hitomi's ride
Tell
there,
she's happy.
she's been very chuffed, giving us a big smile. She knows that was a good performance.
The Japanese are in general quite upbeat and very positive. Super lovely people to be around.
They are lovely people to be around. Very smiley, very enthusiastic. You always know when there's a Japanese person in the eddy, because it creates a nice atmosphere. Everyone's
it does.
smiling, having a good time. So, one paddler left in our final heat of our women's kayak event. Ottilie looking to improve on her last ride score. 570 points on her first run. See what she can achieve on a second one. Ottilie paddling out into the middle of the river. What do you think she's going to show for us, Johnny?
All the big moves. All the big moves. She can do them all. We just have to wait and see which one she chose. Amazing entry free. Nice big air. Looking for a big, huge clean McNasty. And another clean McNasty. Trying to get the paddle out of the water to score the additional points, the extra points. Looking for the right lunar orbit, now spinning around, looking for the setup and going the other direction, left lunar. Perfect angles from Otti, very clean, very smooth. And a lunar loop. We haven't seen this move in the women's category so far.
What an amazing ride that was. To have 3 lunars.
Incredible.
A lunar right, a lunar left, and a lunar loop as well. That's quite something.
Wow.
Otti
I
really
can't
is.
wait for quarterfinals.
I know. This is only the prelims. Really stepping up the game there.
And just a quick reminder, so we would like to interview the top 3 women. So if the top 3 women could make their way to the announcers booth. We've got some shade, so some cold drinks. It'll be nice, some easy questions. At the moment that is Sasha, Merle and Otti.
Just waiting for our final ride from Otti to come in.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to give you the scores on the doors for our top 20 paddlers qualifying for the quarterfinals. Definitely takes some time for the judges to collate such a complicated ride. It's not easy. But that was quite the show we had.
Amazing to see the standard of these competitions just like notching up every time.
There we are.
Every event.
Second run coming in at 1,163 points.
Amazing performance by Otti. You're in first place now.
Very impressive. So if we go through our top 20 now, in 20th place is Ida from Germany with 293 points. 19th place is Valerie from Norway. 18th place is Leah from Finland. Christina from Austria coming in 17th, and Bavin from Ireland coming in at 16th.
I got 15th, Marine 14th, Denise in 13th place, Becky in 12th, Sandra 11th spot, and Emma in 10th.
Annika and Anne from Germany taking up the 9th and 8th places. Hitomi with a great score, topping the 1,000 mark in 7th place. Abby in 6th place, and Aoife in 5th place.
And then we have at the top Yasmin from Austria. We have Merle in 3rd position, and the top 2 spots are taken by Zosia from Poland and Artie from the UK.
With me here, I have Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, our first place position going through to the quarterfinals. Otti, how did it go?
It was good. It was good. My first ride wasn't great, but my second ride, I'm really happy with it. And yeah, looking forward to the quarterfinals.
Well, I'm really glad it went well. It was really impressive, all of the tricks you managed to pull off. How was your last ride? Getting the lunars and the lunar loops, you must have been happy with that?
Yeah, it came together nicely, and I'm hoping we can keep building from there.
Good, yes. I can imagine you've got a lot planned for the quarterfinals.
I hope so.
What are you going to be doing the rest of the day?
I've got Squirt boat prelims in like an hour.
Oh, so an hour to go for squirt boating. Okay. Well, thank you for joining us in the booth. Any last words? Any top tips for anyone competing in our lovely competition here?
Go big and wear sun cream.
Go big and wear sun cream. I like that. As a fair-faced person myself, I like that indeed. Thank you, Artie. And next up, we have Sasha. So we have with us Sasha. Sasha, how did it go?
Good. That was nice warm-up during practice.
Good. Yes, it must have been nice to get your first little bit of the competition under your belt. And what was your favourite trick you did?
I think I really like McNasty here.
The Manasty.
And
Cool.
loops, basically la Volkswagen, so all tricks.
Nice. McNasty and phonics and space. Good. That sounds wonderful. How long have you been training in Plattling so far?
I'm here from 3 weeks, so already.
Wow. So
Long
you
time.
must know the wave well. You've been here for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Good. And anything we should be looking out for as the competition goes by? Any nice combos you want to throw, or are you keeping them secret?
I will try to show it.
Nice, good. So we'll make sure we're all ready and watching for you to do your final rides. Any top tips for anyone competing in our competition?
Be confident and go big with tricks.
Be confident and go big. I love that a lot. That's really cool. What nice weather we have here. Any plans for the rest of the day?
I think I will rest today, and tomorrow will be busy day because I will compete in C1 and K1.
Ah, you're competing in C1 as well. Are you looking forward to that? Are you excited for that?
Yeah, not really excited.
The C1's quite the challenge.
Yeah, it's super fun.
Yes. Do you enjoy the balance and the challenge of because you only have the one blade?
Yeah, I enjoy every trick, even like small like spins, loops are awesome. Everything is awesome in C1.
Yes, I agree. I find the little tricks are really enjoyable in the canoe. When I get a spin or a cartwheel, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, and I really like switch the paddle.
You like to switch the
Yeah,
paddle? Good.
that looks pretty. I think like.
I think so. I've been trying to work on how pretty I can make it or how quick and how nice you can make the paddle switch. I really enjoy that. I think maybe I'm going to try throwing it in the air and catching it again.
Ooh, that will be cool.
Unless I drop it. Or swim. Cool. Are you excited for the rest of the competition?
Yeah.
Are you having a nice time in Germany?
Yeah.
Nice, good. Well, thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks.
Und Merle, schön auch eine deutsche Dame in den Top 3 zu sehen, oder?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ich bin sehr glücklich.
Ja. Wie würdest du deine Läufe beschreiben? Lief's wie geplant, oder?
Ja, also größtenteils lief es so, wie ich gedacht hatte. Und ich wünsche mir jetzt einfach, dass es im Viertelfinale und im Halbfinale so weitergeht. Genau.
Ja, sehr schön. Und wirst du eine andere Strategie verfolgen oder die Läufe irgendwie anders gestalten?
Nee, grundsätzlich eigentlich die gleichen Läufe geplant und mal schauen, was draus wird.
Ja, was kommt da noch dazu an großen Tricks vielleicht?
Ja,
wenn
ich
alles
hoffe,
perfekt läuft?
wieder die gleichen, also die Basics, McNasty, Phoenix, Space, Loop. Mal schauen, was noch wird.
Ja. Und freust dich wahrscheinlich auch auf die WM nächstes Jahr, oder?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Es ist schön, mal eine WM zu Hause zu fahren. Das ist ein ganz anderes Ambiente hier, wenn man zu Hause ist. Genau.
Und die Vorbereitung, hast du da schon irgendwie einen Plan?
Oft nach Plattling kommen,
ja.
oft hier paddeln, bei allen möglichen Wasserständen und dann mal schauen, was wird nächstes Jahr.
Perfekt, vielen Dank und viel Spaß noch im weiteren Verlauf des Wettkampfs.
Dankeschön.
Good morning. My name is Philip.
And I'm Denise. And we're about to start with the open canoe surface in the first heat. We'll start with Paul Harwood, followed by Daniel Cutter, Harvey Harwood, all from Great Britain. Then Jonas Unterberg from Germany, Sebastian Nelle from Germany, and Reimer Stauffenberg from Germany as well. About 1 minute left. The judges are getting ready. Everyone's in the judging tent. Head Judge Charlie is still telling everyone what's going to follow. And the first competitor will be Paul Harwood from Great Britain.
Yes. All right, our first competitor from Great Britain is already in the feature and already out.
The water levels are quite challenging. It's easy to flush, but there's still 25 seconds on the clock to paddle back up. In an OC1, you will only have half of a paddle, so it's a bit harder to paddle upstream compared to the K1. He will save his energy for the next ride. And Daniel Cutter from Great Britain will be next. It says in Daniel's bio that he's single. So watch out, everyone. His favorite trick is a clean loop, so we're excited to see that from him. And he's already entered the feature.
Also from Great Britain, Daniel is cutting the eddy up. He's still got time for his points. Points on the score always is a hard job.
Beautiful spin to the left. Unfortunately flushing. As you can see, he's got an open canoe, which means there is a lot of water inside the boat, which makes it extremely hard to paddle fast. Next up, we've got Harvey Harwood, also from Great Britain. He's also competing in the C1 men that we will see tomorrow. And his favorite trick is the loop. So maybe we'll see one. Harvey Harwood.
Harvey Harwood.
Entering the feature now. Unfortunately,
going for a Felix, maybe spin to the left. Also getting flashed, but getting up the eddy fast again. Come on, hop, hop, hop. It's
27
always
seconds left for Harvey. You've got still a lot of time to paddle back up. And he's back in the feature, showing us
going for a loop.
not quite getting it, unfortunately flushing. 10 seconds left for you, Harvey. Is he gonna save his energy? I think he is. The next competitor is Jonas Unterberg from Germany, also playing a vital role here at the World Cups in Plattling. He says his favorite trick is a back loop. I've never seen a back loop in an OC1. Maybe I haven't looked good enough. But his favorite spot is in Plattling. I think it's also his home spot. And his best kayak canoe achievement is getting in my boat. Okay, so we've got
thumbs up for Sebastian, Kurt,
Yeah.
Rudolf, Nele.
We've got a change here in the heat list that is in front of us, but Sebastian will be the next competitor from Germany.
He's losing already some belt from his boat, going for a nice entry McNasty. Let's see what the judges will say about this one, if it's flushed or not. So far, every competitor flushed at his first run. Seems to be a really, really tough wave and water level today.
He's also the first one who goes for an entry move today with the OC1. And I don't know what that trick is called. But I think he wanted himself to be fixed into the boat a little bit better so he can be back at the feature, and shows a trick in the last 2 seconds, going for a loop maybe, not quite getting the pop, and the time is over.
Thank you, Seppel.
Coming from above, the next competitor, Reimer Stauffenberg.
Plattling is his home spot. He is preparing a lot for World Cups, World Championships, and here we are, entry roll, making the first solid
Beautiful
points
entry
for
one.
Reimer. Spinning to the right.
Beautiful spin.
Shove it to the left.
And
going for a huge loop.
Unfortunately flushing there. Bit struggling to get up. Again, the currents here are very challenging, which makes it nice for squirt boating, but definitely tougher. Fortunately, we've got some safety kayaks set up down there, so everything's fine. Your time is up, but I think he scored some points with his entry move. That was Reimer Staffenberg.
First heat and first runs are done. Second run for Paul Harwood.
So currently we've got Reimer on the leaderboard with 40 points. But everything's open. You've got a second heat or second run in your first heat. And we've got Paul Harwood again in the feature, trying for some spin shovey combos, unfortunately flushing. These currents are actually quite challenging. You have to be careful not to flip there. 8 seconds left. I think he's gonna save his energy and see how the rest of the competition goes.
I mean, he got points. Not officially yet. WC1 is such a hard discipline. You always get a lot of water into the boat. The rule says at least how many liters? 40 liters must be able to fill in the boat. Here we can see 30, 20, and the next starter.
Daniel Cutter with his second ride, beautiful spin to the left. Another spin to the left, unfortunately flushing there, but he has still got loads of time to paddle back up. Getting
30 seconds for Daniel.
By the currents there, but he's back in the eddy. 20 seconds left. Almost back in the feature, still got time for a last trick. What is he gonna do? Unfortunately not making it into the wave, but has some points on his score, which is important. So thank you, Daniel, for your second ride. Charlie's thumb is up for the next competitor, Harvey Harwood from Great Britain, entering for his second ride of these prelims. In the feature, beautiful spin to the right. Catching an edge, unfortunately, and flipping. But he's already paddling up in the eddy. It's got time to have a chat in the meantime. 13 seconds. Enough time for another trick.
Come on, show us your
and he's going for a loop.
Huge loop.
Not quite turning it around.
Sticking it.
But beautiful attempt.
It seems to be his first points.
Currently placing him in third. And our next competitor, Sebastian Nelle from Germany, is ready. And he's got the thumbs up from Charlie. Entering the feature right now. Going
All right.
straight for a loop.
Going for the
Beautiful
first loop.
Beautiful loop from Sebastian. Going for a spin on the right, unfortunately
loop.
flushing. But he's already back in the eddy, paddling up.
25 seconds left. Come on, Seppel. You can do another huge loop or another huge move.
Back in the feature. 15 seconds left.
Spinning on the shoulder. The shoulder is such a nasty shoulder. You always get kicked out even if you want
Waving
not.
for the crowd. He's got some points. He knows he's done what he can. And we'll move on to our last competitor of this heat, Reimer Stauffenberg, also from Germany.
Solid 80 points for Sebastian.
Philip, have you ever tried OC1?
No. Did you?
No, never. Maybe it's time.
It's time now.
Reimer Stauffenberg coming from above, trying for an entry move. He's already got 40 points in his first ride, so we're going to see what he shows in his second.
Going again for the entry roll. Can
Beautiful.
remain in the wave, spinning to the right. Nice run from Reimer. Going for a nice air loop.
It's really hard to spin on the shoulder and not flush, but at the same time setting up for the next trick. For everyone that don't know or that doesn't know, OC1, the competitors are on their knees, so they're not sitting in the boat. And also, it has to fit 40 liters of water, which you can see on their speed when they're paddling up. They have to carry around at least 40 kilos.
Thank you,
with them.
Reimer. Nice and solid second run from you. The big dog in the German team. Meanwhile, Philip is preparing.
Warming up for his ride.
And we see the combined score from Reimer, 150 points.
Solid first score in these prelims. Putting him on the top of the leaderboard at the moment. In second, we've got Sebastian Nelle with 80 points. Currently third, Daniel Cutter from Great Britain with 10 points. Fourth, Harvey Harwood, 6.67 points. And in fifth place, Paul Harwood with 3.33 points. In the next heat, we've got 5 people. Connor Pratt from Great Britain, Owen Kelly representing Ireland, Philip Joseph from Germany, Zach Swagenberg from Canada, and Lena Miller from the United States of America. We've got our first competitor from the second heat already on the feature, Connor Proud. Going for a loop, unfortunately catching an atch, but already on his way into the eddy and back up into the feature.
Half of the time is over. Come on, Connor. Make it up. Time for one big move. Unfortunately, not catching the wave.
He's gonna save his energy for the second ride of his prelims and making the way for Owen Kelly representing Ireland. Ta-da. Owen Kelly apparently has a complicated relationship status at the moment. But he's sponsored by Flow Kayaks, and his favorite trick is a lunar tricky loop. So he told me earlier that he's gonna definitely go for that one in his OC canoe, and he's already dropping in from above with an entry.
Entry roll 2, nice executed entry move.
Going for a shove it.
Going for another loop.
Unfortunately flushing, but he's still got a lot of time. 30 seconds left to pile back up.
He already has 50 points. Solid points at his first run.
His favorite spot is the Nile. I think that's a river, but sure. And his favorite kayaker is Audi.
5 seconds left for Owen. Let's
going for a lunar on the right.
Very
Not quite
ambitious.
getting the angles, but beautiful attempt. He's got some points on his scoreboard.
Thank you, Owen.
51.67 points. And next we've got Philipp Josef from Germany.
Philipp is also a local. I think he is also the world champion.
He's the world champion in OC1 in Nottingham and placed third in Squirt and Columbus. He lives in Deckendorf, which is quite close to here, so Plattling is his home spot. Here you can see Owen emptying his boat. 40 liters of water have to come out, at least 40 liters. And he's about to get onto the feature, starting with the McNasty.
Linking into his cartwheel, going for another huge loop. Can he remain in the wave? No. But still plenty of time for going up into the wave again. I think this move is called refreshing.
It's also very important. It's a very hot day today. And Philipp is on his way back up. He's got 10 seconds left to go for another trick. What is he gonna show us? 5 seconds left, and he's going for a big loop. Well done, Philipp, and a spin to finish up his ride. Time's over, but he's got some solid points. Let's see where it puts him.
It was for sure the best ride so far.
And we've got a score of 233.33 points, which puts him with his first run already in first position. And we're excited to see his second ride. But first, we're gonna move on to Zach from Canada. He also competed at the Salsa Rodeo, which took place 2 weeks ago in Wildalpen, Austria. But today, he is competing in OC1 at the World Cups in
The
Plattling.
judges are ready. Thumb up from Charlie. He will start from the eddy. So the time is not ticking. Okay, Zach, show us what you can do. Going for a huge
Big
loop.
loop attempt, unfortunately flushing. Already in the eddy though, and he's got 30 seconds left to pile back up. His boat and his kit is matching the Canada colors. Going for a spin to the left, maybe not quite getting all around, but
Now
a
he
beautiful
has
spin to the right.
First point on the score sheet. Nice spin to the left or to the right.
It was the right. Alrighty. Thank you, Zach, for your first ride. Moving on to Landon Miller from the United States. His relationship status is Sounds like someone he doesn't want to tell. He loves rap. His best canoe and kayak achievement was at the 22 world champ. He was 22 world champion.
And the first run from Zach is 10 points. Solid first run.
Landon Miller is in the feature.
Going for a switch, McNasty.
Beautiful
sure
McNasty.
air.
Huge loop from Landon.
Going to a split wheel and spinning around in the feature. He can remain it. Even the boat is full of water. He can throw all the moves he wants to.
Maybe going for a cartwheel on the right. Not sure about the angles, but at least scoring a spin. What are we going to see in the last 10 seconds of Landon's ride? Trying a right McNasty, unfortunately flushing, but solid first ride from Landon Miller from the United States.
The judges are still discussing. Thank you, Landon. Nice and really huge first ride from you. Still waiting for the final score.
$320 points for Landon, which puts him in the first position so far, but with all the competitors from Heat 2 have a second ride, and we move up to Connor Proud from Great Britain.
So Connor is in a wave again, going for a nice Space Godzilla to the right side, linking it to another Space Godzilla. Looking for the McNasty spinning around. Can remain in the feature, nicely done. Spin to the left side. Still plenty of time.
Unfortunately flushing. 12 seconds left for Connor. But he's going to save his energy, and we'll see where the points put him.
he could improve his first score to a total score to 63.33 points.
Our next competitor, representing Ireland, Owen Kelly. He's been in Plattling a few times this year already, preparing for the World Cups. And he's gonna start him off with his rides in OC1.
Nice entry roll.
Unfortunately flashing on his entry move, but he still has a lot of time to paddle up and to add to his score from the first ride. 30 seconds left for you, Owen. Back in the feature. Struggling to set up a little bit, but going not quite yet. For a loop. Flushing again. 5 seconds left for Owen. I think that's not going to be enough time to paddle back up. But he's got some scores on the scoreboard already. Let's see what the second ride scores. Unfortunately, 0 points for Owen. He's currently in 6th place. And the next competitor, Philipp Josef from Germany, is waiting for his thumbs up from Charlie. And he's popping into the feature with a huge score of 233 points in his first ride. Let's see what he does to improve it.
Straight starting with an lunar orbit, freshing a little bit up again.
25 seconds left for Philipp.
The thing is, you don't need a lot of time at the OC1. You just need to have 3 or 4 moves. You can do it in 10 seconds. I think Philipp can do it in 10 seconds. Going for a
big
nice
loop. Unfortunately, flushing again. The water levels here in Plattling are quite challenging. It's come up and down. Every day has a different water level, and it's super, super hard to prepare for whatever is waiting for you at your actual competition. He cannot improve his score, but he's still in second with 233.33 points. And our next competitor from Canada, Zach Svanenberg. This time, we're starting from below. Unfortunately, flushing right away, but he's paddling up to get some points.
He's going again into the feature, nicely surfing on the shoulder.
And going for a big loop.
Huge loop. This will be a lot of points for Zach. Making a spin to the right side.
He's already
again.
happy with it. He's like, okay, I'm done. That's what I wanted to do. I did it. Let's get out of here.
Solid second run for Zach. Let's wait for the final score. Final score is in 145 points, which puts him into the 3rd position. And
in fourth.
fourth position.
And our last competitor of the Open Canoe Prelims, Landon Miller from the United States, is about to paddle into the feature. He's got a huge score of 320 points from his first ride. Let's see what he does. And he starts off with a beautiful switch McNasty. Going for big loop as well. What is he gonna do next?
Spinning up on the right shoulder. Going for another split wheel, cartwheel, split wheel combination. 10 seconds left. Landon, you have got time for a last.
Is he going for the other McNasty on the other side?
Insanely long back surf.
Unfortunately flushing on the shoulder there, but he's got the points. He's definitely gonna make it to the next round, because he's already in first no matter what the scores bring today. And they're in 290 points for his second ride, which makes a total of 610 points for Landon Miller. Well done. And we've got our leaderboard for the Open Canoe Prelims. In 10th, we've got Paul Harwood. In 9th, Harvey Harwood. 8th place is Daniel Cutter. 7th place, Owen Kelly. 6th, Connor Proud. And in 5th, and in 5th, we've got Sebastian Nelle. In 4th, Zach from Canada. 3rd, Reimer Stauffenberg. 2nd, Philip Joseph. And Landon Miller in 1st with a total of 610 points. The next competition for today will be Squirt Women and Squirt Men, starting at 5 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. So we've got a bit of a break now, and we'll start with Squirt Women at 5 minutes past 4 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to first day of a competition, World Cup number 1, Plattling 2024. I'm here with Matt Hamilton. And Matt, what's still awaiting for us?
We've got the women's squirt kayak up next, which is always an awesome event to see. The squirt boaters are always a lot of fun. They're a lot more chill sometimes than some of the other athletes, and some of them are pretty intense as well. This feature here we have is really neat. We're in the same arena as the surface boaters were. We're just off to the side, the eddy line that all of the, you would have seen the surface boaters paddling up earlier in the day today. But these athletes are going to be trying to do mystery moves. Anything more than 2 seconds head under gets them the multiplier. And that's the goal, is to get that multiplier and times it by all their surface moves. So you're going to see two things going on. You're going to be seeing mystery moves and then the flat water freestyle style moves. Bartosz and I are going to do the best to call it as we go. In our first heat of ladies, we've got Sophie from Great Britain, Lucy from Great Britain, Nelly from Germany, Nea from Germany, Valerie from Norway, Alex from Ireland, Tamsin from Great Britain, and Audi from Great Britain.
So we've seen quite a few of these ladies already competing in K1 and C1 categories today, and well, they surely are keen to show us their routine that's going to be combined from freestyle boats to squirt boating kayaks. So the squirt boating kayak itself is very interesting craft, I could say, because it's actually designed to sink. How does this make any sense? For somebody that has never seen squirt boating, Matt.
Well, it doesn't really make sense, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's probably my favorite type of kayaking.
Okay.
Especially on the Ottawa River on a hot day when the lineups are big. I love to go squirt boating. And the Ottawa's a great place to do it. I've traveled the world. I've competed at lots of these events in squirt boating. And yeah, it's a peculiar sport, but it's a lot of fun. It's also where freestyle evolved from, is from squirt boating. You know, many years ago, mostly in the southeast U.S., you saw guys getting in squirt boats and going and doing cartwheels and squirts on eddy lines, and then it evolved into the mysteries. But from all of those vertical moves that they were doing in the early squirt boats, freestyle evolved. And now, you see freestyle, you're seeing lots of people doing air, catching big ends, which we saw today in our men's and ladies prelims already today, and as well in the OC1 class. So we've had all of those go today. We're moving on into the squirt categories, where we'll have the men's and then the ladies. And then we're having our opening ceremonies and a pizza party. Which,
of course.
The fun part for the athletes that are here, because it's all about part of the athlete experience here at these World Cups and World Championships as well. So we want these athletes to come back. We want them to have a good time and show them what it's all about here in Plattling, Germany, or wherever we take our World Cups and World Championships. We get a little bit of culture, a little bit of fun, as well as the competition.
Absolutely. It's all about showcasing the sport, and the place and the opportunities. It's that's how it starts. You come to these events, you get to know the people from all around the world. Like, you may be training somewhere, at home, at Flatwater, in a tiny river. We in Poland have no features pretty much, and we just train on flower, then travel to places, get to know people, realize there are so many people with the same kind of a passion somewhere out there, and they do the same. And every year, a few times a year, they meet up for this amazing competition, like building that community and see, okay, well, this is what we've been working for, this is where our sport is right now, and let's push it together. So it's all about making this connections, getting to know people, sharing that passion together, and that's one of the most beautiful parts of this sport, I think.
I think it's great. It's an amazing sport. It's amazing. I think we need to do a better job of sharing it with people. I had an interesting experience clearing customs here in Germany, and the customs officer asked me, "So what are you here for?" I said, "The Freestyle Kayaking World Cups." And he kind of laughed, and he's like, "Is that a real thing?" And I said, "Absolutely." And I explained to him, and he said he's going to tune in and watch. So we'll see if that happened.
Yeah, well, I hope he's tuning in right now towards some women's kayak squirt category. Squirt boating is all about sinking then. So mystery moves. Mystery moves is a big thing. And then on the other side, we have this flower routine. So we'll have a mix of kind of routines the paddlers have prepared. So wherever flower routine they're going to do, then they just drop the next big mystery move, and that goes even up to the doubling the points, plus the extra points from Mr. Moves. So the moves, the points are just gonna go like crazy, just racking up. So pretty much the longer you see somebody under the water, there's no need to be worried, but that's the time you need to start cheering harder and harder for them to actually start staying under the water, and then when they pop out, you need to do the loudest cheer, and this is how you cheer in squirt boating, I think.
Absolutely. They can't hear you under the water. So when they pop back up, definitely a cheer. A long mystery move is worth a ton of points. At our last World Championships down in Columbus, Georgia, we saw some massive mystery moves. I think the longest being 49 seconds, which is pretty amazing in my mind, amount of time underwater to hold your breath while working hard. If you're sitting at home, try holding your breath for 40 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
After running for 45 seconds on a very high pace, you know, like
yeah. So it's interesting. These squirt boaters are really athletes. They like to get out there, have some fun. We're going to see the two different aspects of it going on here today. It's definitely, I think, going to be weighted more towards the flatwater freestyle type moves here than the big long mystery moves. Although I did see some 12 to 15 second mystery moves in training as we have our first athlete.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sophie McKean from Great Britain.
That's right.
We're still waiting for a thumbs up from a head judge. The judges are still making sure everything is on and working, that all the scribes are in place. I can see their fingers being on fire. Sophie is also getting a little bit impatient, scouting the eddy over there. You know, it's really interesting because you want to like see. You don't like the way we scout the river. Here we scout the eddy. We scout the eddy line. We're trying to think, okay, this is the place where I'm gonna throw the tricks. This is where it's gonna move me, and this is gonna be the sweet drop down spot. So drop down spot is a place where you just kaboom, go under the water. And yeah, you will see, observe these athletes because there's so much art to what's going to be happening over there.
That's right, Bartosz. You can see our great grandstand that we have set up here in Plattling so that everybody can come, watch, hang out right there on the beach, right beside the athletes. It's pretty cool that people can be so close to the athletes right there involved, checking things out. You can see the beautiful venue here as the athletes start to get ready.
Yeah, so, you know, it's the end of the day one. Let's see if the guys are... sorry, guys, we are waiting for Sophie, actually. It's not Sophie that's in the eddy. We can see the number over here. So Sophie McKean, please get to the eddy very, very quick. So number 102, whoever sees Sophie, number 102, we need you to be in the eddy right now. Okay, I think there's the paddler dropping in. I think that might be Sophie. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give us some shout for Sophie from Great Britain.
All right, Sophie making her way out onto the eddy line here. Looks like maybe she's going to start with a little bit of a flat water routine right into a one-arm bandit. As she makes her way up, going for the one-arm bandit in the other direction. She's getting a little bit of momentum. Maybe going to try a zero to hero or party trick there. Going into some past vertical moves, maybe a little bit of a washout. As she sets up, let's see what she's trying to do here. She pulls herself around. Nice little bow screw. All smiles out there as she works her way up towards the eddy line. Going for a bow screw in the other direction. Trying to get past vertical. Over 110 degrees. As she makes her way up to the eddy line. And she's going to drop down, getting her about maybe chest deep there for that multiplier, maybe getting a 1.5 multiplier there. We'll see what the judges have to say. Nice big tall cartwheel, nice and vertical right at the buzzer. Solid ride for Sophie McKean of Great Britain to get things started here in our women's squirt.
Yeah, that's pretty good opening. So quite a few tricks on board for Sophie. And then she went definitely towards the car and trying to make the drop down. And you mentioned 1.5. So what it means, 0.1 would be her current floating range, and 2.0 would be when she would get totally submerged. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So the athletes are really looking forward to get this 2.0 in order to get the extra bonus 20 points per second, which is crazy. Next one up. Lucy Sutton from Great Britain as well, number 151. She's getting ready for her run. We've seen her ready for already before. We're just making sure all the equipment is in the place again. And Lucy's gonna show us what she has prepared.
All right, we're waiting for the athletes to make their way into the water. You can see them hanging out down there, getting ready to go. Oh, nope, I see her. She's out flipping around on the eddy line, but unfortunately, we don't have it on the screen here. Terry, we don't have the athletes on the screen. I can't see. All right, little technical difficulty. We're waiting for the athletes to come up on the screen here.
But in the meantime, she's working in the eddy as much as she can, trying to throw her tricks.
All right, we're hoping the cameraman gives us the athletes actually paddling here in a minute. Okay. Yeah, I've got the shoreline right now, and that's it. All the athletes sitting on shore is what I have on the screen.
Right, next one up, Nell Barwage from...
So I heard possibly that Lucy started before the thumbs up, so she may get another run here. We're not 100% sure, just waiting for the judges to sort that out for us. And then next after that would be Nell Barwich from Germany. Well, let's see what's going on here. Looks like I've got Lucy Sutton coming up on the screen as possibly our next athlete here as we figure out what just happened there. A little technical difficulty as we get things started here again. Looks like we've got the thumbs up for our next athlete. As she's pushing offshore, it looks like it's going to be 151, Lucy Sutton of Great Britain, making her way out into the eddy line here. Let's see what she's got for us. So she gets things started off here right away, going nice and vertical. Doing a little bit of a bow screw there. Kind of gets set up as she does a spin. And she's going to spin the other direction to the right. And she's moving out towards the eddy line. And I think she's going to try and drop into that mystery move. Oh, getting a nice big bow pop up there, getting nice and vertical, stalling it out, working her way down the eddy line. Maybe she's going to try and get her boat vertical. She sets up back into the eddy. Looking good as she tries to get vertical there, going past vertical. Rolling up as she works her way back onto the eddy line. Solid start from her athlete so far, 20 points on the board. She's got 1 second left there. That'll be it for Lucy's first ride.
Well, she had a second chance. It's nice that she could perform again. She also has one more ride, right? So because we're in preliminaries, it means we're gonna see 2 rides from these ladies, and the combination of both are gonna count.
That's right. They add the 2 rides together, give the total score to see who's gonna move on to the finals. Looks like we've got 8 paddlers here, so we'll be moving on to a final of 5 later on in the week. Next up, we've got Nelly Barwich of Germany.
Herzlich willkommen, Nella, to Plattling. Yeah.
Looks like she's paddling that Nemo boat. When Big Dog did squirt boats for a little while, as she looks like she's trying to do a tricky woo there.
Very nice, very smooth. I like how precise she is with the trick. Now she's looking for cartwheel, beautiful vertical ends, really slow, really smooth. She makes sure every little angle is correct. cartwheel to the other hand side direction. She has quite few solid points, looking for that bow screw to the left hand side, into the washout, which is a clean bow screw, so she's quite a few good tricks, good points, and she's still looking for another bow screw to the right-hand side right now, changing the direction, looking for maybe a washout, but missing that another, and it's really hard to keep the balance in the square bow, isn't it? And now into a split wheel on the right side, 15 more seconds, that's a buzzer, you ladies and gentlemen can hear, and now she's paddling towards the 80 line, accelerating, cheer up for her as she wants to disappear for us, as she drops down. And she's head down. Can she get lower? Very, very close. Maybe 1.7 over there.
Yeah.
But a good run from Nella.
Yeah, Nella getting her shoulders just under the water there. So, yeah, probably about a 1.75 multiplier, somewhere in that, which will definitely help with her beautiful surface moves. Lots of vertical ends there. An excellent first ride from Nella from Germany as we are getting things going here in our women's K1 squirt boat. These ladies will be having 2 rides, both added together. The rides are 1 minute long, and they're looking to get some mystery moves to get those big multipliers. The more time you spend underwater, the more points you can get, but there's also the surface moves, although most people will say that you can get more points when you are underwater than you can on the surface, because for every second that you're head under, you get 20 points, which adds up really, really quickly, as well as that 2 times multiplier for being head under.
Yeah, some paddlers will literally go for 2 mysteries, and then they will like disappear on the start, and then disappear once again later, you know, which is absolutely insane. So they will actually do like 2 mysteries, like, I don't know, 40, 50 seconds each, you know, that what we've seen on the World Championships last year in Columbus. We have a big crowd, but we need a camera on the Naya Daruvola, aus Germany, local paddler. She's been to Columbus. She's paddling K1, C1, square boating. I don't think I've seen her in OC1 yet, but I'm sure that's something that's going to change. But right now, she's going to be showing us her flat water routine. With for sure some mystery moves as well. Judges are still figuring out the scores. Score for Nella, 230 points. 230 points. That's really good result for a first run. She will be happy with that for sure.
Definitely an excellent start as we get ready for Nea from Germany. Starting it up there, some nice vertical ends. I love the pink-purple boat with the yellow star on the bottom of it, or sun stars. Nice vertical ends, cartwheeling to the right. See what else she's got. She's going for a split wheel, nice and vertical. Going to the cartwheels to the left. As she does a change of direction to the right. Now she's going for the bow screw. See what she's going for, a bow stall now, maybe?
I think she's just showing off. She's just loving it.
Yeah, doing a pirouette, which is actually a scoring move as well. Love the sun on the bottom of the boat as she makes her way over to the top of the eddy as she's going to try and drop down in her nice swing, maybe getting chest deep there. I think she wanted to go a lot deeper than that as she's still trying to work her way down with 165 points showing on the board. They're going to add that multiplier to that and see where she ends up, but definitely a solid start for Nea.
Yeah, very good opening. Nice to see, well, these German local paddlers, you know, picking up the discipline. I remember, actually, that was very interesting. Here in 2011 was the first time where surface boats were allowed to compete, and somebody found a loophole in rules after there were some changes. And we've seen a mix of square boat mixing with the flower freestyle, which actually provided a very cool entertainment itself, you know, putting those 2 categories together, seeing the paddlers, you know, on the one hand side, the flower routine with loops, very dynamic phonics monkeys, some trophy moves, and on the other hand side, you know, very smooth, very delicate, like beautiful, almost dancing in the water in a square, but we're still waiting for score from Naya to come in, but so far it's been looking solid. We'll see what judges are going to grant her for that attempt of mystery. That could be probably 1.5, 1.4 as well, so it's definitely a kind of a multiplier. She was there with a 130 points, so that should be a very, very good combination. Anyway, in the meantime, we'll be looking at Valerie Bertnard. Well, we have a final score, 176 points for Naya. She's currently going to be sitting on the second place. For sure, a good opening. Very happy she's getting some tips on how to drop down from a friend over there. But all eyes are on Valerie from Norway.
Next up, bib number 40, Valerie Bertrand, a former Canadian now living in Norway with her husband and 2 kids, who are both into paddling. Both, I think, are going to be one of the best in the world when they get old enough to compete in ICF competitions. But here, Mom is going to be paddling today. She's been coaching the development camp all week, and now she's throwing her hat in the ring to paddle as well. Bib number 40, Valerie Bertrand of Norway, should be on the water very soon.
Yeah, she also, not only she coached her kids, all the people in the development camp, but she also qualified for the quarterfinals, IK1 women. 191 actually coming in for Naya. Very nice result. Still a second place, but that means we are ready for Valerie. Make sure you get a thumbs up from our head judge, Charlie. And here we go. Valerie from Norway.
Valerie getting started nice vertical, going into a stall, into a 0 to hero, into some bow screws, trying to get past vertical there, maybe a washout, going for a bow screw in the other direction into a washout. Valerie, a very strong squirt boater, former world champion, as we see a nice big tall split wheel from her. Now a split wheel in the other direction, trying to turn it around into a tricky woo. There it is. Nice finish to that, going clean. Not using her paddle for the rotation on the end there, as she cartwheels to clean in the other direction. Valerie is a very, very smooth and strong paddler as she makes her way up to the top of the eddy line. She's got 15 seconds left. She's going to try for that mystery move. Let's see what she's got. She's paddling strong into the eddy. Drops down,
she's gone.
Getting her head under the water. Awesome mystery move from Valerie Bertrand. Tons of points on the board, as well as getting her head under mystery. This is going to be a very solid score for Valerie Bertrand of Norway.
Yeah, I think she got a multiplier ×2 over there because she was definitely down. The only question, it has to be for 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was a little bit tight, but looking at the scores, it seems like that came in on board for sure. So she has a big smile on her face. And yeah, I think that was a taste what the mystery move is gonna feel like. Like, she's there, and then she's gone. It's such an insane experience just to go under the water, fiddle your way in the current, and just find your way, try to stay down there, and she's did an amazing job of that. If you can use that whirlpool, which is over there very nicely, you may be gone for very, very long. But yeah, the points are still coming up. While the next paddler, Alex McClure from Ireland, she competed today in K1 already. And yeah, now she's ready for square boating. She's been competing in Squirt, also in Nottingham last year. And she's absolutely loving it. She just loves being on the water. Always huge smile, always smiling and supportive of the other people, and that's like part of the spirit of freestyle. Just like sharing the love for it, sharing that knowledge. We see Theo absolutely telling hello to all the viewers. And wearing the hat you can see around in a few places, which is
one of the former judges, Danny, used to wear that hat, and he was very well respected, very well liked here in the freestyle world, unfortunately passing away last year. We have a score for Valerie Bertrand jumping into the lead with 666.67 points. Very strong start for Valerie. As next up, we have Alex McClure out of Ireland. This young lady has been paddling since 2022 in the Squirt, where she debuted at the World Championships in Nottingham, and then we saw her last year as well in Columbus, Georgia, over in the United States. As we're getting ready to go with Alex on deck. Hopefully we'll get her on screen here soon. As the women's K1 Squirt is on the water. There's one heat of 8 ladies on the water. Valerie, final qualifying score in there at 656.67 is the official score, which moves her definitely into the lead at this point, but there's some strong paddlers still to come.
And the next one of them is Alex McClure. So we need a big cheer for Alex. She's ready. She has a big smile, taking the last big breath, and she's like, yeah, I'm going to show you what I've got. Let me show you a magic trick and disappear. And she's going into it straight into right cartwheel, into a split wheel. Look at that grace. How smooth is she? Into a split wheel to the other direction, into cartwheel. Is it a ballet or is it just me looking at how smooth these moves are? Into bow screw. That was the smoothest bow screw I've ever seen. Into washout. Oh my God, look at these angles. Maybe a touch high, but hopefully that's going to be fine. Looking in the washout to the other hand direction. One more, maybe a bow screw if you score one on top of another. Plenty of time for Alex, looking for party trick. And giving a big smile to the crowd. We couldn't see that smile, but I see people on the stands just being super happy. And now she's going to that eddy line, trying to drop down, and drops her bow. And she's gone. She gone almost very tight over there, and going the exit move number 2 with the vertical move, and trying to throw one more bow screw. Very nice ride from Alex.
Yeah, definitely. I'm seeing 186 points there, adding up to 29. We still have the multiplier to come. That's a solid ride for Alex. Might move her up into the top 3 there for sure at now. So definitely the Irish having a strong World Cups here. We saw her brother David out there and a bunch of the other Irish today. As Alex is making her way into the eddy, looking up at the scoreboard. She's going to catch her breath, take a break, and we'll see her back here in a few more minutes for her second ride.
Yeah, definitely a very strong, national team from Ireland. It's very nice to see them growing and being super supportive of all the paddlers. And you can see how it's impacting the whole team, like people are always keen to come out, to have a good time, but also to train, the people achieving the success pushes others, and they're like, oh yeah, that's possible. Even in our, home ground training here, I'm going to get better. And that's amazing to see, because that pushes the sport forward locally and globally, and mostly opens up many opportunities for kids. And that's amazing in freestyle also, that there is always place for them on and off the water. And you can see many young guns, playing and paddling around. Next one up is going to be Tamsin Mankonchi. So another legend, multi-medalist from, so many events that I cannot just run it from the top of my head. But she competed today in K1, but she absolutely loves squirt boating, and I'm sure she has some amazing routines to show us. She also did very well in the C1 in Columbus, but I think squirt boating may be one of her favorites. She's been recently becoming Instagram influencer with all the videos on the most popular ones, and recreating them into kayaking, which are super fun. So I encourage you to follow Wet Rock and her coaching, and the Flow Kayaks where she works. Alex McClure coming in with 249. And now all eyes on Tamsin. She's giving a big smile. Can we get a wave? Can we get a wave? She's saying hello. She's ready. Okay. And that's going to be it. Tamsin McConchy from Great Britain.
Tamsin definitely a medal favorite here in the women's squirt K1. She makes her way out towards the eddy line. She's going to get started down nice and low. And the time will start when she starts her first move. Right away into trying to do a clean split into another clean split. Unfortunately, getting a bit of a paddle touch there, so she won't get it. She's trying for a tricky woo, but that blade touch, it has to be all on one blade as she makes her way into it, doing a little bit of a stern pirouette into a bow, into a washout. She goes past vertical, nice and clean, looking for a screwing around, looking for those 4 past vertical ends. There it is. Tamsin, trying to maybe do a changing around there. She's on the eddy line. I think she's going to maybe try and drop in for a mystery move. She had some good ones last night when I watched in training. Let's see if she gets under the water now. And she does get just head under for maybe the 2 seconds there. This is a solid ride for Tamsin as she's adding things
Few more seconds for a last move, Tamsin.
Right at the buzzer, she starts screwing around in the other direction on
Changing
going for
around.
the changing around.
She goes for double changing
around
around.
in the other direction. Solid finish to Tamsin. Let's see if the judges, she started that first changing around just before the buzzer, so the judges should give it to her, but we'll see coming up on the screen here in just a second. Also, we're going to see the multiplier added to that. So with the 2 times multiplier and currently sitting at 410, she could be up over 800 points.
Absolutely.
If they give her that 2-second mystery move. And that is why Tamsin is definitely a medal favorite here in the women's squirt.
For sure. I think it was the first time we actually seen a full range of squirt boating tricks over here, because we've seen some strong flower routine. We've seen a attempt of a tricky woo, of a wood tricky, screwing around, with some bow screws, and then trying to do changing around on the very end in the last second, and a very nice mystery move. We literally seen everything from Tamsin. So that's going to be super interesting to see what the total score is going to come to, because the numbers are just rocking up. It's definitely a hard job for judges.
I love how that she's just taking her outfitting out, throwing it on scene or on shore there as she gets out of her boat. She's got to be happy with that ride. She's going to empty out, stretch her legs a little bit, and get ready to get back on there for her second ride. That was the first ride of 2. As we are moving on to our last competitor here, just a few minutes, 134, Audi Robertson-Shaw of Great Britain. She's a former world champion in the squirt boat from 2022 in Nottingham. Definitely one of the strongest female paddlers on the water, and always a contender to be on the top of the podium.
Absolutely. Otti being a previous world champion from Columbus, and she knows all the moves. She can do all the tricks. The big question is how many of them and how long is she going to go under today, because she's really, really good with the mystery moves. And this spot, it's not easy, but once you get it in the right spot, it's going to be absolutely insane mystery move. And I'm sure if anybody's going to deliver that, first person is going to be Otti, and I'm super excited for Tamsin's score is still bouncing, currently 723, but that has a huge potential for taking that first spot, just snapping it from Valerie. But it's also only a first round, yeah? So it's a preliminaries, and we have 8 ladies competing, so they're competing straight for the finals, but they're going to have 2 rides, and the combined score counts, right? So this one ride is not enough. They need to put something on top of it to secure their place in top 5.
Absolutely. Top 5 will be moving on to finals, as we can see Tamsin's score kind of going up and down as the judges collaborate on what moves she actually got. I see now we're all the way up 833, 926, and she still has a multiplier to happen, potentially. We'll have to see. Maybe the multiplier's been added in there. I'm not 100% sure. She did have a very solid ride. It's coming in now just over 1,000 points as things are being tallied together by the judges. That was definitely one of the more complex rides we've seen so far here in Squirt Boat. And looks like it's officially in there. Tamsin coming in at 1,006.67 points to move her strongly into the lead.
Here we go, first 1,000 of the day in squirt boating. I'm sure it's not the last one. The next one is Otti Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain. And Otti is starting up with super clean split wheel. This is 120 points, linking it to a super clean split wheel. Can she hold it? Oh my God. She has abs of steel, ladies and gentlemen. You have no idea. And that's a trick. It's a clean tricky woo with artistic bonus. That's another 240 points into a back split wheel, into a tricky, into a tricky woo to the left-hand side. She's just pushing this end a little bit early on that second blade coming in, but here another wood tricky, going the pass vertical into another end. Oh my God, what a return. She just took the most scoring points from the top of the score sheet and just okay, I'm just gonna do this, and this, and now let me disappear somewhere. But first, I'm going to do another split with a clean end. 15 seconds on the buzzer as she's getting close to the dead line, looking for that sweet spot. Can she go down? And she's got, oh, that was a little bit short. She's looking for a second drop zone. She's working on it, and she's gone. She made it. That was a good one. And the flying fish out of their exit number 2. What a comeback. We thought there's, oh, no way she's going to come back. But Plattling actually has 2 drop zones, and she could use both of them.
Looking at it, I actually saw 3 different spots people were able to drop yesterday. One really high up at the top of the eddy that not many people were using, but when they got it, they got really good drops. There's a second one just behind kind of the second wave down from the top, and then where we just saw Audi drop the 3rd spot there, she was able to actually work into it there. That would have been really hard to do at the end of your ride when you're pretty gassed from doing all that beautiful flat water. Audi is definitely a technician, but she's also really, really smooth with all of her moves. She really sells it to the judges, nice and vertical, throwing in some artistic bonuses there with the paddle twirls, as well as lots of clean bonuses as well. That was definitely a very solid ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you seen that, like a clean tricky woo with a paddle trail? That's like just after 2 super clean split wheels. Like in order to, you know, like throw the boat for such a long time, you need like so solid abs. That's absolutely insane. And then like a tricky woo with a paddle trail, that's such a good balance, you know? She's tapping the boat like, good boat, thank you. That was a very good effort, and the points are just going up, and I think we are not stopping yet because, yeah, the amount of tricks she did was very, very, very good, and then a good mystery on the end. Very, very good ride out there from Audi.
Yeah, that was a great ride from Audi Robinson-Shaw, showing why she's a former world champion from 2022 in Nottingham, as well as medaling last year in Columbus, Georgia. One of the strongest female athletes in all of the classes here at any World Cup or any freestyle event. She's just recovered from a catastrophic injury there to her shoulder where she had to have surgery, which is never easy for any athlete to recover from, but she's showing that she's been putting the work in and is here definitely looking strong.
For sure. It was actually very interesting, you know, like very often the injuries are sort of put behind the curtain, you know, but you could really follow and see her journey through recovery, through actually operation itself, and how it all went. So I think that's a very valuable lesson for everybody, you know, to see that's part of the game. You know, like she took some big risks, you know, taking up the finals over there in Columbus while already being injured. She paid a very high price, and it took her a lot to come back. But as we can see, she is at least strong as she used to be, and I think she's just warming up. So, well, we'll see what else she's good for us, because that was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, amazing ride there from Audi. As next on deck, we move to the top of the order of these 8 ladies, with Sophie Mackin, also of Great Britain, is bib 102, and she should be making her way out onto the water fairly soon as the judges are tallying up Audi's amazing ride here in Plattling. This is such a cool venue here. We've got surfers playing out on the wave. We've got a world-class freestyle feature in the hole here. We've got a great grandstand. Judges stand looks amazing. We've got food vendors over here behind us. The whole town is behind the event as well.
And Audi's score comes through with 1,306 points. That's absolutely insane. Like she beats Thompson by quite a bit and sort of jumps away from others for quite far. But anyway, that was only the first round. So we are on for the second round, back to the top of the order. Next one will be Sophie Mackin from Great Britain. Currently, Audi is on the first with 13.06. Thompson in second with 10.06. And on the third, we have Valerie Bertners with 6.56. So that's the top 3. And to make it to, then we have Alex McClure with 249. And in the 5th place, there is Nell Barwich with 230. So in order to get on that 5th spot, at least for now, you need to beat 230 points. But that's what
Sophie Mackin
wants.
Going for the one-armed bandit to the left and one-armed bandit to the right. Looking like she's going to try a party trick as she goes for a bow screw. And setting up as she's going to go past vertical in the other direction, looking maybe for a washout there. Nope, there's the washout. Bow screw first, then the washout. And let's see, she's going for that party trick in the other direction. as she makes her way out to the eddy line where she's going to try and drop under, getting her bow just to pop up there, not getting that mystery under the water. Let's see if she tries maybe again. She's got a few more seconds to do some vertical here as she works her way nicely into a bow stall, into a bow screw, into a washout. Going for a cartwheel to the right. And another great ride from Sophie Mackin of Great Britain as we hear the final tones buzzing to say that her ride is complete. Looks like I've got 206 points so far on the preliminary scoreboard. We'll see what the judges have to say.
All right, very nice second run from Sophie. She definitely looks to be improving from her first one, and that will put her in top 5. The question is whether she's going to be able to stay there. That's definitely a lot of emotions over there, but it's so cool she's picking up this sport at such a young age as well, you know. So Sophie's been around for a while already, you know, cheering and following the competition and others. Now she's paddling herself on these biggest comps, and yeah, she's super excited, huge smile. But then, yeah, next one, paddler, Lucy Sutton from Great Britain as well. She had a bit of a false start on her first run, but then she ran again, and now she's definitely well rested and ready for her second run. So judges are still working on Sophie's score. So we're still waiting for it to come through. You can see these, like, you know, square boats lined up on the bank. That's such a nice mixture of colors and shapes. Yeah, and yeah, I think everybody's
it's a little bit of the artistic style of the paddler,
sure,
because a lot of these paddlers design their own boats or their graphics, and they send them to the boat manufacturers, who then build them up. As we see Sophie's second ride coming in at 210.67, giving her a total of 366 points, which as now puts her in a qualifying spot. But there's lots of other girls that may have something to say about that still, Bartosz.
Absolutely. So it's sort of another beginning, you know, like, so we'll see what's going to be Lucy's response for that. Lucy, you need to make sure that you see a thumbs up from Charlie. So head judge needs to say that they are ready. And yeah, I can see a thumbs up. And here we go, Lucy Sutton. She's starting off with spin to a left-hand side. She's making sure that's a full 360 degrees, because that's super important. That keeps the boat nice and flat. Spin to the other direction. Looking into going into the bow style, holding it for at least 3 seconds above the 45 degrees, or 60 actually. She's loving it, trying to go for a cartwheel, a little bit tumble over there, but she's all good. Looking for that mystery without spin. Can she make it? Oh, she's quite deep actually. Looking for a drop zone. That was a good try. She maybe missed a little bit of speed hitting that eddy line, but there is still 20 more seconds on the clock. I think she's gonna get another few moves in. Maybe we'll be tempted with one more move. Looking for a cartwheel, cannot get the boat through that tail. It's maybe a touch big, and every liter of the volume makes it quite hard to control it. But she's 10 more seconds, Lucy. Come on. 2 more tricks. Maybe a bow screw. 3, 2, 1, and here she goes for a bow screw into a party trick in the very last second. And that will be it for Lucy Sutton from Great Britain.
All right, Lucy out there giving it a good old-fashioned go, as she got a few vertical ends there. Saw some spins. Great ride from the young British lady as she makes her way back into the eddy. Looks like her total score will be 32.67. Next on deck is Nelly Barwich of Germany. As we get these Squirt ladies working through, see who's going to make it on to the finals later this week. Nelly in that Nemo-themed boat. Hopefully they find Nemo as she gets some nice vertical ends going here. Nice cartwheels. See what she's got for us in the other cartwheel in the other direction, picking up a little bit of seaweed there as she cartwheels to the left.
Could a seaweed be an artistic bonus? I think it could.
It could be. Definitely going for a bow screw there into the washout. See if she's got that in the other direction here. Nice technical moves happening as she sets up for a bow screw. trying to go for it maybe in the other direction. Going for a cartwheel. As she's right on that eddy line. Going for a split wheel. And she's going to now, she's got 8 seconds left. She's going to charge up, try and get that mystery and the mystery multiplier. Looks like she got right down to her shoulders, still working it, trying to get her head under, not quite getting there. But that will get her a multiplier.
Very good run from Nella. We'll see what the multiplier is going to put her at because she's going to be hopping in very tight somewhere next to Sophie, and she really wants to be on that 4th spot to secure her top 5, as there are like few more paddlers. There's still Naya coming that can push her out, and Valerie and Alex, Tamsin, Oti, so some big names coming up. She's shaking her head. She like, you know, there's always this feeling like, I could have done a bit better. I could have added another move. It's, you know, hard to, you know, catch that spot because the eddy line is constantly moving, you know, so it requires so much experience. Oh, we got her points coming in, 162, 392 in total, currently putting her on the 4th place.
As we have Nea from Germany making her way out to the eddy line. You're going to see when she's ready to get started here. The clock starts when the athletes initiate their first move. So they're going to be looking up at the judges for the thumbs up. And when they give it, she'll start her first move. As Nea's getting set up, looks like she's going to go for a party trick. Into a bow pirouette. Into a nice vertical end. Stalling it, changing direction. Going for a cartwheel now to the right, stalling on the stern. As she does a change of direction in the other way. And cartwheels to the left now. Nice and vertical, looking really smooth here. As she splits it up and goes the other direction. Going for a bow screw. As she sets up, looks like she's going to try that bow screw in the other direction. Not quite getting it past vertical over her head. Let's see what the judges have to say as we get a one-arm bandit. Just trying to get things started here with a bit of a cartwheel, I think. As she makes her way to the top of the eddy.
Right, yeah, we
Going
nearly
for a
need
bow pirouette and dropping into the eddy line in that beautiful pink boat with the suns on the bottom. Trying to get her boat down, not quite getting it under the water for the mystery. We'll see what the judges have to say. Currently at 135 points. It may go up a bit from there. We'll see what the judges have to say, but definitely a solid ride from Nea.
Yeah, that was a very nice routine. I like the well-prepared routines. You could see like she was building up, right? From a power to tricks, taking off, okay. Into change of direction, okay, take off. You know, like cartwheel both directions. And that was a very, very nicely prepared run. I think she may have taken a touch long next to that eddy line. You know, when time was running down, I was like, oh, come on, Naya, this is the time you have to go, because it takes few moments to sort of like, you know, you need to release your boat, resurface it, re-level it, and then, okay, where's that spot? Accelerate and hit that eddy line, make the drop. And I think she was literally just short of that. 146 points for her second ride and 338 total. Currently putting her, unfortunately, on 6th place. Yeah, 6th place for Naya. So we won't be seeing her in the next round. But next one up is Valerie Bertnard. Actually, she's on place number 3, and she has already qualified. So she has a big smile. She's very happy about that. But she's ambitious. She wants more. She wants to show, yes, I can show you what I can do. I'm wondering if she's gonna start for a mystery move. She's like, okay, I'm gonna show you something big. No mystery move. All right, okay. She's gonna flip first, and she's good. And here we go, a party trick. Into a bow screw, into a bow screw, into the bow screw to the right-hand side, maybe a washout, trying to get over vertical over there, into the split wheel on the right-hand side, into a split wheel to the left-hand side. Actually, it's a tricky woo, bringing that around. That second blade goes in a bit early. Cartwheel into a change of direction, into a cartwheel, into another bow screw. That was a washout to the right-hand side. And she has 20 more seconds, and she's looking, okay, well, this is the time. I have to orientate myself, paddling towards the eddy line, looking for a good drop zone. And hold your breath, guys, as she's coming down. And she's gone. She's trying to lay
get her head
back.
under. Looks like she may have even tried to get a bit of a mystery exit there on the end where they can get a move as they exit from under the water in their mystery move. Valerie trying to do a bit of a mush move at the end there to try and get under the water again. Another solid ride from Valerie Bertrand, looking like she's solidly qualified for our finals later in the week here in World Cup number 1 from Plattling, Germany.
Yeah, that was super cool. Like my favorite was when she went actually for a mystery move, and like, oh, I'm not getting as deep as I can, but then she started like leaning back. We could see where she was coming up. She was like really on the back of the boat, so like to get her body weight lower and get her like back lower. So I was actually under the water. I'm not sure if that was enough for a Mr. 2-0, but if it was, that's going to transfer into a very, very big ride from Valerie. But either way, she is qualified, and she knows that she should not be knocked past the place number 4. So she's already in finals, and she should be quite happy about that.
Yeah, it's definitely a great ride here for Valerie, all the way from Norway. She's a former Canadian. They're a paddling family. You can see her 2 kids coming down. Noah and Alicia to say hi. Her husband Eric cheering her on somewhere in the crowd as well. They drove all the way down here from Norway in their little motorhome so that they can hang out and compete and be in part of the freestyle community, where most of them are camped out just downstream of where the feature is here and have been here for a little while, camping, hanging out, paddling every day. Sounds like a pretty good life to me.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing. You know, like this is also when you get, you know, the best school of life. You know, like where you hang out, live by the river, see, you know, like interact with the environment. But right now we have next paddler coming from Ireland, Alex McClure, first ride 249, which is quite a nice result. But if she wants to actually make it to the next round, right now she needs to beat Sophie, which she is sitting with 366 points. So Alex needs to score over 110 points, and she's well capable of that. As she's kicking off with screwing around. Oh my God, what an opening. If she can bring that last end into the bow screw, into another tail screw, into a one-arm bandit, getting into a bow, going for a carve to the right-hand side. So many ends over there. Oh my God, I'm glad that I'm just calling them out. Into a split wheel, another direction. What a routine from Alex. She's been training a lot. You can see how well she's controlling that boat. Into the cartwheel, She's giving a big smile. Into a tricky hook, and she hold it at the second blade. Tapped, unfortunate over there, but she's going straight for the drop. Can she get the boat down? Goes very, very steep and quite deep with the body. 15 more seconds, Alex. You can get one more. Come on, come on, come on. Paddle up, paddle up. She's actually deep over there. Oh my God, she's 1.4. She was definitely getting a bonus over there. Looking for that mystery exit, and 2 more seconds, one more trick. Looking for a party trick in the last second. And can she hold it? Yeah, she's at the bow stall. A big smile as she's going down the rapid. We're like, yeah, that was me. Well, definitely some big attempts of the tricks. Points are still rocking up, but that may be something really, really good. She actually seems to be just borderline of qualifying as the points are rocking up, but it seems if it keeps going that way, she will make it. She will be so stoked making this final of the World Cups. Obviously, we're still waiting for the final decision of the judges, but we have only 2 paddlers left, and that's Tamsin and Otti. So as long as Alex manages to score over 366 points on combined run, she's going to move to the 5th place. And right now, it seems like she is well securing that. Unless something's changing, she's going to move to the next round. And unfortunately, not knocking Sophie, but happy times for Team Ireland. But the competition is not over. There is still Tamsin and Otti, so our 2nd and 1st place to show us more. I really hope they're just going to go for huge, huge mysteries or get some air. That'll be really good. Oh my God, Alex's points are still coming up. So I think she can almost be there to celebrate. I don't want to call it a little bit too early, but
yeah, it's looking pretty good for Alex here to qualify to move on into our finals. As she looked a little gas line on the back of her boat there. as she gets out of the water. She's definitely keeping an eye on that screen to see how things are going. I think she's got a good chance of moving on there. 478 points for Alex McClure, securing her a spot in our finals later this week as Tamsin McConshy makes her way out onto the water. We're in bib number 108, representing Great Britain here in Plattling, Germany. This is World Cup number 1 of 2 this week, as Tamsin already has 1,006.67 points.
She actually got moved to the third place by Valerie combined result, but Tamsin only had one go. So literally she throws few tricks, and she's so good at this routine. So I really hope she's gonna get like a little bit purer on her ends, and we're gonna see what she's got. Tamsin McConshy, one of my favorite paddlers, big smile over there, and here she goes. A split wheel, clean split wheel with an artistic bonus to one side and to the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 160 points for 2 moves. Into a tricky woo. Can she keep that blade out? Yep, beautiful and skip it. Beautiful, nice execution. Into the woo tricky. Very nice. Oh my god, this time everything is working. These were super vertical ends. And she goes for the drop in. And she's down. And she's down. Was it at 2 seconds? Very tight. I'm not very sure. That was very close, but she's still paddling into the eddy. She has 20 more seconds, so she needs to make her way all the way to be able to throw some flower loot in. But she, oh my god, she got a mister, like a second drop in the eddy. That was insane. Now she's looking for screwing around to the left-hand side. One more end. Can she make it? Yes. Here we go. Screwing around into a bow screw, into a tail screw. And that's it for Tamsin McConshy. That was so good.
Solid ride there for the Brit as she makes her way back into the eddy. We saw some great smooth rides there, some artistic bonuses, some clean bonuses, lots of vertical ends, lots of rotation on those vertical ends, adding up a really solid score here. I'm seeing 453, 466, and rising 480 on the screen there. We'll see if the judges gave her the double multiplier bonus for being underwater for head under for 2 seconds.
That's all about it right now. Like that was a very good flower routine. The question is like, was it 2 seconds? When one of the two, like I don't think the second one was actually 2 seconds, but maybe she could score a Mr. Exit of that. Because that was definitely a cool trick, wherever, at least a trophy move, because that was definitely a flying fish over there. So that's gonna be really cool. Next one up, we see Audi Robinson-Shaw already sliding in. Tamsin has to take her boat apart. It's like kind of a foldable kayak, you know, like you take all the pieces out and just.
Maybe I'm old school, but I glue my pads in.
Well, I think you know, sometimes you get just so tight in a boat that like you're not able to, you know, like
glue them in. Absolutely. We're seeing
gracefully
Tamsin
hop
score.
out, Matt.
Keeps rising there, 560 points there. She makes her way up on shore. Oh, all the way up to 940 now.
Yep.
That might have been the multiplier, 966.
Yeah.
As Tamsin's score is coming in there, 993, over 1,020 points. Definitely a solid ride from Tamsin as we're waiting for that final score to come in. We'll have it here in just a few seconds. She's definitely qualified for our finals, but which spot will she be in?
1,020 points for her second ride, combined 2,026.
That is some amazing and very consistent paddling. Both those runs almost exactly the same to put Tamsin solidly into our finals, as we've got Audi Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain ready to go. Former world champion in the women's K1 Squirt, as she starts off right away clean with the heli wheel, doing those clean splits. You're gonna see the same thing in the other direction, maybe tapping her paddle on the boat or hitting a rock there for a second. She keeps going for that clean woo tricky with the paddle twirl. Absolutely amazing. Huge point as she does the woo tricky in the other direction. Right, and you see her settle her boat down, almost getting a mystery move there on the flat water. She's gonna go for a tricky woo, I think, here, just before she gets to the eddy line. Nice solid execution, just a super strong technical paddler, going for a woo tricky in the other direction. As she's right on the eddy line, she's gonna set up and paddle into the eddy line, trying to drop her boat under, trying to work it under, missing that eddy mystery move. She's still got 15 seconds left. Let's see what she's got. She's gonna go for that third and final drop zone, and she's gone. about 2.5, maybe 3 seconds there. See what the judges have to say. Getting some points as she does some past vertical moves. June is screwing around as she makes her way down to the bottom of this Squirt arena here. Another amazing ride from Audi Robinson-Shaw.
Wow, amazing, amazing, definitely, how she was just like fishing for it. Like, okay, I'm going to drop here. That didn't work. I'm going to go for the next one. And all this after like really good execution of sunflower routine. So definitely a technician. She knows what she's doing for sure. You know, multiple world champion in such a young age, reaching for the stars out there. Yeah, I absolutely love how she finished her mystery, and she was like, okay, I'm still in the flow. I don't care. I'm just gonna do a screwing around and just put 80 points on top of that. And fellow friend with another team helping her out. Definitely, you know, that's the spirit of freestyle, you know, like we maybe represent different countries, but we are like all friends out there. So that was it. That was the last paddler from Squirt category in K1 women. We are actually heading to the men category in just 5 minutes, but with or without Otis' final score, we already know that on the 5th place to finals qualifying is Nelle Barwich from Germany. On the 4th place from Ireland, it's going to be Alex McClure. On the 3rd place from Great Britain, from the 3rd place from Norway, it's going to be Valerie Bertnard. And actually, we are still uncertain about the first top 2 because Tamsin is on the lead with 2,026 points while we are waiting for Otis' score to come in. However, I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit high, and Otis may tiny push Tamsin up, but Tamsin is fine with that. She's like, fine, I will win in finals. I'll throw my gauntlet and I'll show them what I've got. But either way, it was a wonderful show, and it was great to watch it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the point. That's the moment to grab a drink, grab a snack, because in just 4 minutes we're kicking off with K1 men kayak squared, and we're gonna see actually 10 paddlers from a couple of countries all over the world representing Peru. Gabriel Soldevilla de Ugarte. From Great Britain, Sam Wilson. From Germany, Mike Lochne. From Canada, Mark Richard. From Germany, Philip Koester. And in the second head, we're going to see Andres Leitmann from Germany. Mirko Huntemann from Germany. Finn Krossig from Germany as well. And Alex Edwards from Great Britain, and David Rogers as well from Great Britain. That's going to be a big fight over there. And, you know, Alex loved this spot. I believe he has won a European Championship here in 2016. Yeah, I mean, David's been training like crazy. And then we have these German local magicians, which are loving to train square boating under the water. I don't know if you've seen these videos, but that's absolutely insane what these guys are doing out there. We'll see how it works into our freestyle routines over here. Newcomer, okay, oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, score for Oti. 1,733 points combined, 3,040 points. That's absolutely insane.
Amazing points. I'm interested to see where that would qualify her in the event overall in squirt boating. Absolutely amazing paddler, Ati. We're going to see her as well out there in the C1 tomorrow, and then again in the finals for this, the quarterfinals and probably semifinals and hopefully finals for some of the other events. Definitely a great scoreboard there. In 8th place, we've had Lucy from Great Britain. 7th place, we had Nea from Germany. 6th place, Sophie from Great Britain. In 5th place, and qualifying is Nelly from Germany. 4th place, Alex from
Ireland.
From Ireland, Valerie in 3rd place from Norway. Tamsin from Great Britain in 2nd place. And our leader going into the finals for women's squirt is Audi Robinson-Shaw.
Definitely very interesting preliminaries, some big scores over there. So we're going to see what else these ladies have, but already in finals. Right now, all eyes are on K1 men again, men kayak squirt to be precise. And first hit one more time from Peru, Gabriel Soldevilla de Ugarte. From Great Britain, Sam Wilson. From Germany, Mike Lochne. From Canada, Mark Richard. And from Germany, Philip Köster. Gabriel was a participant of the development camp, so it's really cool to see him taking a part in all these events, really making most of it. Just loving kayaking, like hopefully like sharing the love for kayaking and freestyle like back home. I know there are some amazing kayakers in Peru. And yeah, definitely Gabriel keeps carrying that torch, and hopefully he will bring it home. And like, guys, this is freestyle. That's a cool thing to do.
That's right. I had a little interview with him, and that was my question to him is, what is he going to do when he goes back to Peru? And he said he's hopefully going to be able to gather a few other athletes to come here for the World Championships next year. He says there isn't many freestyle features in Peru, but he's excited to find some or see if he can get some made so that he can grow freestyle in Peru, which is amazing. So we're happy to follow him. We had him here in our development camp this week, and definitely a really motivated athlete here to have a lot of fun. He's going to try squirt boating out for his first time this week, so we're going to see how he does. He's definitely motivated and here to have a lot of fun, so it'll be great to see. We got Sam Wilson as well, who we saw at the last couple of World Championships. Mike Lochne, who's a German boy here, trains a lot in a pool in the winter. He's excellent in flat water. He does all these great flooded moves where he floods his boat with water, and he's doing the mystery moves, working on what you need to be doing underwater to sustain that mystery for long periods of time. And then we've got Mark Richard, a veteran of the Canadian team, been around forever. He's a bit of a mystery specialist, and this is a hard spot for mysteries, so a little bit of a struggle there, but his flat water is good. Mark's been doing this for years and years and years, since the early 2000s. Been a strong squirt boater from Nova Scotia, East Coast, where there isn't a ton of whitewater paddling, but he comes over to the Ottawa quite frequently. And then we've got Philip Köster from right here, local boy in Germany. So stacked first heats. We have 2 heats here in the men's K1 squirts. We're going to get started with the first one here in just a few moments.
Yeah, the boys are gathering up on the bank. The judges are getting ready. Last preparation. I see a head judge Charlie just signing official results. Last stretches, and well, we are offline, but we'll be back with you shortly.
All right, we're good, Bartosz. We just lost our screen there for a second, but it just came back on. So we're going to get ready with Gabriel on the water, getting ready to go. As the screen's back on for us here, we're announcing from a small screen. We can't physically see the athletes in person right now, but that's okay. We've got a great view of the main freestyle feature, and this screen's working great for us to see the squirt athletes as Gabriel makes his way out. These athletes will get started as soon as you see them do their first move. So I think he was trying to do a spin there as he moves around. Bib 144. Gabriel on the water, getting spins in both directions. I think he's going to try and move into the vertical realm now. Going a little bit past vertical there, rolling up. This is his first squirt competition. He wanted to try it all while he's here in Plattling. Let's see what else he's got for us. Trying to get some cartwheels going. Maybe going past vertical there for a bit of a bow washout as he's working his way out to the current. Going very past vertical there on a bow screw as he's looking at that eddy line. I think he wants to try a mystery move. Let's see what he's got. As he goes in, he's going to try and cut back downstream, drive that boat under the water. Not quite getting the edge he wanted as he floats on downstream, and 1 second left on his ride. That'll be it for Gabriel's first ride. We'll see him up here for one more ride. These guys get 2 rides as they add them together to see who's going to be the top paddler and who else is also going to qualify to move on to the finals later in the week.
Yeah, nice opening, nice having Gabriel with us. 20 points for him. That's nice and confirmed. So we'll be moving up for next putter, who's Sam Wilson. So crowd's favorite, a huge smile always. A fun fact about Sam, he simply loves rabbits, and he has like 10 rabbits at home almost. And yeah, he's just super smiley person. He's just loving it.
Looks like Sam's got the thumbs up from our head judge. Unfortunately, we just lost our screen, so hopefully we'll see him again here soon.
All right, Sam is setting up in the eddy. He's looking for that sweet spot to start. And Sam finishing off with a wonderful Mr. move of 6 seconds with some very nice flower routine. We see around 500 points on the score sheet, but that's definitely going to be coming up. We had some technical difficulties, but now we are back online. But we could definitely see him disappear over there, and that's going to be a lot of points for Sam.
Yeah, definitely. If we saw about a 4 or 5 second mystery move there, 520 points from his freestyle routine. So definitely a really solid start from Sam Wilson of Great Britain here in the men's K1 Squirt. As we keep the action moving right along here. Been an exciting day. We started off this morning with women's prelims, then men's prelims, men's prelims, then women's prelims, and then our OC1 prelims as well. And now we're into our preliminary rounds, semi-final rounds of the men's and women's squirt, with Sam Wilson just putting down a solid ride there. I see 668.67 and growing. Let's see what his mystery multiplier does to add to that. I think it's going to tally it up. We're going to see a much larger score on the screen for Sam Wilson.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something very big. So excited to see what it's going to be. And that's going to be a bar setter, you know. Like on the other hand, you could say Gabriel is currently on the lead with 20 points. So we have Peru on the top of the board, currently leading and qualifying to next round. But obviously every other paddler is going to be throwing a challenge to that. Well, that's how it is. We can only have a few of them making it to the next round. So that's why they're here to throw their best routines to show them what they've been working on for a whole year. Sam is very happy out there, just cheering and enjoying after his first rounds. That's definitely was a good opening. He can be happy with. Okay, the official score is in 708 points. All right, well, that's okay. Yeah, that's not as crazy as we thought, especially after seeing that mystery. Maybe some of his angles were a touch off, but right now all eyes are on Mike Lochny from Germany.
Yeah, Mike's pretty excited. He just got a brand new boat all the way from murky waters, got flown over here, got lost in the luggage realm for a little while. It was a day or two late. But brand new boat. He's checking the depth of the water here. He looks nice and low in his boat.
Oh my God, is he going to go for a mystery in the eddy? I have a feeling he's just going to disappear over there and just like hold the rock.
I've seen him drop underwater, basically on flat water as he makes his way out and set up.
That's going to be insane. I just cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, he's starting something here.
He can do it in
as
a
he
pool.
gets nicely past vertical with some paddle twirls, trying to get some of those bonuses going. Looking really strong here into a tricky woo. Slamming his nose down on a nice bow stall. Bow stern cartwheel, doing another bow stall, working his way out. We're gonna see him slam his stern down. He's going for a woo tricky, but maybe not quite getting that rotation that he needs for it to score. As he gets some beautiful, nice vertical ends. Going for a tricky woo, almost past vertical. We'll see what the judges say about that one. As he's doing some clean ends here as he makes his way up to the eddy line, and he wants to go deep. Mike can go deep. We've seen him disappear lots of times here. He likes to go across the eddy line and then drop really deep in there, just getting his head underwater. Maybe we'll have to see what the judges say, but definitely a solid start as we see Mike's run coming to an end here in Plattling.
Yeah, that was potentially a 2 seconds head down. So that would be a 2-0 multiplier. That would really kick up his points up there. We could see very few interesting moves out there. I was really looking forward that he's just going to like drop in the eddy. That would be absolutely insane. I just can't wait till people start doing that in the comp. I mean, he does in the pool, right? So why not in the eddy, I guess.
It's definitely a tough eddy line to get under and stay under. There's a lot of boils, so the athletes have been saying when they're underwater that it's quite boily and hard to keep your boat flat. And as soon as one of your ends or one of your edges raises, you come rocketing up to the surface, and it's really hard to fight that. It's a lot harder to stay under than it is to get under. Or sorry, it's a lot harder to get under and stay under than it is to come back up once you are under. It's quite easy to come back up in most places.
And that's what you guys, ladies and gentlemen, you have to know that it's actually easy to come back up. It's hard to stay down. That's why these people are just so comfortable doing that. Mike's score actually looking really good already, and the points are keep coming in. So definitely he will be stoked to see that. Next paddler is going to be Mark Richard from Canada. He was also Wade Mark for a thumb up. We are still waiting for Mike's score to come in. Mark's boat also went for a sightseeing tour. It was stuck at the airport and then 5 other airports. But the most important fact is that it's here. Okay, Mike's score, 888 points. So we have a new leader right now. Number 1, Mike Lochner from Germany. But let's see what is going to be Mark Richard routine and what gauntlet he's going to throw at the table.
Yeah, Mark choosing to use hand paddles, which is definitely the equipment that a lot of the guys that do big mystery moves are doing. Some of the top mystery move guys only use hand paddles. They never use a paddle. So let's see what Mark has for us. Looks like he's got beautiful ES Paddleworks hand paddles there. As he makes his way up to the eddy line, he's going to try and work his way under the current. Mark does lots of mystery moves back on the Ottawa River and is not afraid to go deep and long, but he's having a little bit of struggle on the eddy line to get himself under the water there. He's going to move back into the eddy. Let's see what he's got for us. As he's maybe going to set up from some flat water, or he's just going to head right up to the top and try and get another mystery move. So it looks like Mark may have scored spin already with 8 points on the board. Getting a nice cartwheel. Looks like he's paddling that Mike's brand new Ninja kayak sent over from Murky Waters. It's getting its maiden voyage here in Plattling. Mark getting some cartwheels as he tries to work his way under the water here as he enters back into the eddy. That's called a mush move. Mark doing a bow pirouette into a cartwheel and trying to maybe go for a bow screw in the other direction as Mark's time comes to an end here in Plattling. He'll have one more ride to show us what else he has a little bit later on.
It was a A solid ride from Mark. He tried a few times to go under, definitely. We'll see more attempts of that, and hopefully he's going to have some more time under the water. The points are still coming in. He definitely is going to want to improve it, as 53 points are coming in for his first ride. Next paddler is coming from Germany as well, so it's Philipp Küster. He's another local paddler that loves paddling here in Germany, in Plattling. And, well, we'll see. They had their selections a while ago. We'll see what he has prepared for us. The thumb is up from the head judge. Philip, the feature is yours. And he's gone.
Looks like he's trying to start off with a little bit of a party trick there into a bow stall, going past vertical with a bow screw into a bow washout. As he's setting back up, moving back into the eddy, going for a split wheel into a cartwheel, maybe a bow stall, trying to change the direction and go the other direction. And some beautiful cartwheels. Looks like he now has his eye on the eddy line for a mystery move. I saw this guy get head under a bunch yesterday. Has a little bit different way of doing things. I kind of like his style. It's very similar to the way I like to drop my head under, and he is gone there. His fist pump as he exits from his mystery. He knows that 2 seconds underwater is really going to help his score add up.
We need one more trick. Philip, come on, throw something. Yes, he goes for a split wheel in the last second. Hopefully he's going to get some points. Because, you know, multipliers work really good if you have some solid foundation of tricks. And he definitely done quite a few tricks. But, you know, you always want more, right? Like every trick you throw, the times 2 is just higher numbers, you know. So yeah, very often you will see paddlers disappear, and if they come up, there is still time. They just have to keep throwing.
That's right. So Philip, here our last paddler in the heat. So we're going to move to the top of the order with Gabriel from Peru. He is here doing the development camp. He's the first Peruvian athlete that we've had at a Freestyle World Championships, which is great to see. He has a great energy. He wants to take freestyle back to Peru and try and spread the love of it and get more athletes here next year for the World Championships. As we see Philip trying to get himself out of the water, or as we wait for his score to come up on the score screen. You see Mike Lockney also looking up at the board to see where he's going to fill out, as we see Philip Koster with 293.33 points.
All right, so the current leader is Mike with 888. Sam is on second with 708. Philip on third with 293. Mark is on fourth with 53. And Gabriel is on fifth with 20 points. Currently, all of them are making to the next round. However, there's obviously a second hit, so one more hit to come. And all of them want to make it. And there is obviously a limit. But right now, Todos and mi amigo de Chile, de Peru, pardon. Hola, Gabriel. We're very, very happy to have you over here. So good you keep trying to square to K1, and hopefully you're going to share the love out there. And we have a thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, please cheer for Gabriel from Peru.
As Gabriel starts off with a spin. Nice horizontal spin right now going left to get some points on the board right away. The spins aren't the highest scoring move, but they definitely get points on the board as he paddles up into a bow stall, setting up again, looking for that bow stall as he gets to,
I think he's looking for an ender perhaps. Now for a part trick, he has still 30 seconds. You know, it's easy to initiate that boat, but it's really hard to control it. As you can see, you know, being able to like sort of balance that bounce from the boat is a real trouble. Gabriel is a really good kayaker. You can see it in his strokes that he's just like good in control. 10 more seconds. Menga. Time to go down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he goes down in the last second. If you ask me, he was upside down. And well, that was it. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel from Peru.
Awesome. Definitely a very stoked athlete to be here in Germany representing Peru. Having a good time out there. He decided he wanted to try squirt boating out and squirt boat competition. So he's got to be happy to be out there and participating with some of the best in the world. And it's great to see him getting 33 points on his second ride, improving on his first ride. Now we have Sam Wilson of Great Britain, who's currently sitting in second place with 708.67 points. He wants to, well, double that at least.
Yeah.
He has potential to double that in just one ride. We've seen that from Sam before. He is definitely a technician here. Beautiful paddler to watch. Sometimes his ends are very fast and fluid. All right, let's see what he's got as he's getting ready, splashing some water on his face. I believe he has a thumbs up from his countryman Charlie as our head judge here. As he gets ready to start, let's see what he's got for us. Bartosz.
He's really spotting that eddy line over there. He wants to be just in the perfect spot so the water does not interrupt his routine as he goes for a lovely split with the artistic bonus. 60 points on board. Into a tricky woo. He puts that second blade a touch early. Into a woo tricky. Pirouetting on the bow. Very nice. Executed all the way till the end. Nice. Into a split wheel with another artistic bonus, into a tricky tap on the right blade is going to disqualify that trick from scoring, but he knows it, it's good. He flipped that paddle and perhaps tapped again, so may miss that trick again, but looking for a wood tricky, really precise there on the ends. Nice execution. 15 more seconds. Time to start getting ready for the mystery as he's going for screwing around. Yep, and now he has to sprint like crazy. 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1, and he drops before the eddy line, and he's under. Can he get his head under? Oh my God, that's gonna be so long in total. And that worked so well.
Working it really hard towards the eddy line right at the buzzer, but he had initiated the move before the buzzer, so the time continues on after the buzzer, which is one of those amazing things when the squirt boaters can time it for right at the end to drop at the end of their time and then continue the clock running and scoring points after the buzzer. It's a really interesting way to get a lot of extra points and get some massive scores up there. Let's see if it worked out for Sam as we start seeing his score come up on the screen.
Well, I hope so, because that was absolutely insane. He seen he didn't have enough time, and he just dropped 3 meters from the eddy line, and he made it. You know, he started being like, you know, waist deep, chest deep. That was like 1.5, 1.6, definitely deeper than he's sitting now. And then he just kept moving, kept spinning, and he made it to the eddy line, and kaboom, made it like 3-4 seconds under. Yeah, that can turn out very, very interesting. Well, we'll see what judges have to say about it, but I see a very interesting point over there. He has some wood trickies, tricky woos. He's cheering to his fans. Can we get a wave? Maybe a kiss No? Oh, yes, a kiss. Obviously, he's a crowd favorite. Yeah, he's saying hello to his family, all his friends back home, to his rabbits. And yeah, he also loves cakes. But who doesn't? So now he's just waiting to see his final result to come out. While we're waiting for the next paddler, that's going to be Mike Lochtny from Germany. Some score is still popping up, and Mike is just getting ready, waiting for the judges to make final calculations. So judges' job is really, really difficult. They want to give everything to the paddlers, you know, they just want to score all the moves, but also they have to be fair and even to everybody. That's why it sometimes takes so much time in order to make sure. Okay, we have the points. 886 points brings us to 595 total. Currently, Sam is going to take the lead, and we'll see what's going to be Mike's response to that. Currently on the second with 888. He definitely can beat Sam if he can do the same run. Actually, his first run was pretty much the same points like Sam's, a little bit better. So yeah, he needs at least 700 to make it to the top spot, and that's where he wants to be, because you know there are 5 more paddlers in the next heat, so you never know what's gonna happen. Mike is paddling out to that sweet spot on the flower over there. We had a he has a marker on the side, thumbs up, and here he goes. Double trail into a split wheel, into a double trail. I love these double trails, you know, into a split wheel, which is a split with an artistic bonus. A little bit over where Tricky would touch early. They're just like losing that Tricky wheels because they put the blade too early into the cartwheel. Looking for wood Tricky, tapping that another blade. It's so hard because like intuitively you just have to brace yourself, but it's not allowed by the rules. It has to be executed with one blade only. And another attempt of a Tricky woo into a super clean cartwheel with a paddle trail, and he's very close to the 8 line, and he's 20 more seconds. He's checking, okay, this is how many points I have. This is what I've got. Okay, time to get a deep breath and send it.
All right, Mike dropping down, getting his head under the water for probably 4, maybe 5 seconds there. Fist pump, he's happy with that. Nice solid
One more trick,
ride
Mike.
for Mike's second ride as he's doing a little bit of a bow pirouette there as he floats on down towards the bottom of the eddy. 2 solid rides from Mike Lockney of Germany here in Plattling. Let's see where it puts him. He's currently sitting in second place. Let's see if that bumps him up into the first place spot above Sam Wilson. This is our first heat of 2 for the men's squirt. They're both getting 2 rides of 1 minute long that they're going to add together to see what their score is, to see if they make it into the finals later this week.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful ride from Mike. I'm pretty sure he's actually going to take a lead again, which is not going to be, you know, secure enough to make him certain until we see what other paddlers from the second heat are bringing to the table. But at the same time, that's a very, very solid opening. We see well over 1,000 points over there, and that's maybe his actually final score. Yes, it is. 1106, 1,106 points, total of 1,995 points. That's a great, great result, and we have a new leader, Mike Lockney from Germany.
Mike seems really happy about that as he fist pumps Mark Richard, who's our next paddler up from Canada, wearing bib 132, the veteran Canadian paddler. He's a long-time squirt boater from Canada. He comes over to visit on the Ottawa River to do squirt boating regularly there, but he hails from Halifax, Nova Scotia on the east coast of Canada. He's a paddling instructor. He's semi-retired now, so loves to travel to these events, come hang out, see the world a little bit, and it is a great way to see the world paddling. As Mark makes his way out there, he's going to try and work the boat under the water as he struggles to get his boat under the water once again here. We'll see what Mark's got as he's coming into the eddy. He's going to try and work his way down under the water, paddling that brand new Murky Waters Ninja, which is my favorite boat to paddle, and it is a favorite of a lot of the mystery guys who like to just go out, hang out, and do mystery moves in one spot. And it's definitely a small subculture of the subculture of whitewater paddling as Mark is gone and he drops. He definitely found the drop. Mark can stay under for long periods of time with a beautiful mystery move there. Probably about
keep
6
throwing
or 8
tricks, Mark.
section,
Come on.
Seconds as he moves towards the eddy. Let's see if he's
5 more seconds. And here he goes. He's starting out with a party trick, kind of missing it. Yep. Second go definitely goes into bow stall, into bow pirouette, more into the bowscrew, a cartwheel into a bowscrew perhaps. And now he's setting up. Is he gonna go for Mr. Roof? Yeah, it seems like. And he looks for that sweet spot. Can he get it? Can he get it? He's trying to tuck his head. Unfortunately, he's missing it 33 more seconds. He has one more chance. If he can only paddle back up, he's a little bit gassed, obviously. This sprint always takes a lot, and throwing that boat around, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, ain't easy at all. But he's throwing a nice routine of cartwheels and split wheels and trying to clean it up and milking the points. He definitely wants his third spot back. As he's sitting into the bow stall right now, into stern stall. No, he takes no break over there. 3 more seconds for Philip. One more trick. Can it be a bow screw washout maybe? No, that's it. He finished with a spin. So that's going to be it for Philipp Küster.
All right, another great ride from the German Philipp Küster, trying to get up there with his teammate Mike Lockney, who's currently in the lead.
Yeah, he's trying to show
great
up.
squirt action here as Philipp makes his way back in as we wait for his final score. We're up to 186.33 points so far, looking pretty solid out there. Currently qualifying, but there's 5 more paddlers who might have something to say about that still to come here in our second heat of the men's K1 Squirt, which will be getting started just in a few minutes here. We're running just about right on time here. I think we had a little bit longer to calculate a few of those squirt runs. There was definitely some big scores. Those mystery multipliers can get a little confusing on the tabulating sometimes as we add them all in.
Yeah, it's definitely very challenging, you know. And his score seems to be coming in. And for Philipp, we've got... Do we have it? Yeah, we have 218 points. 218 points means he's moving up to the back on the third place. So he's in a good spot, but he's definitely not safe yet because some big names are in the next hit. And right now, you know, our order is based on the results in the, you know, after the World Champs in Columbus. So I imagine these guys have a lot to say.
Definitely do. So here's our next heat. We're seeing coming up on the screen there, Andreas Lettmann, Mirko Huntman, Finn Grossik, and it jumped away on me before I could get the last 2 names. But first we've got Andreas Lettmann making his way out onto the water. I was watching this paddler last night. He's definitely a low boat as he flips over right away into a party trick, going for a bow screw into a washout. Nice fast ends as he pulls it up into a cartwheel, into a cartwheel with a little bit of a twirl, trying to get those artistic bonuses into a split wheel with more of a twirl. Looking really good here as he gets his ends up into a split wheel in the other direction as he makes his way up onto the eddy line. Let's see what he's got here for us. Going for a tricky woo, nice and vertical, well done. As he throws another end right there in the finish as he's spinning around. He's trying to back up a little bit. He sees that eddy line, catching a little bit of an end there, going for maybe a woo tricky into a really fast, snappy end. He's got 12 seconds left. He's right on the eddy line where he wants to be as he tries to drop his boat under, getting about shoulder deep there with his mystery move. He's going to try and charge back into that third drop, get his head under the water there for a second, which he maybe just did, but I don't think it was quite 2 seconds. But definitely a solid start for Andreas Lettmann of Germany.
Yeah, beautiful opening. And it's going to be really interesting to see where that first run is going to put him, where it's going to be enough to secure the ride in top 5. That's probably a little bit much, but he definitely wants that. And we have, you know, a few more other paddlers coming up who definitely will have something to say. Next one is going to be Mirko Huntman, also from Germany, very strong, you know, representation here. The local paddlers loving the spot, the feature, especially the square boating guys. They just took over, and this passion has been reignited. So it's so cool the stuff that they're working on over here. Andreas' score is still bumping up and down, so we are waiting for it to sort of settle. He's a little bit gassed, but happy we can see a big smile. That was a very nice show. And well, one more ride like this, and well, we'll see him moving up definitely much higher. Oh, the points are still coming up. All right. Oh, with this, he's already going to be on the third place. That would be very, very good for him. We'll see. Up and down, up and down. He's like, yes, hello, ma'am. I'm here.
A big wave. Yeah, we're in the Wayne Gretzky way now.
That's getting a bit a lot. But yes, we are happy to have you here, Andreas. Oh, yeah, show us your dance move. He's super stoked to be
doing
here.
The dance is, he waits for his score to come in as we see Mirko there looking up, all got his game face on, ready to go.
Yeah, Mirko's in a zone, and Andreas is just doing Macarena in the background.
Well, his run's done, so there's no more stress there. The run's done. It's coming up 668.33 is what I last saw before it disappeared. Let's see what the
he's
final
happy.
is. 668.33 will be that final score for his first ride, which is definitely a solid first ride. So let's see what he's got as Mirko slides into the water. He had some great rides in Columbus, Georgia last September, over on the U.S. side of the world there, in southeast U.S. Mirko definitely very passionate, also getting a brand new boat there the other day, although I don't think he's choosing to paddle it today.
It's really hard to swap a boat just before the competition. I think he saved it for next time.
These guys were trying my boat out in
And he goes
Columbus.
straight for a Mr. Move.
Yeah, he's getting shoulder deep. He definitely likes his mystery moves.
Yeah, gotta be ejected over there. We'll see what's his strategy gonna be, whether he's gonna try one more time or do some flower routine and have another go. Yeah, he goes for flower moves. Going to a party trick, into a bow screw, into a washout, very smooth, a clean bow screw, which is a little bit more over-rotated, into a cartwheel with a artistic bonus, a paddle switch over there, into a split wheel. He slowed down definitely, trying to keep his pace, trying to stay in control of the boat, into a cartwheel, into another split wheel to the left-hand side, and into a one-arm bandit to the left, and then he has 10 more seconds. Okay, Mirko, we need one more mystery. He's coming into the 80 line, and he's disappearing. Shoulder sip, can he get down? Yes! Oh, he really needs a white helmet to be deeper. And a mystery exit on the end. Was he deep enough? I'm not so sure, but that was definitely 1.8 maybe even. You know, we just seen a helmet over there.
That's right, definitely not fully head under, but definitely shoulders, maybe chin under, right to the eyes under almost. We'll see what the judges have to say. 280 points currently on the board. I have a feeling that's going to go up a little bit. The last place to qualify currently is 420 points. That was after 2 rides from Mark Richard. So we'll see what's going on. We still have a few paddlers left to go. Finn Krosick, Alex Edwards, and David Rogers. So they might have something to say about those. All very strong squirt boaters. As Mirko is looking up there, pulling out his ballast, his bag full of rocks out of his boat. Yes, squirt boaters are strange. They sometimes add ballast to their boats to try and sink even more.
Yeah, he's like this spot is like a little bit extra, and like, let me put this 20-kilo rock just between my legs so I can sink better, right? Oh my God, I did a cartwheel. Well, anyway, 283 for Mirko's first run. It's an opening, but that's something he definitely wants to improve. Right now, next paddler is going to be Finn Crossing from Germany. And here we go, as he has a thumbs up from a head judge. He's rocking it into a clean, super clean split wheel. Very nice execution, clean cartwheel into a clean tricky woo. Yeah, nice, executed all the way to the end. That's my favorite, when they actually pull their ends and into super clean split wheel. What an execution. Into a wood tricky. He may have gone a little bit far over there, a little bit early on that, but a wood tricky. Into a tricky wheel to the left hand side. Yeah, beautiful finish. Like how he cross bows in order to finish that bow moon over 300 points. That's a beautiful opening. He's doing a bow screw into potentially screwing around. Yeah, third end, a fourth end, fifth end. So screwing around, and 10 more seconds. Come on, Finn, that looks amazing. Now we need you to sit down, and he's going under. Can he go all the way? Yeah. Oh, he was deep, but was he deep for long enough? That's gonna be, well, discretion of judges. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. That was Finn Crossing. Beautiful routine, beautiful. I really like the execution. That was, there was clean, there were nice angles, it was very straight. Yeah, And we can see a reflection of that in points because that was a very, very, very good run. So to qualify right now, he's like 420 points, and he seems to be getting it, although we have two more very, very good paddlers. One, Alex Edwards, who's going to be paddling next, and he's just absolute king of a flower. You know, he just does all this crazy, perfectly executed flower angled tricks with all the moves and bonuses he can just like put over there. Well, David Rogers, he just loves going down, I guess, on the mysteries and all the other moves. But we are still waiting for Finn's score, which is looking really, really good. Over 700 right now, and that may be his official score. Would that be it? Yep, 732 points. 732 points puts him currently in the third place, pushing Andres a little bit down. So that's a very good place to be for him. And that means we're going to be moving to Alex Edwards. We can see the thumbs up from a head judge. And ladies and gentlemen, Alex Edwards.
Alex going onto his bow right away into some cartwheels, doing a little bit of a heli clean split wheel into right into a tricky woo. Solid start, huge points for Alex, doing the same thing in the other direction as he clean spits with the artistic bonus, then into a tricky woo. As he goes into some nice ends, going for some clean cartwheels there, and maybe trying to set up a woo tricky there. Let's see what he's got for us. Yeah, there it is. Getting good rotation on those vertical ends, as he's going to try and go for it in the other direction now. Alex, a multi-time world silver medalist, very strong squirt paddler. As he looks like he's eyeing up that mystery move now. He's got lots of points on the board, 10 seconds left. Goes out, drops nice and slow, working it in, not quite getting it under the water, getting a bit of a mystery exit maybe there as he pops up, trying to get a screwing around going as he's working his way downstream. Nice solid ride from Alex. Unfortunately, not quite getting his mystery there. We really expected to see that from him, but definitely still a very, very solid and technical ride.
For sure, there is this very hard balance, you know, for paddlers when they either get a little bit longer and bigger boat, which is easier to control and do the moves, or the one that actually has less volume and you're like sitting lower and it's easier just to put it under the water and get some big mystery. So there are some compromises every paddle takes, and that's why every style is also a little bit different.
Absolutely. And that's the beautiful thing about freestyle is everybody has their own style. They bring their own tricks, their own routines out here, and they're all different. There's no mandatory moves or anything that have to be done. It's just you've got a clean slate, and you go out there and you paint it up, as they like to say.
Yeah, definitely, you know, getting your boat like customized to you in terms of, you know, like style as in like colors, shape.
I like to keep it simple, like a race car.
Yeah,
just
we know
racing
that.
stripes.
Yeah. As quick as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely makes you go faster.
I know. But you know, some paddlers go into some 3D shapes, and that helps them on some, you know, like show judges the angles. I heard many theories like that. Obviously, we are chatting a lot while Alex is waiting for his score to come in. It's currently looking quite good, over 700. Yeah, next one up is going to be David Rogers, also from Great Britain. Dave, works for British Canoe-Kayak, and he tries to promote paddling over there, so does a very good job on a daily basis. And now he's just like, you know, enjoying himself out also on the competitive ground. And while Alex is still waiting for his score, that was actually, you know, it was very good routine. Oh my God! And that's a mystery multiplier. That looks so good. I hope it's gonna stay like at least like this. It looks like he actually got some good mystery multiplier over there. And yeah, that's coming in as official score, 1,199. Big thumbs up from Alex, and yeah, huge smile, well deserved. Well done, Alex. That's gonna be kicking the bar up for Dave.
That's right. All you have to do is qualify for the next round, but these guys like to qualify in the first place for the next round, which means that they would be paddling last and know what they need to do after everybody else is done, and they get to watch that. So a little bit of a competitive edge if you qualify in first place, and that's what Dave Rogers is looking to do. He's been doing a different mystery move here, where he's been going up and using the feature to actually get under the water. So, you know, adding that feature bonus, which you don't really see that often anymore in squirt boating. But there it is. Oh. He's down under the water. 3, 4, 5. Pops up a nice mystery exit. So getting some huge points on the board right away as he's up. Now we're going to see a great flat water routine from Dave as he starts slinging some heads into a split wheel, cartwheel, split wheel. Now doing, maybe looking for a tricky woo. There it is, nice and vertical. Splitting it around again, going for a woo tricky. See what he's got for us as he pulls it all the way around. Definitely off to a solid ride. Nice, big, clean ends, going past vertical, looking for that washout. Maybe trying to get a screwing around here as he gets out onto the eddy line. He's got 15 seconds left on the clock as he's going past vertical over and over again, going for the one-arm bandit, going for the one-arm bandit in the other direction. And he's set out looking for the screwing around now in the other direction. Not quite getting 4, I don't think. I think it was about 2.5, maybe 3 there, right before the buzzer. Definitely another solid ride from Dave Rogers of Great Britain, with probably one of the best mystery moves we've seen so far.
That's true. That was amazing. And he also did it from the feature, which is going to, again, double his points for trick or the multiplier he for the time he was down. So that may turn out very, very well for Dave. And then he had some tricky with wood tricky, screwing around, bar screws, stern screws. Oh my God, I think he maybe just sticked all the score shit, you know? Yeah. So that was amazing. I'm wondering if next time maybe he's gonna start with a flower routine and then like drop down, and so we can see like super long ride and the points are rocking up as Dave is just like driving his Harley to the bang. He's like, yep, I've done my job. Getting help from his fellow teammate. No, that was amazing, Dave. Well done.
So right now we're at 1,013.33 as we wait for the judges to finalize their score. I think I see head judge Charlie checking everything over. Let's see where we are. Some amazing paddling there from Dave Rogers of Great Britain. Looking to beat 1,199.67 for our current leader.
For the current hit, but if he wants to get on the first spot, he would need to score 1,995 in one ride, which would be a little bit a lot, but who knows, if that gets multiplied by 2, that would be amazing. He was definitely there for a while, so that would be insane points to see. And then, well, with that, what we see right now, that would put him in a 3rd place, but in a very, very happy, in a 4th place. In a 4th place, that would be a 4th place right now. So to get on the 3rd, he needs some more points, and they're coming in. And the final score for Dave is coming at 1,200. Oh my God, he's knocking Alex off by 0.33 points. How close is that? That's
doesn't get much closer than that, and that's in this sport, that's for sure. You can see Alex in the background getting ready to go. So there's who are leaders for this current heat on the screen there. As we get things going, right to the top of the order, we're going to be seeing Andreas Lettmann back on the water here, as you can see him out there getting things going, trying to get vertical. Nice big cartwheel there, going into a heli wheel, as we like to call those, into a split wheel. Also getting the heli going on that. Definitely getting those artistic bonuses and trying to clean things up a little bit as he goes for a tricky woo. Really getting his ends nice and vertical, selling that to the judges as he gets a little bit close to the eddy line, which is going to give him a little bit of turbulence, but he doesn't seem to be having any trouble with that as he's working his way around into a woo tricky.
And he uses
pulling it around, using the whirlpool there to spin him out as he sets up. I think he's going to try and get ready for that mystery move now. He's right on that eddy line, drops in really hard, trying to get his bow down, gets his head under, maybe about 3 or 4 seconds there. Well done, right at the buzzer. Solid ride from Andreas Lettmann of Germany.
Yeah, definitely a very, very nice ride, way better than his first one. We'll see what the combination is going to bring him to. As currently he's on place number 6, so he would be not qualifying. I mean, in order to qualify for sure, I mean, I don't think only Mike Loughnane is safe. Well, after this run, he would be safe. So I think, well, if Andreas scores some crazy run, he could knock Mike off. But I think Mike is going to be safe by now. So it's only Sam that is waiting for his spot to be secured. But I think this dance moves from Andreas really helped. So, you know, getting this hip loose, all the stuff really helped him to pull that under right. Next one up will be Mirko Huntemann. He's super slow. Oh, guys, his points are coming up, and that looks like a very solid run. And yeah, it might be coming in as the official 960. 28 in total. That puts him on the second place. He may be qualifying, but we are not sure just yet because we have 4 paddlers. So pretty much now it's head for head, right? So you either make it or you're out because we have 4 more paddlers and 4 places to be qualified. So Andreas is actually uncertain of his spot yet, but Mirko, in order to beat him, he would need to score 1400. That's a lot, but he doesn't have to beat Andreas. He just have to do his best, and we are sure he can do that. So alles Gute, Mirko, and show us your best underwater dances that you've been showing and practicing in the pool.
All right, Mirko making his way out here right away, trying to do a mystery, getting a little bit of a bow pirouette there. That looked really cool as he rocketed around on his bow. He's going to try and get set up here. Going to go for a party trick, I think. Trying to get it nice and vertical, spinning it into a bow screw, into a washout. Going vertical on some cartwheels to the left. More cartwheels to the left, maybe splitting it up there with a little bit of a paddle twirl. Changing the direction. Getting some good cartwheels going here. Let's see what else he's got. He's got a nice split wheel going. And then lots of cartwheels, lots of vertical. Still 15 seconds on the clock as he goes for a party trick. Or sorry, one-arm bandit. As he's going to make his way up. He wants that mystery move bad as he tries for the second one. Working it down. See what he's got. He's still working it down after the buzzer here. He's not done. There it is. Just getting his head under. Woo, after the buzzer, he'd already initiated. Well done, Mirko.
So that's going to be very interesting what's actually going to do to his points. He needs to score quite a lot, but that was a good run, and he finally got it. It was his be or not to be, this mystery move on the last second. So the first one didn't work on the opening, but the second one really brought him down nicely. So that was very cool, well executed. He's super stoked, just getting it, getting some support from Mike. That's super cool. These guys are having a blast. You know, it's kind of an individual sport, which is played by team, and that's really beautiful. All right, Mirko, 731 combined, 448 for his second run. Currently, unfortunately, staying out on the 7th place. But right now, sitting on 6th is Finn Krossig with 732 points on his first ride. So Finn really wants to make it to the top 5, but he needs to score quite a lot of points. And he's going for it, and he knows that, and he's showing his beautiful looting. I really like the first run, and I hope he's going to be as precise in this one as he was in the other one. Here, a little bit of balance loose over there, but he's looking for a split cartwheel, tricky wheel to the right hand side, into a cartwheel, trying for a wood tricky, but he tapped with the second blade. Maybe a cartwheel initiated from the back instead for that. 30 more seconds as he's jumping from end to the end into a split wheel, into another split wheel, pushing that boat through. Okay, 300 points on board, 20 more seconds, and he's looking for that mysterious spot. He's looking, okay, where can I drop? How do I get most of it? And here we go. Finn going under.
Definitely under
Yeah.
for quite a while here.
Oh, a
Working
second whirlpool.
Get the second whirlpool with a nice long mystery. I think that might be one of the longest ones we've seen so far today as he tries to go for that screwing around just after the buzzer. We'll see what the judges have to say, whether or not that was within time, but
What a
huge
ride.
mystery move right at the finish there for Finn crossing.
Yeah, he's making it exciting, you know, because that was a very, very good run. I think he can score a lot of points for that, and well, gonna make things quite stressful for Alex and David, definitely for Sam as well. So right now we have 3 Brits on places 3, 4, and 5, but Sam already is gone with 2 rides. So if Finn pushes him out, then he will be really sitting in an uncomfortable spot trying to see what others have done. And with these points, he's going to be super, super tight because he scored 732 on the first run. That's 806. He needs another 100 points to show up there. So if that goes to 900, he will be certain that he has qualified. If he doesn't, he won't sleep until the other guys. And it keeps going, all right, guys? Finn needs some support over there to convince judges that, like, yeah, all this ends. Oh, no, it's coming in.
All right, we're waiting to see for Finn's score to come up here on the board, to see where he is. We see if he's going to qualify for our final round later in the week. You can see all of the Squirt competitors anxiously looking up at the board to see what the score is going to be. Finn knows it was a good ride. Let's just see if it's enough to get him into the finals.
Yes!
1779.34.
He's made the
moving him
finals.
currently into first place, which will make him, second place
Yeah,
on the
he-
qualifying
yeah, he
board. It
subs-
said first on the screen there, so let's see the official results here, and he is definitely currently in second place is Alex Edwards, getting going with some beautiful artistic moves there, doing some clean spits with heli wheels. Making it look easy as he spin it around into the tricky woo. Doing it clean with a little bit of a heli bonus off the start. As he paddles forward, going for the woo tricky now. Pulling it around, nice and vertical, really trying to sell that to the judges. Nice and fast. Oh, getting that paddle touch there in his woo tricky. Unfortunately, it has to be done on all-in-one blade as Alex is moving up and out, trying to get that mystery. He hasn't got it on the last ride. Not quite getting it down here either. As he moves into the eddy.
5 more seconds, Alex. Come on, few more moves.
He's got time for a couple more moves. He's a really good, solid flat water paddler here as he's doing a nice trick, screwing around right at the end of his ride. He initiated it before the end of the ride. Unfortunately, not getting his mystery move there, but still a very solid ride from Alex Edwards of Great Britain. He's a former world silver medalist. I think he's a Euro Cup and maybe even World Cup champion.
Yeah, I think he's a European champion here from Plattling, in fact, in 2016. But that was amazing run. His mystery was, again, just a little bit. I'm wondering if he could just sit like 2 centimeters lower in the boat. That's what he was missing, like 2 centimeters of depth in the boat, and maybe that would like get his mysteries like this touch lower. But the points are rocking up, and that's looking really good for Alex, because that would mean he has secured his spot in the final. That would push down both Sam Wilson and David Rogers out. But then everything is going to be up to Dave. And Dave, well, he needs only 395 points to beat Sam. And that's something he's definitely capable of. He could do it like only with 1 mystery, right? So, either way, Alex did a great job. He's getting a support here from D. And You know, they're such a good team. A lot of support over there. They used to do squirt boating as well, in Nemo boat, in fact, actually. We'll see what his score is going to come to. Just still waiting. There are a lot of moves. The head judge is just like, okay, 1, 2, 20, 30 moves. That was definitely a lot of bonus, making sure that all the points are calculated.
Yeah, it was definitely a solid ride from Alex Edwards. Let's see what he needs to qualify here. Where all these guys are looking to qualify to move on to our final round, which will be later in the week. Top 5 move on. So Alex keeps looking up at the board to see what he's got as they calculate his ride here. He's waiting for it. His arms up in the air going, come on, guys, what's going on?
Yeah, maybe
the
he has to do one more
anticipation
ride.
has got to be tough.
Yeah.
He wants to know if he's going to be moving on or if he's going to be hanging his hat for the week. People are cheering him on in the background there. We got a couple of campers doing their dishes in the river. Or actually, I think they might be, oh no, they're doing dishes. I thought maybe one of them was peeling potatoes or something, getting ready for dinner.
And
As
here we
Alex
go, 1,173 points for Alex's second ride. And that puts him 2,372 points, definitely securing and currently taking a lead. What a comeback. Amazing run from Alex. Right now, Sam is sitting on the 5th place, and he is definitely going to be uncomfortable over there as Dave is coming in, and Dave needs to score 395 points. So, Dave Rogers, the feature.
Dave's going to move his way up to the top here. He's got a little bit of a different technique where he tries his mystery move out of the freestyle feature where all the surface boats were playing earlier in the day today. As he moves his way up, he surfs his way up there and he drives himself down into the feature and disappears. 1, 2, 3 with a little bit of a mystery exit there. Not as long as his first mystery, but still a very solid mystery move. And right away he's going into a split wheel, into some cartwheels. See what else he's got. He's going into a split wheel in the other direction, working it around, going for a tricky woo. Really nice, tall, smooth ends here from David as he makes his way up the eddy line, going for a one-arm bandit. He's going to try and go for a clean bow screw into a washout, looking for a screwing around, getting those past vertical moves as he sets up, going for a washout in the other direction. Very fast, snappy moves there, going for the one-arm bandit. He's right on the eddy line with 3 seconds left. Let's see what he's got for us as he initiates the bow, trying to work his way under. He's just going to flip over and finish his ride there. Solid ride from David Rogers of Great Britain. He needs 1595.34 to qualify for our men's finals later in the week as he keeps an eye on the board. Current leader Alex Edwards with 23.72. Mike Lockley in second with 19.95. Finn crossing 17.79. On Andreas Lettman 16.28. Sam Wilson 15.95, which is currently the time or the score to beat to qualify for the finals. Let's see if Dave Rogers is going to be making his way into the finals.
It's literally hanging there on the edge. He needs like 395 points, so he seems he's like all right, but it's literally a discretion of judges. Okay, are we going to add 10 points or take away 10 points? Is it going to be 20 or 30? And Dave's like, oh my God, I really hope they're going to keep adding. And he's a bit winded, but of course there was 2 runs. It's super exhausting. He tried for 2 mysteries, and that must be super super exhausting. But I have a feeling we're going to see Dave in the next round. I really enjoyed seeing that different technique of dropping down, and the score keeps bouncing one way and another, getting support there from Sam, who's, well, it's one or another. We're definitely going to see 3 Germans and 2 British. We're definitely going to have Alex in, but the question is whether it's going to be Sam or Dave or Sam. Very close fight. Only the head judge has a clue what's going to be actually happening. I think they're going to take off 40 points right now. No, I'm
All
kidding,
right.
Dave. No worries, no worries.
We're seeing what's happening here as
I
Dave
think-
Rogers
I
is
think the
waiting for his
multiplier
time
is
to
just
come
coming in.
They're adding the multiplier. Let's see what he gets here. Solid ride. Oh, it's always anticipation here for our last paddler, coming with a 963, making a total of 2163, which puts him solidly into second place and qualifying for our finals round later this week. That was our last paddler of the day on the water. Our judges are cleaning up the judges stand already. They've had a really long day out there. We've got another really big day on the water tomorrow. We've got some quarterfinals in the men's and ladies. We've got some C1s. We've got junior men, junior women on the water tomorrow. So a really, really long day. We're going right till 9 p.m. on the water tomorrow evening, which is one of the longer days I think we've ever had in freestyle. So it's going to be pretty exhausting. We'll probably hear from Bartosz and I again tomorrow, but excellent day on the water here as we close things down from our opening day of World Cup #1 here in Plattling, Germany.
Thank you for tuning in, and make sure to come by tomorrow.
We'll see you guys here first thing at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, Central Eastern Time, on the live stream and on the water. It's been a great day. Thanks for everybody who's been coming out, cheering us. Great work from all the athletes, judges, and volunteers today. And a big shout out to all the sponsors who make these things going. We see our final results for the men's kayak squirt. In 10th place, we had Gabrielle from Peru. 9th place, Mark from Canada. In 8th place, Philip from Germany. In 7th place, Mirko from Germany. In 6th place, just missing it out on qualifying for the finals, Mr. Sam Wilson with 15.95, with the cut to get into finals being 16.28, with Andreas Letman in 5th place. Finn Krossig in 4th place with 17.79.34. In 3rd place, Mike Lockney with 19.95.34. In 2nd place, David Rogers, 21.63.33. In 1st place, Alex Edwards, 23.72. Solid showing from the Germans and the Brits here. Moving on to our finals later in the week. I believe it'll be on Tuesday afternoon. Great day. Big shout out and thanks to everybody from our ICF committee here in Plattling. We'll see you guys all tomorrow morning at 0700.